your dick hard while Jeremy's in the back screaming, you fucking retard. Come on, guys, let's get this fucking show done. Tyler's got a black and white movie to watch for fun. Moodz just trying to work with what he's got, cause JP just sits looking at Carly like, bro, this chick's hot. You must be out your mind, bro, if you don't listen to us. Just jump aboard with Jeremy and take the short bus. You wanna diss our show? Bro, we got news for you. For every joke you throw, we dish out 22. That's not a shot at you, that's a shot of Moodz. 22 shots that'll make you black and blue. We're the 22 shot crew, ready to destroy your ears. Reviewing movies all day while we drinking beer. 22 shot crew, and we're here to stay, making horror history every fucking day. Moodz is a legend for fuck's sake. They say his dick is the size of Camp Crystal Lake, and we're all wondering how much of it Jeremy can take. You wanna hear my opinion, says JP as he rants, but we all love this motherfucking maxi can. Tyler spitting out info, every little speck, every single movie, there's nothing he can wreck. He's a god amongst men, yo, that's his flex. He loves horror, and that's a fact check. We the best and the rest, that's no contest. Do you feel that knife in your back digging out through your chest? You got your top 10 list, bro, we do that shit every year. You gotta take down notes, bro, we do that while drinking beer. You got a problem with us? Well, Moodz has got something to say. I'm from Canada. So before you get mad and hit that thumbs down, remember we will lyrically leave you like a clown that's down. So don't frown, we record everything that may occur. So buckle up, fuckers. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You think you got enough to prove we're kings of underground horror things? We'll flip you the middle finger while we take our swings. There's no drug in the world that can cure those things. Our show keeps getting better, we're ahead by far. You can listen to us while you dumping bodies in the backseat of your car. So fuck you if you don't know who we are. It's the only horror show that will forever last. So if you think we're sick, then whip out your dick and listen to 22 shots. A Moodz and Horror Podcast. Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 311 of the Triple Shots of Moodz and Horror Podcast is coming at you live and direct with the 95% authentic homie JP, also known as the 5%
Jimmy,
Maxi Fake,
also known as Sir Jimmy Crystal.
Oh my God. And of course, we got the man who thinks Sallow is a comedy, Tyler, Mr. No Fact Check Salcedo, and I'll be your host, the toxic offender Moodz.
Also known as Jimmy Moto.
Okay, guys, stop with this fucking Jimmy shit, you digital dorks. Seriously.
What are you talking about, bro?
All
Dude,
fucking day.
Do you want old Nick to bring the wrath down?
All fucking day. Like, I shouldn't say all day, man. I get into my truck and I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? This old Nick and fucking Jimmy and Stiggs and fuck. I have no idea what the hell is going on here. And then so I inquired. I'm like, what y'all talking about? My dad or some shit. I'm like, shut the fuck. I'm like, quit being so damn.
There's people listening,
like,
laughing their ass off right now because they know
I
what's
just don't
happening.
understand how you don't know the references by now, dude.
Well, I just came to conclusion because everyone had known it. I'm like the only person in that chat that hasn't seen fucking 28 boners later. So I'm assuming it probably has something to do with that. Like I said, I don't really do a lot of recon before I go and watch movies. So, you know, it's like, whatever. I'm assuming that's what it is, but I don't know. But anyways, fuck off with that shit. I'm going to see 28 boners later tomorrow anyways, so we'll see.
Okay, so you'll be a Jimmy soon.
Yeah.
There you go.
You could join one. You'll be one of the fingers.
Yes.
Well, it better be better than the first one.
You'll be Jimmy Moodz.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, no, I think, like I said, before we recorded, I think people that didn't like 28 Years Later might end up liking this one a lot more because they kind of, they're used to, like, Dave Parker's big problems was like he was such a fan of the original that it was such a deviation from that to him. This one, now that you're used to that, and this story is even less to do with the actual like rage virus than the previous film.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's like how you kind of explained it, which I kind of figured it might be something like that, where it's like a story inside the world of
Yeah, it's like a
28 years
horror.
later.
It's like a horror story inside the world of 28 years later.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
And that's honestly what I hope they would do. Like my big thing I praise the movie for is that it set up this world of possibilities, and I just wanted to see them make stories inside of this world about like,
And
the
I
people
think
that
they
might
actually
exist in
did
it.
like a really good job with
I was just
telling
fearing-
that story. It was very interesting
Yeah.
and captivating.
And I can see how like there's ways that this one that of things that they kind of left behind in the first movie are going to connect again in the third one, and how that's also may link to like a film, you know, that came out 28 years ago or
Yeah.
time 28 years ago.
I was a little I knew it was coming out and stuff. I was a little hesitant on who directed it because I wasn't really a big fan of like the Candyman.
That was my
whatever
big
you wanna
worry
call it.
too.
So I was a little bit, and I'd heard like, she'd done some Marvel stuff that hit kind of rock bottom there too. And I was like, shit, dude, this is kind of an odd choice. But I mean, from what I'm hearing, it's pretty solid. So that's pretty cool. Good to know. That was never my problem. That was never my issue with the original or 28 years later was never, I can disconnect myself from the original film so much. And I have been disconnected from it for so long. Even when 28 weeks later came out, like that was such a deviation too, in my opinion. Like I think the movie started out pretty good, and then when it got to like that
It actually
level,
has like one of the best openings in horror.
yeah, like the
I
opening.
haven't
Like,
seen that movie.
I think like the first half of the film is pretty good, but then it kind of deviates itself, and it kind of gets silly with the infected people, how they become like almost they're not as mindless, like they're almost like chasing them down. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like it seems odd to me that became like, it's only 28 weeks later. Like, dude, so I was listening back to the show, man. Holy flying fuck, dude. Mr. Parker, our
I
buddy
just went
Dave,
past that part.
he went full blown ADHD.
He went scorched earth, bro.
He went ADHD plus on. Like I was listening back to it, and I was like thinking to myself, going, "This is how my kid is," but my kid's way worse in the morning before he takes his pills. And I'm like, that's how he's like though. He just gets so off the beaten path, and I'm thinking to myself while he's ranting on this thing, and I'm like, Dave, nobody asked you to repeat yourself. He's getting so mad. He's like, I don't even want to fucking repeat myself anymore. And he's getting all fucking loose. And I like, Dave, you never had to inquire in the first place about any of the shit. You could have just let me do my two pieces, and then that would have been fine. But he got so enraged, no pun intended, over the fact that he was repeating himself that like a lot of people that listen to this show maybe not listen to him, but it's just the fact that he was repeating himself got him so worked up in that episode. I'm listening back and I'm pissing myself. I'm like, oh my God. Like I'd forgot how funny it was because he kept saying, I'm not fucking repeating myself anymore. And I'm going, oh my God, this is gold. This is fucking gold. Somebody left a comment, and it was probably right after he ranted or whatever, like, Dave needs some fucking edibles.
Yeah.
I thought that was actually kind of funny.
Yeah, that did not play how I thought it was.
And actually, speaking of the whole 28, so when I never really thought of this until I was doing like the quick edit on the show and stuff. And I was thinking, because JP, I know you were a big fan of the film, and I was really, really shocked that it didn't make your top 10 list. And it got me thinking. I actually made myself laugh, and I'm like, that motherfucker did it. He copped out on this shit, man. You didn't want to put 28 years later on your top 10 list because you were afraid Dave was going to fucking go to town on you. Tyler had the balls to put it on there.
I actually was looking forward to that conversation because that was my theory. I think Dave's hangups are like kind of silly in my opinion. Like his hangups, like, oh, you got to have the fat zombie and the alpha zombie, so it's a video game. It's like, bro, that sounds like something an old dude that is completely out of video games would say.
You know what, man? Like there is some things that I agree with. Okay, so like my little two bits on it, man. Like I just said, right from the opening scene in the film, I was super confused on the tone of the movie because when I was watching these kids' faces and the shit go down, like I was like, was that supposed to be serious? Because I almost started laughing like Tyler does. I was like, that came off very comedic to me. And I was like, I wasn't expecting that going into the movie. I was expecting it to be a serious tone, but that whole scene, which I think was supposed to be serious, came off as comedic to me, and I was like, okay, I'm fucking confused. That's like the minor problems for me, man.
You're talking about the first scene of the movie?
Yeah. Like whenever everyone kind of gets ravaged.
That whole sequence has like a big, like that basically is the catalyst for the story in the boat couple.
Yeah, but I think it's just the way it was. Maybe it was shot. I don't know. Maybe some of the kids' faces. I have no idea, but it just came on and kind of made me chuckle. I was like, what did I just watch? But I think what it comes down to, the core narrative in the film wasn't my favorite thing because, like I said, I like the whole idea of, the mom or the son and the father doing their thing, going out to the, to the Badlands and fucking, kind of doing his coming of age thing and stuff like that, and then taking upon himself to go and save his mom because she's dying of cancer and stuff. Like, that's all fine, but I wasn't buying it, man. Like, when it came down to, like, I guess I just didn't really want to see that type of story, but I didn't really buy the fact that, like, I thought the kid was so weak when he went to,
bro, that is the lamest complaint, bro. It really is.
What do you mean?
Dude, I feel like you didn't pay attention to the movie. Like, he clearly he gets overwhelmed when he goes out because it's his first time out there.
Yeah.
Like, he was
therefore he's not ready. That's why he's not ready to go and take his mom to go get fucking.
But no, because once you do it, it's like your first, like, if you're on a diving board and you jump off once, like, all those jitters are gone, you go to do it again.
But I still,
like skateboarding, right?
I don't think it ever became that
first build up is so, like, you're so nervous that you're gonna bail no matter what, and then you bail, and then because you bailed,
dude,
like, you
I'm
go back and you hit it again, and it's much easier. Like,
I'm not disputing that, when you do something for the first time, you're going to stumble and fall, and you get back up and try it again and stuff like that. But I feel like when he goes back out with his mom, he's not that fucking strong.
But dude, he's trained his whole, like, childhood to be able to do this.
I just feel when I'm watching the movie, he's not ready
the first time.
Like, I mean, if I was going to save my mom, I would be 100% sure that I was fucking full blown military.
Well, what's he gonna do? Just not do it?
Yeah, no, but but you don't, like, what's the point of taking her out there and just getting fuking slaughtered if you're not actually ready to go?
It worked. He was fine.
She fucking dies.
This is not because of him, because she had
but it's the end result.
Disease, bro.
But it's the fucking end result, and I'm just like,
this is where I agree with you, Moodz, but I also disagree. So in a sense, I do actually agree with you, where I think he is, like, too weak to go out there on his own. But I look at it more of a sense. It doesn't matter what's objectively correct about him. He's so overwhelmed with emotion. He's got some confidence now that he believes, even though he is. I will also agree that, maybe he isn't ready to go out there. I wouldn't think so, but he believes he is, and he believes.
Well, of course, he's not really ready as a child to go out there. But what I'm saying is that he has the skill set inside him somewhere. To be competent, not to be like a hero or something.
But again,
whenever you have the pressure to save someone, it's sort of like what Tyler was saying. It sort of unlocks a little bit more. Like, at that point, you have to do it. There's not
dude. I hate when you say, "Oh, you weren't paying attention to the movie." I was. I get all the shit. I understand completely everything that was happening. I just wasn't feeling the same. It wasn't having the same effect on me that it had on you. Like, going back to what I was trying to say before, I was surprised it wasn't in your top 10 because, and actually this is where the whole kind of 5% faker thing comes in. I mean, that's kind of a little bit of a different story. JP leaving off some of his films that he loves just to talk about others. I'm like,
in hindsight, it probably should have made my list. But, like, I think that, like, in the moment, and honestly, seeing 28 years later, Bone Temple has made me appreciate and like this film even more, the first one. But I think, like, the complaints that I had were, like, overwhelming. Like, I didn't like the military thing. The guy that came in and, like, fucking...
Dude,
like,
all that was comedic relief to me. That was just comedic relief to me.
I mean, I liked the comedic parts. Yeah. I just thought it didn't fit. It didn't feel right.
Exactly. The comedic stuff's fine, but, like, when you, in the grand scheme of things, in the narrative, it's like you got to just stretch the story out a little bit. We need some more characters. I mean, we need something else to come in and kind of fill in the plot a little bit. And I get that, but it didn't really work fully for me. And one of my other big complaints about what Parker was saying too, with the big fucking donkey dick alpha males and stuff like that. Now, this is one thing I even told him that I didn't disagree with, or I disagreed with him right when we were first talking about the film. Because he was talking about the whole video game aspect. And I'm like, yeah, I guess so. They kind of look like their end bosses on fucking Double Dragon and shit like that. And I'm like, I don't really give a fuck about that. And how I explained the way the alpha male donkey dick characters was, this is 28 years later. If you guys know anything about viruses and evolution and stuff, like, shit mutates to the point where, I said to him, I'm like, dude, I was born mutated too. Like, I'm a living product.
That alpha male zombie is our story's bub.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm glad you brought that up, because I was getting Dr. Logan feels from the Doctor character within this film.
You're going to even more so, but
Remember, that was the first thing I said when I walked out of 28 years later. I said the Doctor reminded me of Dr. Logan in a sense where he had these names for him. He was kind of caring and he was trying to understand the virus and he was trying to eventually do something about it. And I was like, okay, well, this is kind of what Dr. Logan was all about too. He was trying to figure everything out so you could like kind of cure it and stuff like that. So I was getting those vibes. But going back to, you know, the alpha male characters, like, I had no problem with that because it made complete sense to me. And that was the one thing in the movie that made complete sense to me was the fact this is 28 years later. We've gone through multiple generations almost of mutating the virus. You're going to get these crazy, these big alpha males. Like that makes complete sense to me that would happen.
I think also like what they do with the alpha male character in this next movie is really interesting. And I think that it's actually like pretty well done. For going in that territory, which we've seen other zombie films do. And they actually call them zombies in this movie too, by the way.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, I know some people don't like the argument of like, but like I've always said in a nutshell, I'm like, if you take the mold of what George A. Romero created in the modern zombie, and I'm just talking about what he created in Night of the Living Dead, a zombie in that world is somebody that was dead that rose from the dead and became the Walking Dead. Now, 28 days later is totally different. It's an actual virus. Like it just infects people. People get viruses every single fucking day. Like we've all been sick recently. We don't turn into full blown zombies. It's like, it's a totally different type of thing. It's a nutshell. I mean, you can call them zombies if you want, but I'm just saying if you use the mold of what Romero did to like a zombie, like a virus.
Yeah, but let's not.
They didn't actually die and come back to live.
The one that created like zombies existed before Romero.
No. I know, but you didn't hear what I said. Dead. I said if you use the template of what Romero created, what George A. Romero created was the rising zombie. I'm not talking about anything before.
So Romero took an idea of a zombie and made a subsection of zombies.
Yeah. What he created was the dead rising.
The infected zombie became another subsection of zombies.
Yeah, if you want to call them zombies. I mean, me personally, I just call them the infected because, I mean, look at what we just went through a whole fucking pandemic, man, or an epidemic, man, of like COVID. That was a virus thing. Same type of thing. It killed off people, didn't come back, but it is what it is.
Yeah, because they're definitely not dead.
No, that's what I'm saying. A virus is literally something that's infecting you, that's creating a totally different type of personality. In this case, it was literally a rage virus that made people go fucking batshit crazy and, start doing wild and shit and stuff like that. But anyways, that's here or there. I mean, it's an argument. It's an old argument, but it is what it is. I'm just saying.
I am very curious to see what you think about this.
Yeah.
It's
but I just wanted to state that because a lot of people seem to get it twisted, but I'm just saying if you take what Romero created, not if you just forget everything that was before all the voodoo zombies and stuff. If you just use the mold of what Romero did, the rise into the zombies and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I guess per se, I mean, I wasn't like overly excited for it, but it does seem like it's getting pretty good reviews and it sounds like it's kind of interesting, I guess.
Yeah.
So
I think actually through it, if I heard it correctly, they actually explain just through a single line why the alphas exist and how they are. So it's just not like this long thing like this happens like this, but he literally like says a line about the virus that I think it suggests why they are that they are. But one thing about this movie or about 28 years later, I want to say that I think I had a really unique experience going into it because I saw it much later than everybody else. I didn't even see it in theaters because I don't dislike the first movie. It's a movie I've grown to like, but I'm not this big like 28 Days Later fan. And everybody was dogging on it when it came out. Like everybody was shitting on it. So I was like, I just missed it in theaters. I just didn't worry about seeing it. And so I already thought it was going to suck or I wasn't going to like it at least. So I really didn't have any expectations for it. And I also don't have this attachment to 28 Days Later. So I watched that at home with my girlfriend. We both just really liked it. But it wasn't a movie I thought was as good as I eventually thought, of how I eventually became to think of it. It had the benefit too of them just sitting with me for several months and watching other movies, and I just kept thinking about like what are the things that I liked the most this year, and then you get to rewatch a movie you're looking forward to seeing that you liked a lot 6 months ago. Some things just happen, and I ended up just like really becoming a huge fan of this and this movie and this new trilogy.
Yeah. I think that I know that it kind of bombed a little bit. I'm hoping that word of mouth like might make us like second week a little bit stronger.
Yeah, I actually read something earlier today that it's been doing so bad that they might not even consider doing the third one. I'm like, that's crazy.
Which would be such a travesty because how this one ends.
Mm-hmm.
I really hope that they still manage to do a third one. Yeah, it would be very disappointing.
Yeah, I'm shocked at when I saw the number. Like, I would think just the name would carry enough to do better than that.
I think sometimes people it was a very like short window for this one. Like this was less than a year later. And sometimes I always thought that would help. But after seeing it happen more often, I don't really think that it does help. Like doing them so quick back to back.
Yeah.
Like always in my head, I thought like, oh, you just need to capitalize right away. Like while the iron's hot, like just make a sequel right away. But like, I think modern audiences don't really like get into that like they did in the 80s with the Friday the 13th or something. Yeah,
I mean, it kind of goes for a lot of different things actually. And actually, it's funny that you bring that up actually, doing stuff within a year because like Scott Derrickson had something going on like that this year that I thought maybe wasn't going to work out so well too. Because generally when a director puts out 2 films in a year, like maybe one's on hit and the other one's a bag of fucking balls. You know what I mean? Yeah. It never really works out the two. And it goes with like music too. Like there's been exceptions where, an artist has put out 2 albums in a year and, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I just feel like sometimes when you're going for,
What do you mean Scott Derrickson did something similar?
And you mean Oz Perkins?
I
think you meant Oz Perkins, The Monkey and Keeper.
No, right? And The Gorge.
Oh, Scott Derrickson in The Gorge, right? Yeah, you're right. Gorge and Black Phone 2.
He directed 2 movies. Yeah. Yeah, but nobody going to see those 2 movies are even going to know that.
Yeah. But I mean, for me, like I said, when I realized that he had done The Gorge too, I was just really on the fence. I was like, really? Yeah. He put out 2 movies in this? That's so crazy. Cause like, these aren't like low budget indie films. Like I get the Oz Perkins thing though, because Perkins generally writes and directs his films. This one was more of a directorial thing for him. He didn't write this. So like, he just kind of stepped on board and like, directed the camera around kind of.
I get the feeling that The Gorge probably was filmed like a year before Black Phone 2.
Yeah, and you know what? It's a possibility because
it feels like a movie they didn't know what to do with.
Yeah, it was a January or February release too, right? It was very early, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I feel like that one got.
I can't remember. Did it get a theatrical release?
I think it was.
I'm not sure, but I remember it was on my watch list all year, and because of the runtime, really, I just like never watched it.
Yeah, I feel like that one got really hard, like really slept on because I think it was supposed to come out the year before. I'm not sure. Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah,
it could have actually.
No one was saying anything positive about it until like 2 weeks ago. So,
well, dude, you know what's crazy? Bother. Like I had it on my list all year to see, and I just kept putting it off, and it was like
2 hours.
That's what happened with Best Witches for All. I waited all year. I literally had that one came out probably in the first 3 months on maybe the first quarter of the year on Shudder, and I put it in my queue and I watched it like.
I didn't even know about that. It was an
Apple TV
so weird.
Exclusive, so it did not get a theatrical release.
Okay, so it's kind of crazy because that type of movie would be cool theatrically because when it gets into one part of the film, it'd be kind of cool to see. Like it's very theatrical.
Who was the female lead? I know Miles Teller was the male lead.
Anna Joy Taylor.
Wow, I'm surprised that didn't get a theatrical with
No, that's what I'm saying. I would like it's kind of shocking.
Yeah.
So they obviously maybe it was slated to be theatrical and something just didn't work out for it. And because what'd you say it was a straight Apple film?
But it says that it was Apple TV's biggest launch for a movie ever.
Okay. They're kind of test the waters,
hyping it up, and they released it on Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Those are big names for the general audiences, so it makes sense. That would be a decent pilot movie for trying that.
Yeah, makes sense.
JP, jack your volume.
Huh? My volume?
Yeah. Not on your headphones, your mic.
How do you do that?
It's coming through low. I don't know
Better?
why.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
You're a little louder. You're a little louder.
Louder still?
No, yeah, you're a little louder.
I think you're good.
Now. You're
Just
good.
talk normal, but yeah, that was weird.
I might have been like cutting out again.
No, you weren't cutting out. It just feels like it's a little bit lower.
Okay.
Sometimes when you fuck with your mic and stuff, I used to do that too. I'd hit the
Yeah,
volume
because
down.
sometimes I like push it over that way, and
Yeah.
like if I have like movies stacked up or something, it might like rub against it or something. I don't know.
Right.
Another bit of sad news. I gotta shout out my boy here, Mark Jones,
Oh yeah, Mark Jones.
director and writer of one of my favorite movies of all time, Leprechaun. And he also did another movie that I actually rewatched this for the first time in like decades. This past October, being 1995's Rumpelstiltskin, which actually is much better than I remember. It was a lot better than I remembered.
It's so fucking goofy. I watched it a few months back again, and I probably hadn't seen it in 30 years, and I didn't really remember much. It actually
I've
had me
never
laughing
seen
pretty
it.
good.
I've never seen it, but I always remember seeing that at Blockbuster. That one was always on the shelf.
Well, it was kind of notorious because it was like one of those artisan DVD releases, and they came and went out of print so quick, and everyone's like, we need a fucking Blu-ray of that shit, and then it just never happened until recently. So
Terrorvision.
Yep.
Mark Jones, legendary Leprechaun director. He also did that movie Triloquist, which was a Dimension Extreme title.
Oh, I've seen that movie. I randomly that movie's not very good.
Yeah. But yeah, that's, rest in peace to Mark Jones. He was 72.
Yeah, shit. Rest in peace.
VampireCon shall never be a thing.
Nope.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
that in the early days of 22 Shots, Mark Jones launched a Kickstarter for his movie, basically called VampireCon, where he wanted to make another Leprechaun movie, but have the Leprechaun infected by a vampire or whatever. And it like bombed on Kickstarter. It didn't make any money, so
You know what, man? We should have put money into that and got that shit made.
I know.
Executive produced by 22 Shots, man. VampireCon. It became like a running joke on the show. Actually, Jeremy mentioned that to me the other day, and I said to him, I was like, "That's one of the funniest things I remember from old 22 Shots." Was the
that was
VampireCon.
like first year 22 Shots.
Dude, we always used to this.
Yeah, because I remember you came back with season 2, and then the intro was like, reaching a helping hand to VampireCons alike.
Yeah. So that became like a
VampireCons
long-standing
everywhere.
joke. Yeah, VampireCon is such a shame that never got made. Fuck.
22 Shots lore. We have our own lore at this point.
Yeah. Oh my
So,
god.
We probably have some listeners that were like 8 years old when that came out.
Probably, dude.
Actually, I was thinking about that today when I was delivering. Man, how many top 10 shows do you think that we've done now? Like so we do a year-end top 10 list, and we do our random top 10s, and then we have our retro ones too. How many do you think we've actually done? Because it's fucking.
I mean,
lots.
at this point, we're averaging 3 a year.
I've done
is
10
crazy.
since I've been here.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah,
we must
so-
have. You think like maybe 40? Like it's a lot of prep that we've
It
done.
can't be 40 yet.
Because you think year-end shows we've done what is there 13 of them?
Yeah, I've done 3 year ends. I've done 3 old retros and 4 retros. No, 5. So I've done 11. Yeah. Because I did 36, 41, 59, 24, 25, 20, or 23, 24, 25. So that's 6. And then I did 80, 2011, 75. Oh, no, 92. Okay, never mind. So yeah, I was right, 10. So 10 in the last 2.5 years.
It's over 30.
Yeah.
Did we do 90? How many 90s ones did we do?
We did 92,
91.
94, 96,
So
We did
4.
92?
Yeah, we just did it.
91,
We did
92, 94,
94.
96.
So 4.
And
So we
then
did 80.
02, 05,
82, 85, 86.
11.
Fuck,
13.
man. It's like, yeah, because we've done, actually, this technically will be our second one in the 60s. With 64 coming up.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a good one. I've been banging these out. I watched a really good one today, actually. What was it, Night of the Walker? That was my favorite one I've watched so far. Barbara Stanwyck brings down the house in that movie.
Dude, I love that movie too, man. It's a really good William Castle film.
Yeah, on that like reveal at the end, I was like, oh man,
that's what I said. But it's got creepy ass moments in it, right?
Yeah.
It's like legitimately creepy, and the story's like pretty good for 64. And it's got this crazy reveal. It's a really good movie, and it's got good acting really too. Good.
Dude, Barbara Stanwyck is awesome. That's the best performance I've seen so far from 62 and like the 20-something movies I've watched. She screams great. 1 second.
Yeah, it's good, man. I watched that a couple years ago when Scream Factory put out the Blu-ray, and it was the first time I'd ever seen that one.
I think we've done 31 top.
So it is over 30.
That's insane.
Yeah, man.
Just years. That's not counting the 2 Christmas ones we did.
Oh yeah.
Oh right. So yeah. So if you count, so say 33. Yeah. So like we're into the 30s. That's wild.
Yeah.
That's insane, dude.
Yeah, but she screams like a pro. She argues like a pro. She has the face
at this point, we're so deep. Like, I don't know if I could ever end this show without finishing the years.
I mean, at the pace we're going,
it's an insane just encyclopedia of like, but I don't know, so just like historical like backtrack. It's so cool.
It also is like one of the most unique things about our show that like other podcasts have not done. I know that Land of the Creeps had been going through and doing like a top 5 for different, basically every year in the 90s and 80s and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's not as extensive, obviously, being like prep wise. But I think that that's like one of the coolest things about our show is like, you could just Google top 10 horror films of 1982 and like you have a whole podcast that's probably like 7 hours on 1982 horror movies.
It's absurd to just when I tell people, I try to explain to people sometimes like outside of like my normal life what the prep work is and like why these retro shows are big. And I always say like, so we pick a year, we spend an entire year on, we watch somewhere of like 75 to 100 movies from this year, and then we get together in like a 12-hour show and they just look and be like, holy shit, you do this like all the time?
Kinda.
Well, it was funny. I got to work and I was telling the guys, I'm like, yeah, we're recording the, the big year-end show and stuff. And first question I come in the morning, like, so how many beers did you drink on the show? And I was like, well, I definitely had 20 during that recording. It was kind of fucked. They're like, no way. They're like, man, I'd be on my fucking ass. I'm like, man, I was listening back to the show and I actually still sounded pretty good even after, the show ended up being over 9 hours.
Except for you started getting mad at me.
Yeah.
You always start getting mad at me.
Well, you probably cut me off.
Dude, I literally was listening to a show. Which one was?
Why did I start getting mad at you at this one? I must have missed that when I was listening back.
What was the show we did before the top 10 show? Was it Christmas? It was one whatever, we were doing a show. It might have been, I think it was Sin Bin actually. And I was listening to the Sin Bin episode
a couple days.
And like the first, like, right after the intro, it's like right away. And it's like Tyler starts talking and like he asks a question and Moodz just like cuts him off and starts talking about like something completely different. And Tyler never got to answer his question. Really? And I was like, I always get shit for cutting people off. This guy literally cut Tyler off and never even went back to it. And he was actually asking a question.
That's crazy. That's
it's like
crazy.
You didn't even pay, like you were just like,
maybe I didn't hear what he was saying.
He was like, who cares?
That's pretty whack of me right there. But what was I getting mad at you at in the top 10?
Well, you got mad at me once for when Dave was going on his rant, and then I asked to move it on.
Just cut it
I didn't even get to say anything, and it's like, first of all, you did get to say something.
I got 3 words in. I just let Dave go. I was like, this is like, it was actually pretty comedy. It was pretty good comedy.
You probably got more words. Dave probably got more words than I did.
Yeah,
I was surprised because like I didn't think that he was going to say anything. And then and that's the thing about Dave, when he starts, he can't stop.
Yep.
Well, I thought
that's
so
the funny,
he just goes through the whole motions. I'm like, fuck.
Right. The whole show, I would guarantee that the people that talked the most words per show was Moodz, then Dave. But then Dave is also the guy who wants to fucking move, like, by like 5 hours in, he's like dead and is trying to like get out of there or whatever. But it's like he talks the most. So it's like you're literally like shooting your own self in the foot, Dave.
And it was funny too, because he was kind of hinting at the fact he's like, oh, I want to get out of here and stuff. And then I'm like looking at the clock going, it's 8 o'clock my time. It's only 11 your time. I'm like, where's he going? And then I realized he's an old man and he was like, I need to go to bed.
He actually told me he told Jeremy that they would go out.
Is that okay?
Yeah, he ended up going out, I guess.
Yeah, because I was like that. Well, me, that's like my number one pet peeve in the world when we're recording is being rushed. That's one thing I just cannot handle. I like to just have shit flow naturally and organically. So being rushed is like, but I wasn't feeling rushed. I was just like, is he really booking out of here? I'm like, okay. I'm surprised no one even mentioned that in the comments. Maybe nobody actually got to the end of the show. I don't know.
Yeah, he got to 2. And by the time he got there, he's like, okay, this is my number 1 that we already talked about.
What's kind of crazy? We still recorded for a couple hours after he left.
Yeah, we just kept going.
Because we had number 2s to go. We had number 1s. And then we did all the stats. We talked a bunch. Like there was still a couple hours without Parker. It's fucking crazy, man.
See, how I thought that whole interaction would go, though. I thought I was probably going to be the highest on 28. Maybe like I was like, let's say I was about 80% sure, but I was almost sure. I was like 100% that Z or JP was going to have it before I did and fire the gun off. So like when we got that low, I was like, man, I got to shoot this gun.
No, and that's why I was completely I was almost shell shocked when JP announces his number 2 and it ends. And I was like, bro, where the fuck is 28 years later? Because I know what your number 1 is. I'm like, this is crazy talk. So I was a little bit confused with that.
After it got to me, I assume was like, damn, I guess it made JP's top 4.
Yeah. But like, okay, but we had something happen on that show that's like never happened. We just said we've done 33 top 10s at least. And something happened on that show that's never happened before. And it's so unlikely, but we kind of called that, didn't we? Like I said, there's a good chance that this might actually happen this year because I was looking at Tyler's ratings. I'm like, he hates every movie that I love. Like, this is crazy. I'm like, are we not going to have one the same? And it actually turned out.
We were very close. We literally, well, I mean, we're going to have our top list, so I'll say it then, but we were very close to having a movie. I'll just say that.
Yeah, it was fucking wild, man. I was like, damn, dude, that's like really crazy. 'Cause there's always.
You know what I thought? Yeah, there's always something. I thought The Ugly Stepsister was going to make everyone's list. I thought that was going to be the movie everyone forgot about and was going to make everyone's list, but I thought it was going to be like most people's like 6 to like 9 slot.
I'm actually shocked that it didn't make it. I'm actually shocked that there wasn't movie.
I made 3 lists, so I think that's fine. But it seemed like a movie that wasn't going to be anybody's favorite, but that everybody liked. So I felt like that was the movie that was going to make everybody's list if one movie did.
Yeah, it's pretty. There was a lot of variety, though. There ended up being quite a bit.
Which is the way to do that, especially with modern years. That's the best way to do it, for sure. Like having a big variety like that.
Our next retro top 10 is the 70s year, right?
No, it's open.
It's open.
No, I think it's 70s.
So
you did. Maybe you're right. 70, 72, 75.
Did we do 75? We never did 75, did we?
Yeah, we did. That was the last one we did before 92.
70, 72, 75, and 76. We've done 4.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you did 76.
I missed
okay,
75 then. For some reason, I did not think we did 75, but...
Yeah, I was there for that.
Are we sure we did 75?
Yeah, Picnic at Hanging Rock was my number 1. Everybody had Jaws.
Okay, so yeah, we're back fully to... it could be anything after this one.
Could be anything. Except 2000s, right?
Except for 2000s, yeah. So it could be 70s, 80s, or 90s.
It could be 69,
or 69,
the rest of the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And then, 2011?
No,
No,
because
2012. Yeah, 2012 just counts in the 2000s.
Oh, I mean, yeah,
Like
2012.
69
Yeah.
counts as 70s.
Yeah. So basically, we have 4 70s done, 4 80s done, 4 90s done, and 4 2000s done. So it kind of interesting. We're almost halfway for each decade.
Yeah, it's pretty.
That's
fucking
insane.
crazy.
Yeah, it is kind of insane.
The amount of movies that
It's
we've
just
watched
such
and
a-
discovered, and it's crazy, man.
A wild record of accounting for these years that you just won't find anywhere else on the internet.
It's just like crazy to me too that like nothing has had late years.
I know.
Nothing.
Like the
Yeah,
random
that's
is
so
actually-
Besides
improbable.
59. 59 is the only one that had a late year.
the random isn't even
Yeah.
random. It's just a bias towards the early years. That's what it is, man. The random bias.
It's insane. Like you look the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s. We had 4, 8, 12, 16. So 16 shows, and not one of those was a 7, 8, or a 9.
It's fucking wild.
Like that's
78
crazy.
would be the funniest year. Like when we get 78, that's going to be a funny year to get.
I would love, like honestly, 87, 88, 89. I would love to do a late 80s year. We've not done one.
Dude, 88 is
Mhm.
bananas.
77,
I think 92 is
78,
my
or
favorite year so
77,
far.
78, or 79. I would love to get those years too. So like any of the late years, I would, but we'll end up getting like 71 or something.
That's a good year.
Like full of hammer and fucking full of giallos, all Carly's favorite shits.
What's it got? It's got Wake and Fright.
Yep, does.
It's got Duel, I think.
I'm actually like not like I've barely done any 2004 stuff. I've done actually a couple of 68s just like randomly, or 64s.
Before.
But
Yeah.
2004, I'm at like maybe 7 or 8 right now.
I've watched like 17 or something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe
I'm
like
at
14.
22 on both years.
Yeah, this recently I've been kind of going back and
Shit,
forth.
you're almost done with 64 then.
I've been doing like a 64 and an
Yeah.
04 every night, and then just knocking off another film off the Tarentino list.
The 64s are
as
so
soon as we
short.
record this top 10 sin bin show, I'm gonna go hard on that. I did watch a second 100 film challenge movie today though.
I'm at 13 on that list.
I'm at 2.
Yeah, when I had added
I've been
that-
getting lucky though. I get lucky though because I throw all the movies that I don't own in NB on my favorites list, and on Fridays and Saturdays when me and my girlfriend are watching movies, I'll be like, pick any movie from my favorites list, and like 3 different times she's just been like, okay, and pick the movie from the challenge.
nice.
But
Yeah, like when I added that Tarantino list to my Letterboxd list there, or clone the list, I think I'd watch, like I just randomly had seen like, or logged, I should say, I shouldn't say seen, but I'd logged I think 47 of the films or something like that since 2018. I'm like, okay, that's a good start. I'm like, fuck it. I'm like, I got like what 150 more to go out of the 199.
yeah,
I'm
I
like,
think I'm around half on it. But like he's got a lot of real random stuff on there. Like you just like never see like some real deep cut like spaghetti westerns. He's got like random like Woody Allen movies nobody talks about.
yeah, like there's only, I haven't really gone through it that deep, but like there's definitely a few movies in there I'd never even heard of, but there's not a ton I haven't seen. And it's crazy how many of those things I own, but he's got a few on there that don't even have releases. They're actually quite hard to find. I'm like, damn, it's fucking pretty deep cuts, but
His list
I feel like
so
Tony
deep.
is going so deep in in 2004, bro.
dude,
This is like his bread
Mikey
and
Fisher's
butter.
going to end up watching probably 200 movies, and he's not even on the
Mikey's
fucking
watching?
Yeah.
Mikey's on the show?
No, he's not.
Mikey's Mikey.
Oh,
No, but like he wanted to keep up with the 2004 talks, so I added him to the chat, and he was like, because he was like, he was watching a ton of fucking movies for it.
Okay. Well, he can be an emergency reserve.
And I'm like, if
member
you want
since
to be
he's
on,
watching
like, you can.
movies.
Like, I have no idea, like,
I
whatever.
think we have 6 right now, which is a lot. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Have we done 7 before?
No,
Yeah.
We have?
I don't know.
no, I don't
7
think
would be
so.
crazy.
But like 6, I mean, even like this last, it was over 9 hours.
Yeah. Like, I think 7's like pushing it. But hey, people drop out. Like we've had people drop out before. So if he's
Yeah.
watching, he can
I don't
be
know
like,
Mikey that well, but from the last couple of days, from what we've talked, it might be in the realm of possibility that we have that if he was on 2004, we might have another top 10 where 2 people have 0 moves.
Oh yeah, dude. Like Skin Deep might even be his number one.
Yeah, Mikey likes some strange stuff, man.
That's pretty awesome. But anyways, should we get into these this list? 25s to 11?
So I got one little, like, maybe this is like a soft segment that I talked about this on our last show before, on the Christmas show, I believe, where I said I have all these unwatched discs that are piling up that's really starting to frustrate me, and I was going to keep track of my of the first time watched discs I did this year. So I've been doing that. So I thought on the shows, maybe I just run down some of the things I cleaned out of my collection since the last show, and where they came from. So I've relative to the amount of movies I've watched this year, I would say I'm not doing that well, but I've watched 12 movies from my collection since I started that. And here they are. All right, this is in order. I got to check out my Bring Her Back 4K from A24 for prep. Nice. I got to put these in the right order, but that was a great pick. That one up at Cinema Wasteland. Let me just put this right in order. News first. Okay. Secondly, I watched Shall We Dance, that the movie I did on the last Sin Bin. Not so well from Film Movement Classics. Great movie. From my 100 Years Sounds, I watched Kelly Reichardt's Old Joy from Criterion. Picked that one up last summer during the sale. And I also got to watch from Criterion my copy of The Shrouds that I picked up for the rewatch. I picked up during the summer real cheap the Paramount Steelbook 4K. It's To Catch a Thief from Alfred Hitchcock. So I got through that one. You know, actually, disappointed to say, more of the mid-tier Hitchcock than I was hoping for. Then I watched Millennium Mambo. It was a Taiwanese movie I picked up from a Kino Lorber sale from $9.99. I'm not exactly sure what the label was, but it's one of those labels they carry on their sales. But that movie was excellent. One of my favorite watches this year. Then you got a little TerrorVision in here. I picked up a lot of TerrorVision titles at Wasteland, and I popped one in late night. I watched Hell's Highway from TerrorVision. Got that one off. Dug into the Criterions again. I watched Ernst Lubitsch's Design for a Living. Picked that up about a year ago on sale. Then I got to my Pink Film Saito set. I watched the first film from the first set, Rewind. Keeping with the Vincent prep from Club Super 8. I watched The Doll. Really cool film. Went back to the Saito set and watched the second film, Lesmord. And finally, last night, my last, again from Vincent, from Film Movement Classics, I watched the New Zealand film called Once Were Warriors.
How's that movie?
So, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's more of like, you know, like a almost not really a coming of age somewhat, but it's like a mixture of that and family drama. But it's got these really intense guys that are like really abusive to women. They're like scared. It's like scary every time a woman pisses one off that you think they're just going to punch their face in.
Right.
I actually also did that, Tyler. So I am keeping track of the discs that I'm watching this year as well. So I started off with the Garbage Pail Kids movie, since we were doing it on the Sin Bin. Nice 4K there. We reviewed it. Then I also did Time Crimes, which we also reviewed. And then I did the Boots and Preacher, which was the Reviver disc, which I enjoyed. Not really that good though. Then I did pop in Let's Scare Jessica to Death, the 4K. And I gotta say, man, that 4K is beautiful. Like those are the type of movies I love to see on 4K, like these regional films with like there's like a lake and the water's all blue and shit like that, and just like I don't know, I that movie is growing on me. Like it's such a simple movie,
I like that
but
movie a lot.
it just like it has vibes, dude. It's like perfect, like late night, like watch. So I really,
I've
enjoyed
only
that.
seen it once, but it was only like 2 years ago, and I really, really liked it.
Nice. I cracked open the VSA Vice Academy box set and I watched Vice Academy 1 with Linnea Quigley and Ginger Lynn. And then
You're having a little marathon.
I watched the Sato box set, the first title, which was Rewind. I thought was pretty interesting. Those movies are hilarious because there's a lot of like vagina licking through underwear going on in those.
Yeah,
movies.
I'm not sure how I feel about them yet because, well, at least the first one I think was better. But I really like the movie. I like his visual style. I think the gore is really good. But like you have these sex scenes that are like HBO plus sex scenes where you don't see anything, but they're more I guess.
That's
yeah,
random.
like they're more. Yeah, you know, like the HBO like sex scenes where like you see
You're getting like as close
like,
to as you can see to vagina without actually seeing it.
yeah, see, you have like these girls like like putting in their mouths over like wieners, like in their underwear, like sucking on them like that, stuff like that. But the problem is like it's I kind of don't care about it, and every time it does that, it like brings the movie to like a screeching halt.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. I thought the first one was pretty interesting though. Rewind, kind of like snuff film type shit. Yeah. And then I watched Vice Academy Part 2, which also has Linnea as well as Ginger Lynn in there. Pretty fun one, honestly. And then I watched Vice Academy 3, which is definitely a step down from the first two, but still somewhat enjoyable. And then I watched Vice Academy Part 4, and that's where we're getting like, I had to cut it at that. I was like, I've had enough Vice Academy for this weekend.
Yeah, I've never seen 4, 5, and 6, man. So like I'd seen the first two before that the first trilogy part came out, and then they made us rebuy the first 3. So I've never seen 4, 5, and 6 before.
4 is literally like they kind of dropped the whole like police angle, and so Ginger Lynn is gone. Linnea Quigley's gone.
Yeah.
The chick from the from Part 3, I forget her name, Bubbles or some shit. I can't remember, or Candy or something.
Yeah.
She's like now the star, and the main like woman officer lady who's like kind of a jerk. She's like getting married, and like that's the whole plot is like and then the villain from Part 3 comes back as like the Joker, basically. But that one was I was like, dude, those movies are way fucking less sleazy than I expected. Like I expected so much sleaze based on the covers and stuff. Yeah. Way less sleazy than you would expect. And it turns out, I think the reason why is because these were made for the USA Network movies, but then I think the home video releases, they added some nudity in them. But the original releases, I think, were just like TV movies for USA Up All Night with Ron Shear. So yeah, I cut it at Vice Academy 4. I probably will finish the set at some point, but like I had watched 4 Vice Academies over the weekend pretty much, and I was like, you know what, that one was not really, worth it.
Enough is enough, right?
Yeah, I took a break. And then I finished off with Troll 2, which is the new 4K. By the way, one of my favorite 4Ks of the year in terms of picture quality. Something about Troll 2, the bright colors in that movie are like phenomenal, and like it looks so good. And man, I kind of forgot how funny that movie is. Like it really is really funny. Like you get pissed on hospitality or something. And Dad's so fucking funny in that movie, dude.
I won't allow
it. Yeah. But yeah, so those were the titles that I watched. So got off to a pretty decent start.
So you guys are talking about just discs? that you guys are watching in your collections, like that you haven't seen before, or just watching because you?
Yes, only. No,
Yeah, so these are ones that I
seen
haven't,
before.
like, for me, that I usually haven't even opened them. So, yeah, I'm just gonna keep track and see how many discs I got to this year, versus like every freaking other year that I've, like, you know, because I always talk about how like I have literally hundreds, if not 1,000 plus of unwatched discs. So I want to see how many.
Yeah, I have
actually
about
knock out
300.
during
It
the
bothers
year.
me.
Yeah, I mean, mine's way more than that.
Yeah. I feel like it keeps you on track a little too, where it gives me incentive to, at least like come in and be able to like say, hey, I watched 5 this week,
Yeah, that's kind of like me too. Like I'm kind of looking for like a, yeah, because we had. I'm surprised you remembered to do that because we talked about that like weeks ago.
I mean,
all I've been doing is tagging them.
I guess I could just go through my letterbox here and just be like, okay, I watched this for the first time. One of my discs. So I watched the Thrill Killers from 64.
Yeah, that disc. I watched it on YouTube. I watched a lot of my 64s on YouTube.
Yeah, no.
So are you counting discs, Tyler? Like, are you counting movies or like for example,
I count movies because obviously, like I go by movie. It's easier to say disc. But
I would have 10, but without counting Vice Academy as like individuals, that's like 4 less. So it'd be like,
yeah, same deal. Like I would have 1 less with the Sato movies.
Yeah, so I've got that Ray Dennis Steckler box set from Severin.
Oh, Severin.
Yeah. So that was nice because that was a film that I actually never seen before. So that was from 64. It was okay. I mean, his movies are actually a little bit. Some of them are actually better than you think they're going to be, but they're still like super low budget. But so I guess I've seen that one before. I mean, I reviewed Psychotropic Overload. That was the first time I'd watched that. That was kind of cool. Then I also, I guess I'd seen it before. Oh, The Strangler from 64. That was a Scream Factory disc that was sitting in my collection sealed that I hadn't watched, but I guess I was just waiting for 64 to come up.
Yeah. So, I tried to watch that today, but I couldn't find it for free on YouTube, so I moved on to something else.
Yeah, it's pretty decent for what it is.
I actually don't even own that Scream Factory.
I'm interested in it because it's got Victor Buono in it, who's the goofy pianist or composer from What Happened to Baby Jane.
Yeah, and he's fucking he's pretty dead serious in this, man. Obviously, Strangler. But then I watched Rosa Zanta, the Werewolf Hunt. This is a film from 2004. And it has been sitting in my collection for, I want to say, like 15 years. I forgot I even had it in the collection. It's so old. It's an original Arrow DVD in the white case, directed by Paco Plaza. It's like one of his early films. It's basically based on the true story of that killer that was killed a bunch of people back in the day and shit. It's okay. I wasn't really the biggest fan. And then I've seen all these before. Yeah, The Blood Drinkers from 64. That was part of a Severin box set. That movie was crazy weird low budget and like kind of fun to watch. It was trippy.
I've been looking for this one. It's because it's Filipino, right?
Yeah it's really like it has a weird type of charm to it. Like you got to see it. You just have to see it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. That's one of the ones on my list. I tried finding it on YouTube I think a couple weeks ago and I couldn't find it.
So I've had this one in the collection probably a good over 10 years. I think I grabbed this disc from like Second Spin back in the day, and that's Rojo Sangre. It's a Paul Naschy film that was done in 2004, and it's really interesting. Actually, it's kind of like it's based on his real life, but it's still fictional kind of thing. But it's really interesting to watch a Paul Naschy film from 2004 because you know him from like the late 60s, 70s, and early 80s and stuff like that. All the films that he did. And this is kind of like autobiographical a little bit in terms of like, how he, went through a lot of struggles with making his films and just a lot of shit that he went through with all this type of stuff. But it kind of plays into the narrative in this one. It's actually pretty cool. Then I watched The Dungeon of Horror from 64. It's on one of the very old, I think it's Vinegar Syndrome's number 2 DVD release. Well, number 2 release overall. It's part of the Drive-In collection double feature. Pretty low budget, pretty shitty to be honest. I wasn't really feeling it too much. And then I just watched a bunch of shit that I'd seen before. Like I Yesterday I watched Rampage, Day of Anger, Nightmare from 64, Three Extremes, which I hadn't seen in years, and I actually didn't even really remember. So I guess I watched the Arrow Blu-ray for the first time because I had that old DVD, but I remember Dumplings quite a bit. But the Takashi Miike story it's so bizarre. Like, actually, the cut and box are both really bizarre, but I didn't really remember the Takashi Miike one. But, you know, the sisters and stuff in the box and shit, it's pretty crazy. But yeah, I mean, I didn't even know that we were doing anything like that.
Well, we had talked about it on a show like a while back of like keeping track.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess that it's kind of like a cool, if we keep it a cool short segment, it kind of like gets us back to our roots in a way. It's almost like a modified what we watched,
Right.
But it's also sort of like one thing that we don't really do on this show that we used to do a lot more of is like actually talk about like movies that we collect and like what we're watching
Right.
that we're like collecting, you know. We talk about that more on Sin Bin, but mainly just Vinegar Syndrome stuff.
Yeah, it's something we definitely got away from on this one because it was a podcast, but it's still derived from physical collecting.
Right. Remember we used to sit there and talk about like the releases of the like stuff coming out and stuff. And yeah, I think this will be a cool way to like we could talk about releases old and new, you know what I mean? Stuff that we just like are watching and shit. I think it's a cool idea. And speaking of cool ideas, another old school segment that we're bringing back for 2026 is Office Brawl.
All right, so that is going to conclude the intro. Let's get into some box office brawl.
Let's get ready to rumble.
So yeah, this will be a quick little segment, but basically for those of you guys who haven't been around forever or haven't listened to the backlog, we used to do this thing where we would try to predict how much money a movie would make at the box office for any like genre or horror sci-fi movies coming out. We kind of stopped when one, Jeremy used to cheat all the time, but two, Box Office Mojo started doing like this pro feature where you had to pay to like get certain numbers and stuff, and it was like kind of annoying. And they still have that feature, but some of the numbers aren't behind paywall anymore. One thing that is going to affect this though is something that we can't see that we used to be able to see is how many theaters it's in. So it seems like you only can see that after the release, not before the release. Before, you used to be able to see like an estimated amount of theaters that it was going to be in. But now you can't really see that. So this is, I definitely say that we do not look up any like additional information.
I never did. I was never that
Me
smart.
neither. I played it straight.
Yeah.
That's why I was lost every week so bad.
Yeah. So
you're gonna see by how poorly I do, especially at first, that I'm not cheating.
So the first one, and sometimes there'll be multiple movies as well. The way that it is going to work is for the first time here, I'm going to randomize the order of when you pick. After that, the person who got first place picks first. After this, you know what I mean, on week 2 or whatever. That way, the person that is winning has the disadvantage. So the others have a chance to catch up. Because I think picking first is the disadvantage. So also, it is not closest to without going over. It is closest to. So whether you're,
that was going to be a question.
If you're $50 off and the other person is $49 off, but they didn't go over or whatever, it's closest to, you know what I mean? Closest to the actual amount.
So it doesn't matter if you go over then.
Yeah, it does not matter if you go.
Yeah.
So the order for this very first one here is going to be Moodz, myself, then Tyler. And the film that there's only one coming out this week. So that's the one we'll be tackling. And it's kind of an interesting one too, because it is an IP. So it has an intellectual property. It is a rated R film. It is 146 or an hour and 46 minutes. labeled as drama horror mystery. It is based on a video game, and it is a sequel, kind of. It's a third film in the franchise, I think. But I think that the story itself is based on like the second video game in the series, and it is Return to Silent Hill, being produced by Icon Events Releasing.
And so we're predicting what it's going to make opening weekend, right?
Opening weekend. So that's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If it's a holiday, they count Wednesdays as well, I think.
Man, this is such a hard one because like he could go either way, right? I mean, you have a lot of, you know, a lot of fanboys that'd be like, oh shit, man, they're reviving this shit, man. Let's go see that. Or it could be like, fuck that. I don't want anything to do with that anymore. Is it really a new audience for a sequel? No, I think this would have to cater to, you know, people that were fans of the other films. This is the third one, right?
Yes.
But I only thought there was one, honestly.
I think there was a second
Silent
one.
Hill.
I think this is the third.
I've only seen the first one. I think the first one's horrendous.
This is the third one.
Yeah. Okay. So I was okay. I'm not
just for context. The first one was 2006. The second one was 2012.
Right. Yeah. I think I've seen this. I think I've seen the second one. I think I went back and rewatched the original Silent Hill.
Don't be cheating over there, Tyler.
When Scream Factory
see you
put
looking
out,
down
when they yeah, he's smoking. He's packing his bowl. I was surprised.
It was like literally like just.
I know. I was surprised to see he was actually smoking out of like a pipe. It's crazy.
I actually put the pen away because I'm trying to get my tolerance back down because I just it's so convenient. I just rip it all the time, so like I have to stop that.
Yeah.
So I decided to make a switch.
So I'd rewatched Silent Hill a few years back when Scream Factory put out. I was like, fuck, man, I might as well. I just wanted to check it out. I didn't hate it as much as I remembered hating it. I still don't love it, but don't remember the sequel. Now, it's interesting. The first one we're doing is a sequel.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's so hard to predict this, man, but I'm going to say it's coming in real shitty. Like I said, I just can't imagine this catering to a new crowd. Maybe a little bit, maybe some old heads will try to get in there and stuff, but it's not going to do well. The Weekend is going to do 4.7.
That's actually a shocking answer that I thought you.
I think it's going to do.
That is a shock.
I mean,
I'm literally so surprised you guessed that.
Why?
Like, well, because I thought I was like going to be the smart one on this title.
Well, I thought it through. I'm like, it's a second sequel, and we're pretty far removed even from the second one that no one obviously saw. Where's the new audience? Like, I think this is really going to bomb.
So, like, for me, I didn't think that this movie would be good because I saw the trailer and it looked awful. Two, I don't know what kind of audience there is for Silent Hill these days. Like, do they still even make Silent Hill games? I think so. The one benefit is I think everybody's favorite game is number 2 in the series. And I think from what I'm guessing, just knowing very little about Silent Hill, I think that this story is based on the second game. So I think that could factor in. But also the previous film from 2006 opened at $20 million.
Yeah, which makes complete sense.
Opened at $8 million.
So I could have really used this information prior.
So in my head, I was actually coming in at like 4 million.
Wow,
that's where I was going to. But now I'm kind of rethinking my strategy here. And I'm going to say that it is going to come in at 8.25. See,
this is why going after is so good.
It is
because it's like a base. Now you just adjust to that base, right?
Yeah. So I'm going to say 8.25.
But that's really interesting because you're forcing Tyler to go in between us because he's not coming under 4. He's not coming over 8. But you never know. Could you imagine this thing actually does like 22 and we're all just like idiots?
Wait, hold on. No, dude, fucking 28 years later made what, 7? 13. I might have guessed too high. Oh, 13. Okay, I was about to say
that was opening weekend was that's pretty fucking bad.
I know. That's why I was nervous.
Wow,
Yeah,
that is
it's not
really
good.
bad. That's really bad.
Yeah, I think Dan posted today was 13.
That's unbelievably bad. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So what are you going
So
to do
Moodz,
here?
yours was
All right. So
4.5?
actually,
4.7.
So actually, neither of your answers changed where I was going to go with this, and I might just be wrong, but this is just me. Not that I ever go really looking to see what's going out, but I had no idea this was coming out this week. So that gives me the impression that the ad campaign is maybe not the greatest on this movie. Again, I could be wrong on this, but I think in 2026 that Silent Hill carries absolutely no reliability that is going to pull really many people opening weekend. I think this was absolutely going to bomb. I was honestly going to come in under 2, but I think that's too low. And given where you guys are, I'm just going to say, you said, what'd you say, Moodz? 4.7?
Yeah.
I'm going to say 4.
Okay.
So actually, one thing we used to always disclose how many theaters it was showing in. So what was the theater count for this? Because that used to be a factor, right? Because
it doesn't say.
We will know. That's why we.
Oh, that's right. You already said that.
But all it says is it's a wide released movie.
Okay, so having the information that's wide or limited is probably a good thing.
Yeah. Well, we won't do limited titles.
So it is January. Historically is kind of dump month. Maybe that's why this is here now. Maybe it's not great, but I can't imagine this thing having the base for making money. Like, who's the
Silent
audience
Hill
here?
Revelations made 8 million.
Oh, that's what it was called.
Everybody like was not interested in that movie, and it still made 8 million.
Yeah.
So like in my head, I started thinking like, okay, well, this one is based on a better.
That was only 6 years after the original one. This is also 14 years removed.
That's true.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're so far removed. That's what I mean. The people who played Silent Hill are
but is
not the
Silent
people
Hill
that
like is there new games? Like, is it popular?
I have no idea.
I don't think so. Like,
wasn't there just like a Silent Hill like remake that just came out or something?
But then again, it gets you thinking
know.
though, because if there was no Silent Hill games right now, why would they make another sequel? There's got to be some type of Silent Hill shit going on. Maybe they made a fucking Monopoly game, Silent Hill Monopoly game or some shit. And they're like,
maybe they're just maybe they just have the rights and they're trying because video game movies seem to be becoming a lot more popular.
Last year they did a Silent Hill 2 remake, which I think is what this is based on, like the story of Silent Hill 2.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to capitalize on that.
This year, or sorry, that was 2024. This year they did a Silent Hill F game as well. So there were 2 Silent Hill games in the last 2 years. And before that, there hadn't really been one since like 2012.
Yeah, so about the time the sequel came out. So these are in coordination with the new games coming out. So kind of makes sense. So there's got to be some type of audience, but who knows?
Maybe I'm wrong then. It was either go higher than you guys or go lower. And maybe I'm just so removed from it. I'm an old man, but I haven't seen any ads for it. I had no idea this was coming out next week.
They've been showing the trailer for me at the theater.
Yeah, I saw the trailer, I think, too.
Oh, I haven't seen it once.
Yeah, I mean, generally you don't just drop
much this often.
Generally, you don't drop like remakes or video game movies unless there's an audience or there's been new games coming out and things like that. So it does make sense.
I did get confirmation here. This is based on the story of Silent Hill 2, the game.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So it's not like the first film was based on the first game, and then the second film was a sequel to that film. This one is actually based on the second game. Dude, from what I understand, is the best game in the series.
I'm gonna fucking laugh if this shit does really well. We're just like we're so out of tune with like this type of shit. I'm just like, oh my god, we're so bad.
Something I hadn't considered too is maybe I'm not seeing ads for, but this past week was the first time.
There's a second movie that I didn't realize. We have a second box office brawl.
Ooh, ding ding ding. Okay.
This one's might even be harder to determine because it is a film called it's a original. It's called Mercy. It's the only other wide released film this week. So, which is another reason why Silent Hill I thought maybe had an edge because it wasn't.
I didn't know this was a horror movie.
So it's listed as action, crime, drama, mystery, sci-fi, thriller.
Okay.
In the near future, a detective stands on trial accused of murdering his wife. He has 90 minutes to prove his innocence to the advanced AI judge he wants championed before it determines his face. I actually did see the trailer to this, and it looked okay, kind of like a interesting, like,
So what?
futuristic thriller.
Any notable director, cast, like?
It stars Chris Pratt and Rebecca Ferguson.
Okay.
So Chris Pratt's a bigger actor, right?
Yeah, Chris Pratt.
Yeah, Chris Pratt's he's Star-Lord. He's an Avenger.
Yeah.
These are the Jurassic
and it's
Park movies.
The director is Timur Bekmambetov, which is a Kazakh
He's
Russian
Russian.
film director. He did Night Watch and Day Watch.
No, Lincoln Vampire Hunter.
Yeah, he did a Ben-Hur movie.
What the fuck? He remade Ben-Hur?
Abraham Lincoln
No.
Vampire Hunter. The Night Watch from 2004, by the way. Yeah, so this is a like complete unknown one. And I think we just go in the order that we were, so I would go next as the first person. Whew, boy. I don't even know what to compare to this to. It's MGM.
I can tell you one thing, like the Chris Pratt audience that he has, like his Marvel shit and stuff like that, this doesn't sound like they're going to this.
Yeah, this isn't for them.
This is
I'm
not
going to
for them.
actually say that this does worse than Silent Hill. My frame of reference is The Running Man, which opened at 16 million. That, of course, has name recognition, Stephen King, as well as it being a remake. But it still did.
And Glenn Powell was the star, right?
I'm going to say this does 7 million. Tyler.
Yeah, what do you got?
I have no idea what this is again. I think this is a shit bomb.
It's also January, which instantly lowers.
Yeah. Films
Numbers.
historically do way more poor in January because people are still recovering from the holidays and shit. They don't spend money.
I'm gonna just. I think it's gonna shit bomb, but I'm thinking maybe my base of what a shit bomb is and how well films do is a little off base. So I'll say 5.
Yeah, I haven't really been paying attention that much to like box office numbers, so I think this first week is going to be a big like learning experience for us.
Yeah, no,
my frame of
that's fine.
reference for everything right now is that 28 to 13 this weekend. That's like my frame of reference. Like, how do I compare it to that?
17, bitch. You lied to me.
13. No, I said 13. Dan posted his thing. He posted the box office
13
brawl.
is horrible.
It is
That's
13.
fucking terrible.
Oh yeah, that is rough.
It's so bad. I mean, considering what the budget was on the film too. Yeah, so Tyler came in at 5, and man, if I'm doing Silent Hill at 4.7, I'm gonna give this
Silent
one.
Hill has to do more than this, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna give this one 4.
I think so.
I think this one's gonna get about 4. I think it's gonna shit bomb for sure.
Yeah, honestly, that's what I was thinking, but I'm thinking maybe my idea of is just too low. But I think this is going to do worse than Silent Hill, so it's just kind of me splitting the difference.
Yeah, no, this is tough. This
Should make Dan's box office brawl posts more interesting.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh yeah! Oh my god, that's so funny. Now they have stakes when they come in. I'll be waiting for those things to drop on Sunday. That's too funny.
All right, well, I guess that's it for box office brawl, right?
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, that's going to conclude box office brawl.
And now, our feature presentation. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
All right, so getting into the meat and potatoes of the show here. 25 to 11 top 10 or top 10 top.
I'd say this is the
films.
meat. The potatoes are probably the 2026 list.
Probably whatever. So basically this is kind of rounding out the top 25 of 2025. Kind of cool. Shit, man, I didn't even think about who's going first here. What do you guys remember?
It would be me, you, JP, because I was 2, you were 5, and JP was last.
All right. Why don't we just continue doing that?
All right, sure.
So Tyler, you go.
Okay. Number 25, I have one that I thought might make a list, but didn't. But I'm sure it'll make one of you. I'm sure it'll make another extended list. And that is Ash from Flying Lotus. This movie was really cool. It had shades of a movie like
Alien.
what's the movie called? Event Horizon, where you have this space crew that gets this distress call, and there's a mystery of what happened here.
Also sounds like Alien.
It totally sounds like it's like totally Alien.
You just said the plot to Alien, bro.
Yeah. I guess
totally
it's also Alien. I guess this one's a little more like, I don't know, like out there, where it reminds me of Event Horizon a little more, I guess, contextually rather than Alien. But it's also, it's like Alien. It's like all those movies. There's also a horror anime short in the 90s called Magnetic Rose that is like those two movies slapped together. It's wicked cool. But yeah, it's a movie like that. But this movie is from Flying Lotus, who I guess you guys know better than me. He's a rapper, right? Or he's an artist.
He's a producer. Like he makes like instrumental records and stuff like that. Yeah, does like
okay. So I know he's musically affiliated, but I don't really know anything else about him. It's got Aaron Paul in it from Breaking Bad and other Hollywood movies. So I figured this movie had a little gas, and he does a great job on it. It's really led by him, and it's him. He comes across that he was the one investigating. He was one of the guys in the crew, right? Either way, it's basically just like this space mystery on this ship with a distress signal. But that really sets this movie apart is the aesthetic of this is really cool. It's got this really like unique lighting thing, kind of like a Jimmy and Stiggs type deal. But this is like this type like soft like purple underglow neon color rather than something like that film. But it was really cool. It's got good music too. It's very ethereal, and it's an easy watch. I really enjoyed it. I threw it on while I was doing stuff in the background. I could follow it pretty easily, and I thought this movie was pretty good. I think a lot of people would probably enjoy this movie. It's very watchable, easy to enjoy. But if you're not into things that maybe get a little bit more out there and a little bit more on the low plot artistic side, maybe those aren't really what appeal to you. You might not like this movie, but it's pretty good overall. I give it a 6.5 out of 10.
Starting with 6.5. All right.
Yep.
All right. So number 25 for myself is coming from the homeboy Mickey Keaton. You know, he's known for doing like Off-Season, Darling, Carnage Park, Psychopaths. The guy's never really missed for me, man. I like all of his stuff, actually. Pod Ritual, I know he did. Yeah, so this one is called Invader. And it's basically kind of like a different take on like a home invasion. It's not like your standardized home invasion film where you have like people inside a house and somebody breaks in and fucks with them and shit like that. This one's kind of different, man. It's basically about this girl that comes to, I think she goes to Chicago to visit her cousin, I believe it is. And she can't get a hold of her. And first of all, she doesn't show up at the airport to pick her up. So she has to like cab her ass over to this like shitty ass neighborhood and stuff. And then she's trying to locate her cousin. She can't fucking find her. And she keeps looking and looking. And then she finds her car. And she's like, okay, something's seriously fucking wrong here. And anyway, she goes to the house and yeah, so kind of all hell breaks loose and shit like that. It's a really quick watch. I think this one only ran maybe just over an hour, maybe 65 or 70 minutes or something like that. So it felt really quick, but I felt like to me, it felt really gritty, just kind of a different way of doing home invasion. It's pretty hardcore actually at times. It's got a pretty like low key, very disgusting type feel to it, especially when you get inside the house and shit like that. I enjoyed my time with it though. Like I said, it's a quick watch. It's an in and outer and another decent film for Mickey Keaton. Not his best work, but you know, the one thing I like about Mickey Keaton is that, you know, he's always trying new things. If you look at his filmography, he's not really making the same film twice at all. In fact, all of his films are quite different. So Maybe not the most original idea he's ever had, but still, you know, I applaud the effort and I really enjoyed it actually. So I'm going to give that one 7.5 out of 10.
Nice. All right, my number 25 is a movie that I just had to put on the list. Like this to me is like one of the more impressive movies of the year. It just connected with me too. It unfortunately it's just not as like impressive in terms of like being it's like a novelty almost. Like it's impressive and it's a novelty of what it is. But that film is Good Boy. Shutter.
Okay, so I've never heard anyone describe a movie in their intro before they were, you know, saying it's a novelty, like as a good thing. But I get what you're saying now.
Yeah, because it's like it's an experimental type of movie, right? It's the director actually got the idea for this film when he was watching Poltergeist, and noted that animals seem to notice presence of forces before humans, and that kind of inspired the idea. He wrote this film and filmed it over the course of a little while, using his own dog, who gets, you know, top billing. His name is Indy. He is a Nova Scotian duck retriever. Cute dog.
Yeah, super fucking smart dogs.
And I love him, dude. like if you have dogs or you're a dog guy, like movies like this type of movie, like that just like strikes a chord with you because it's like such a good boy, you know what I mean? Like it's the perfect title for it. And like there's even a, you know,
this was a hard watch for me because I've put 2 dogs down in the last couple of years, and like I was going to myself, I'm like, dude, I don't even know. Like I was so invested in this movie too. I'm like, man, if he fucking dies, I'm gonna cry.
Dude, I almost cried too. Just
I was like, I'm gonna lose this shit, man.
As you know, like my dog Dexter, you know, who existed from the time of this show till about 2 or 3 years ago.
Well, so did Bonnie and Clyde. Same thing.
Yeah,
they were through the whole.
And that was my boy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that was my first dog, like my dog. And like he was very important to me, you know. Like he was a good friend, you know. So it's tough when you lose a pet like that who's like more than just a pet. Like it's a member of the family. It's your friend. And that really stuck with me. And they capture that whole experience in the movie. And like the dog is awesome, man. I mean, I just thought it was such a cool idea and like a cool little novelty type thing. You know, it's very experimental. Like the film is from the perspective of the dog, but it was really good. I gave it a 7.5 out of 10.
Nice, 7.5.
Right. Number 24. I got a movie that I would put in what I call the brain rot category. And it's Christopher Landon's Drop. So this movie's about a woman who goes on a blind date. I don't know if it was a blind date, but she goes out on a first date with this guy that I believe she met online. She's got a kid back home, and she starts getting threatened messages on her phone, threatening text messages on her phone. I'm sure everyone remembers the trailer from this movie, but it's just really a turn your brain off thriller. The ending's absolutely ridiculous. There's plenty of plot holes in this movie, but it's fun. It's edge of your seat fun, and there's a side of me that a lot of people might not realize that there's a side of you that loves just have drinks on Friday and Saturday with my girlfriend and watch brain dead movies we find on Netflix. And this just fit into that category. I got to bang out a prep title with it, and I had a lot of fun with this movie. Just a great like late night drunken, easy to watch edge of your seat horror thriller, and I think it's a lot of fun if you just watch it in that context. That's a 6.5 out of 10 for me.
I liked it. I thought it was pretty much just kind of what you said. You know, it's a thriller in the vein of like a Hitchcockian style, but obviously not as like good. But I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, it's nothing crazy, but it's a fun movie.
Yeah, I didn't see that one, so I got nothing.
It's not a must see. I liked it.
Yeah,
I couldn't fault someone for giving it like a 4.
All right, so number 24 is directed by Michael Shanks, and it is Together. Yeah, this one's got fucking James Franco's brother, Dave Franco, in it. And it was funny, man. I didn't even really realize I was watching the movie. I'm like, man, this guy reminds me of James Franco. So like, I didn't really know much about him because I honestly don't think I've ever really seen him in a lot of movies. Maybe he just doesn't do the movies I watch or whatever.
He's in a lot of those Judd Apatow movies in small parts. Like he's the kid in like he's in Superbad where he's this kid where he's like,
yeah, I think I've seen him in shit before. I just didn't remember him being in like a leading role, and I was like, he totally reminds me of James Franco, and fucking, I'm like, oh shit, that's his brother. But actually, the woman, like that's his wife in real life, right? Too, Alison Brie.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Or his girlfriend or something. I think they were actually a real couple.
She's good.
Yeah, so basically, like, I mean, that kind of sold the film for me a little bit, them actually being a couple and shit like that, and doing this like kind of allegory on fucking codependency. And you know, there's definitely a little bit of commentaries happening here. Basically, it's about their two characters. They move out to the country and stuff like that, and there's kind of like some kind of weird force at work here. Maybe it's happening, maybe it's not, but it turns into it's like a body horror film. And it's actually quite trippy to watch them. Like, it's very Cronenberg-ish at times and stuff like that. But I don't know. I thought it was kind of cool, man. I really kind of, you know, enjoyed like the dialogue and like how they get trapped in this like underground kind of layer thing and stuff. And that's where they have to kind of survive and where all this shit happens and stuff. And I thought it was pretty interesting. I thought it was actually a really interesting film. Just one of the more unique things I've seen in a while. Like, you don't really see a lot of body horror films that actually have people connecting themselves. Like, it was a trip to watch. It was just different. But I mean, right away I was like, you know, I mean, the relationship is kind of at a crossroads. It's kind of on the rocks. They could go either way. Like, they could go, you know, break up, kind of stay together and stuff. It's like, it's totally that thing about like how couples, they get to a point where, you know, the codependency can actually be a major problem because people can't like really function by themselves. Hence, you know, the whole kind of like melding together and stuff like that. And I mean, anybody that's been in a long-term relationship can kind of understand that. So there's definitely a lot of familiarity going on in together and stuff. But I thought it was pretty cool. You know, it's not like the craziest thing in the world, but I enjoyed it. I give it 7.5.
I liked it too. That was it, me.
Yep. There's only 3 of us, man.
My number 24 is, I feel like I just talked. It's way faster with 3 of us.
Yeah.
My number 24 is David Cronenberg's The Shrouds.
Right.
I thought this one was pretty good. I really disliked Crimes of the Future. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From a couple years ago from Cronenberg, and I was like, man, I honestly, like, we saw that movie in the theater, and it was like one of the worst movies I saw that year. Was not happy.
I didn't like it either.
I was so bored.
I gave it a generous.
It was just like everybody whispering in dark rooms. It's like the whole movie.
Yeah.
This movie is a lot more interesting.
Gave the movie credit that like maybe I wasn't smart enough to get it or something. I'm like, maybe it's okay, and I'm just not that bright.
Yeah, this one is a lot more interesting. Cronenberg basically said that this movie was sort of made in response to the death of his wife of 43 years from cancer. And I think there's some interesting stuff in this movie. The acting is all really good, shot well. The only stuff that I really didn't care for was like some of the AI visuals where it just looked like maybe like 15, 20 years old. Like it did not look modern.
Yeah, I was wondering if I was just like seeing that wrong or something. If like I didn't really, I was like, why does that look so fucked up, man? There's actually one point in the film too where they do the scan of this body, and it's totally David Cronenberg himself. Did you guys notice that? Like, it's totally him. He put himself right into. Oh yeah, I was like, that's really crazy.
Yeah.
They just blatantly made him look like David Cronenberg.
Yeah, like 100%.
I think I would be interested to check it out again down the road. Maybe if we continue our Cronenberg spotlights, it'll eventually pop up. Because not really knowing what to expect in it, I think like knowing what it's about and like the concepts of it a little bit more, going into it a second time, I might even like it a little bit more. But I also gave that one a 7.5.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting actually, like the commentary and, you know, the things that are happening in the film. It's definitely something I like to rewatch because watching the film it's really funny because it's like a 2-hour film and it's very, very slow. Like in terms of like things that are really like, there's not a lot popping off the screen, but there's a lot of really
dialogue heavy.
Yeah, it's very dialogue heavy, but it's very commentary heavy though too. Like you can kind of decipher exactly what Cronenberg was trying to do and stuff. And then the way it ends, it's very subtle and it almost feels ambiguous. But at the same time, if you actually really think about it, I think it's saying a lot for what it is. It's definitely not going to be for everybody. It's, it's one of those slow burns that I feel like Cronenberg really kind of nailed it with this. Like I didn't watch Crimes of the Century because everyone was telling me that I was going to hate it. So I was like, okay. And I generally do check out things, but everyone's like, no, for real, you're really not going to like this movie.
Yeah, I don't think you'd like it.
So I just kind of stayed away from that. But I took a chance on the Shrouds and I was like, okay. It feels like old Cronenberg. I just, at times I do wish that we got to see a little bit more of like old Cronenberg, like kind of do something that wasn't just dialogue and very soft driven, but it was still cool.
All right. Number 23, film that did make a list also, is Yuta Shimotsu's Best Wishes to All. I believe this is a Korean movie. Yeah, because I had my girl Katoni Furukawa in it, who also was in the film Cloud. And this movie is really cool. It is about a young woman who goes to visit her grandparents, and basically and essentially learns that her happiness comes from someone else's suffering. And it ends up being this black comedy where awful things happen to people. You get moments that are exaggerated in a Japanese sort of way that sometimes make you laugh. But this movie is really interesting. It's got good performances. It's more of a burn, but it's also not that long. I guess it's a movie I saw later, and maybe I think I've learned doing prep, especially this time, that there's such a big benefit to me watching the movie at the beginning of the year than watching it towards the end of the year. And this might be a movie I didn't even know about it until Moodz mentioned it. Like within the last few weeks of prep, it was one of my get a few titles in to round out the list type of deal. And yeah, I think if this sat with me longer, it might be a movie that would be a little bit higher up, if not at least competed for a top 10 spot. But this is a movie I'd watch again. I like Asian movies in general, as anybody who's heard me talk has probably figured out, and I like Korean movies a lot, and I like this actress. So this is a cool one. Definitely check it out if you haven't. I believe there's a Shudder movie too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like this one. I'm also gonna just stay at my 6.5.
6.5, yeah. Yeah, I think it's it was Best Wishes for All, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think the whole idea of like the whole happiness thing is such an intriguing idea because there's so many ways you can kind of decipher what they're trying to do in the film and stuff. It's just, dude, and it might even have one of the funniest parts of the year. When dude gets hit by the fucking truck. It's so fucking funny to me. I love the way they do it too, because the movie up to that point has its goofy moments, but it's kind of serious. You don't really know what the fuck is going on. And then happens.
And that's what makes things like that just so much funnier. It's like, that's why one of the things in Cloud that really made me laugh was I'm laughing at stuff, but it's because the movie was so serious. Its band was ready to break. And when they blast dude with the shotgun and he goes 30 feet, kind of reminds me of this part. It's so funny.
Yeah. Yeah, that shit was ridiculous. It's so funny too, because it's not like they just hit him and he flies back 10 feet. He flies back 40 or 50 feet.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I love when the Japanese movies do stuff like that. So just make you laugh for a second. I love it.
But then what happens right after that scene is insane. It's insane what happens right after that scene, though. It's just so morbid and fucked up. You're just like, okay. Yeah,
oh my god, I keep getting this confused because that actress I like, she's in Japanese movies too, so I'm so used to it.
Yeah.
No, this is a Japanese movie. I'm being stupid.
No, it's Japanese.
She's in the Yeah, I thought it was Korean for a second.
No,
this is Japanese.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm just psyching myself out. I'm like, wait, hold on a second. How come I only know her from Japanese movies?
Yeah, I feel like this is a big sleeper of the year. Not a lot of people checked it out.
For sure. I didn't hear about it.
Yeah, and like I said, I had it in my queue to watch on Shudder for months, and I was just kind of looking for last minute things. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking check this out, and I was like, holy shit, I really like this. What the fuck? I didn't hear anyone talk about it, and it's one of those films that was readily available too. So, Interesting. All right. So this one's probably going to be a little bit controversy. I didn't hate it as much as other people did, I guess. It's definitely not his best work by far. And that's Oz Perkins, The Keeper.
Jesus, you like that piece of shit?
Dude, I actually didn't really see the biggest problem with it though. Like
I thought you was going to say the monkey.
I didn't have a lot of problems with it. It's definitely not his greatest work for sure. Hence he didn't write this movie. But I mean, we've seen so many movies like this where, you know, you got that supernatural folklore angles to it and stuff like that. And, you know, and that's where it goes. And, you know, that's where it goes. You know, you can kind of figure that there's something up with this dude throughout the film and stuff like that. I mean, I guess, you know, it's a little bit of a slow burn. I mean, it's basically these characters in this house and, you know, shit's happening and stuff, but you're really kind of unsure really what's going on until you get the reveal and stuff. But I heard someone say this year, they're like, the movie made no sense.
Yeah, that was me.
So, well, was that you too?
I said it didn't make a lot of sense.
What didn't make sense about it? Because I finished watching the movie going, well, that made complete sense.
What's up with the cake?
The cake?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was he drugged her.
Okay, but why did it not work?
Well, I think he even says it too in the film. He says that it might have had like a reverse effect on her, the fact that she ate too much of it or something like that. I mean, in theory,
yeah, but like, how would that fucking make any sense?
I know. I mean, he even says that too. He's like, well, you fucking ate like way too much of it, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, so I don't know. But that was the point of the cake, was to drug her to get.
I understand that. I'm just like, this cake shit made no sense.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit confused on too, because I'm pretty sure I'm remembering correctly him saying something on the fact that like I didn't expect you to be eating that much or whatever. But I mean, she does get pretty fucked up with it and stuff. So maybe it was, I don't know, maybe it had a reverse effect, which is completely ridiculous. Because if you're drugging somebody, giving too much would actually be too much. You know, it's not gonna have the reverse effect where it doesn't work.
Yeah, right. It's like if I have too much heroin, like it's not like I have no heroin now.
Yeah, no, you're gonna fucking die. You're gonna die. You know. But yeah, I mean, besides that and stuff, like I didn't really see, you know, the third act coming with like it getting all supernatural and like the whole fucking angle. That I don't want to give it away. People haven't seen it, but I don't know. I didn't mind. I mean, I thought it was interesting enough. It's not.
I thought it was interesting while watching it, but by the end of it, I was like, and I said this when I reviewed it. It's like, to me, it felt like an A24 like Hangover. It was like,
yeah,
this is like this is the type of movies we were making, but we just don't have like the depth to them anymore.
I mean, the whole reveal with like the whole what's going on and stuff. I'm like, I mean, I didn't think it was overly that bad. I mean, it's very kind of typical like folklore, like supernatural stuff, and there's not really a lot of depth to it. I mean, we've seen a lot of things like this before, but I don't know. I kind of liked like some of the dialogue that was in the film and shit like that with the characters and stuff. I was just entertained. I don't know. I like films, like smaller films like that, where you just have minimal characters and things are happening slowly and shit like that. I don't know. That's me. Everything kind of worked for me to the point where I was like, it's fine. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it, but I thought it was okay. Is that your biggest complaint, is the cake thing? Because yeah, it's a little bit.
And just like also like the end, like how it, like the whole concept of what they're doing, why they're doing it, and like what's happening, I thought could have been like, there's really no explanation to it. Like, it's like, okay, so they shot this chick and now this happens, like what?
Yeah, I think from what I remember, I mean, it's been a little bit now too, but yeah, so yeah, I mean, that whole shit happens with like that mother character and stuff like that, whatever the fuck you want to call her and stuff. But I think they're like kind of embedded to her now. I can't even quite remember all the finer details. It's just like any supernatural force, I guess. I don't know. Like,
but like they can live forever because they like, it's just, I just was like, this doesn't, there's nothing like,
but it's almost like a fountain of youth thing. It's like, you know, they feed her, they give her, you know, basically, you know, layman's terms, like kind of food kind of thing. And in return, they get like eternal youth, like, essentially, because that's kind of
Why?
what they are. They're kind of like it's funny, it's weird because they're not technically like vampires. They just have this ability to possess like this, they figure out a way to have the eternal youth. Well, I mean, for selfish people that want to live forever, I mean, if you had an opportunity to actually do
But
that,
like, why is that happening to them? Like, that's where I'm getting at. Like,
because of the backstory with the woman.
Yeah,
Like,
it's again with the whole heroin thing. It's like, if you do something bad to somebody, you get rewarded
Yeah,
from that person that you did bad things
I don't know.
to.
Like I said, I watched it once, like a couple months ago. So like, I mean, it's a little bit foggy now with like the full.
And I mean, it's entirely possible I'm missing
I
some
don't remember
shit,
enough
but
about
like,
this. It was just a very forgettable movie to me.
No, I mean,
wasn't that interested in any of these characters.
The finer details, but I know there's something there. Obviously, they did something to her, and then they get the fucking. I think that they might be kind of more possessing her. I can't quite remember, but anyways, they have the ability to fucking get the eternal youth and shit like that. So, for the people who haven't seen it,
right? Yeah,
but I mean, that's essentially what's going on. But yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of folk horror films, and I like this type of stuff. So, I mean, I've seen better. It's okay. I give it 7.5 though.
All right. My number 23 is a movie that kind of surprised me. Is it horror? I mean, there's a killer snake in it, and that is Anaconda.
Dude, this is not a horror movie. This is a straight up comedy.
Is there a snake that kills people? Yes or no?
There's a snake that gets real fucked up in a prop.
There's a snake that kills people.
Yeah, in the third. I mean, it's
in the second act.
This is a straight up fucking comedy, man.
It's very funny, but like, like I've always struggled with comedy, horror comedy. Like what makes a horror comedy? What makes a comedy horror film a comedy horror film, and not just a comedy, right? Like, why is Shaun of the Dead not just a comedy?
That's always like my argument with horror adjacent titles, whereas like something like that is further than a horror movie than maybe a psychological drama or thriller.
Well, I think the obvious answer is when the horror comes first before the comedy, and I mean,
but would you not say that the comedy comes first in Shaun of the Dead?
It does, but I mean,
100% does.
But I still think that in Shaun of the Dead, there's enough actual horror elements with like zombies and people dying and shit. Like, there's still enough.
People dying.
But this one feels like it's a straight up comedy, and then there's horror elements mixed in. But even those elements with the killer snake, I find aren't insanely. Like, they're not. I mean, I guess you can consider it horror, but I mean, it's still coming off as comedy. Like, even in those elements, like, it's not bloody, it's not gory, it's still funny when everyone dies and shit.
What about like Shakespeare shitstorm, right? Like, there's like no horror in that.
Yeah.
No, the whole third act, man. It's like when he fucking so his
plays
more horror than a killer
snake. Thing not in that movie not played for laughs.
Yeah. But I mean, what Lloyd Kaufman movie isn't though? I mean, but the whole third act, man, when he turns everyone into like fucking zombies and fucking creatures and shit. I mean, that's the horror elements of it. I mean, it's build up to it. That's his
well, there's a fucking killer snake. That's the horror element.
Killer snake.
It is tagged as horror, so that's why
tomato
included it as well. But yeah, I like it was fun, like the camaraderie of like childhood friends like getting together to like make a movie, and like the stuff where they were showing the childhood films really reminds me a lot of the stuff like in the independent film circle in like Pittsburgh, like that Carly's involved in now. Just that whole like vibe of making movies together and stuff with no money is I like how they captured that. And then there's actually some genuinely fucking hilarious moments, like when Jack Black has the fucking pig on his back. Is like, I was literally dying laughing at that for some reason. It was so funny. Carly was dying laughing, and she doesn't really laugh like that all that much. So it was really funny. There's good cameos in there.
I actually laughed when fucking Paul Rudd put the fucking with the squirrel in his mouth.
That
like, that's
too.
fucking disgusting.
That whole sequence was hilarious.
Or the squirrel or whatever the fuck it was, man. He put some little small rodent in there.
When Jack Black's running and the pig's like on his back and it like wakes up and it's like,
Oh, I know, it's
like,
living.
It's just so fucking funny, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I really like this movie. It's such a stupid idea, right? Too, because it's like we're gonna like make an Anaconda sequel that's like meta and references the first movie, but literally is so different from that movie.
Yeah.
And then like when they're driving down the boat and they see this production, they're like, "Yeah, we're shooting a remake to Anaconda."
Yeah.
It's like,
oh, so you don't have the rights to this? Yeah.
It was pretty good. I gave it a 7.5 out of 10. I had a lot of fun.
I was like, I'm a big fan of like having good cameos and shit. But the second cameo in the film, I was like, that was shot somewhere else. 100% it was. Oh, it definitely was. Just the way it's edited, man. It's funny as hell. But yeah, no, the whole third act in the film actually was pretty fun.
Yeah, it was cool. It was a cool movie. Lighthearted, good stuff.
All right. Number 22 is going to be another one off the brain rot shelf. And it is Gerard Johnstone's Megan 2.0. This movie is brain dead stupid. Megan basically has been locked away since the first one. And
are you kind of
makes
becoming a fan
Megan.
of the Megan character? Is that weird?
Kinda.
I'm kind of becoming a fan of the Megan character.
Yeah,
she's funny. Like she's sassy.
Like
shit.
I don't. Yeah, like it made me laugh. I had fun with it. I was in for like the Megan jokes. Some of them were like over the top cringe, but like because they were so cringe, like it made me laugh. Like it felt self-aware in a way. And I thought the plot was kind of cool where you have this knockoff assassin, Megan, and then there's this like supercomputer that's been like stewing, learning information locked away for 40 years that was in like some type of self-cleaning vacuum from the 70s. That's like gonna unleash and destroy the world. It ends up getting, it jumps like 5 movies of progression. Like this is what you'd expect from like Megan 5.0. But we're flying around, Terminator 2ing it. At Megan 2.0.
Do you think they made her older looking because of the pedophiles out there that were crushing on
maybe
kid Megan?
They made her what?
I mean,
they made her like taller,
they made her look a little older.
Yeah,
and then like
older.
so she gets a new body and she's like, and I want to be taller, or like, I want longer legs or something like that.
Right.
And so now she's taller, more woman-like.
Yeah, there was a lot of weirdos out there that were like crushing on the Megan doll from the first movie.
Ew.
Yeah, and I think they kind of made fun of that a little bit with like the cringe fans that are like old dudes.
Yeah.
So the movie's a little self-aware. It's brain dead stupid, but it falls into the same category as Drop, or where it's just this brain dead movie I watched on a Friday night or a Saturday night that I had fun with and had some beers with, and I had a good time with it. My girlfriend hated this movie though. She watched it with me. She gave it 1 star on Letterboxd, and she said, "I hated every fucking second of this. Holy shit, I'm cooked through sitting through this."
I liked it better than the first one.
I did too, but I did like it, so I'm gonna continue my 6.5s.
All right, number 22 is coming from Zach Krieger, and that is Weapons.
Weapons.
Yeah, fun film. I enjoyed it. Saw it in the theater. When I watched it the second time, it actually went down maybe a tiny bit for me. I don't think my rating really changed, but I thought maybe it might go up. But I guess it was kind of on par with it. Like I didn't really get more out of it on the second watch and stuff. But it's good. I'm a really big fan of the structure of the film. I love that, following different characters and then having everything kind of, come together in the end and stuff like that. And it gets pretty bad shit and stuff. I still think that the reveal in the film is like so funny to me because like you feel like it's going to be something so crazy. You're like, oh man, these 17 kids have gone missing and shit. Like, what the fuck could this be and stuff? It's like literally some crazy bitch just stealing life force. You're like, what the fuck? I don't know, man. I just find it so ridiculous. Like I did laugh. I didn't laugh at this the first time I watched the movie, but I did laugh at the part when when she finally brings in the parents and she's like, oh yeah, the father can't talk because he had a stroke. And for some reason I just like bursted out laughing. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, I don't know why that was so funny to me, but he's just sitting there like, I'm like, oh my God, this is so stupid. But it is pretty goofy with the drug addict, man. I like the part when he stabs the cop in the face with the fucking needles. That shit is hilarious to me. I actually busted out on that
fucking
too.
Rocks.
Dude, man, when he punches him when he's standing there, fuck, it's so funny.
I busted a guy. Well, I laughed a lot this way. I laughed at like more than like twice as much as everyone else with this movie.
Yeah, I mean, there's some moments that I think I laughed the second time, but I don't know. Like, it didn't really change for me. I thought it was fun. You know, it's something I go back to. I mean, it was good enough that I picked it up and stuff. But yeah, it's an interesting watch. We've talked about it enough. We've made enough other lists and shit like that. So, weapons 8 out of 10, into the 8s.
All right.
My number 22 is Lloyd Kaufman's Shakespeare's Shitstorm. #bitch. Yeah, this one was a lot of fun. It definitely reminded me a lot of like Poultrygeist and like Romeo and Juliet and stuff, the trauma flicks that I really dig. I think that it's also like it feels like a film that like we just got to let Lloyd cook for a few years and take in a bunch of stuff from the world. And when he feels inspired, he just lets it all out onto the page and it turns out really good. I think that's why you see so many years in between his films is like, he's a very social commentary type of guy. You know what I mean? He
100%.
Take what he's seeing out there and sort of mock it. And it's so interesting that him and the South Park guys like got together in their early days because they're so similar in like thinking and like making fun of things. It's like a match made in heaven. It really is. Like, it just feels so natural. Like, especially going back and watching Cannibal the Musical last year for Sin Bin, the first time I ever seen it. It's like uncanny how similar those two brains work. And yeah, I thought Shakespeare's Shitstorm was really fun, funny. I mean, like the chicks with the hairy armpits and the whale shit, and like, I mean, it's just the end with Lloyd's amalgamation of fucking body parts.
His drug was literally called Tempest, was it not? Or whatever. Like the fact that he used the whole, you know, the mold of like Shakespeare's Tempest is so clever. It's so
I
clever.
have no idea what that is. So
it's basically what he did. It's basically what he did in there, but it's basically just about a brother getting revenge. I think in the original story it's a brother, but in this case it's like a sister, but he played the sister kind of thing.
I fucking hate Shakespeare to death. So,
but yeah, like I'm not a big fan either, but like just knowing like the ins and outs of it, it's
Shakespeare.
It's pretty clever.
Fucking Shakespeare might be the primary reason I fucking sucked so bad in school. Because I fucking hate it. I remember it was like 8th grade
or
ninth grade. We're reading fucking Shakespeare, and I'm like, this is so fucking ass, dude. I can't even. I'm like, I'm just not coming to this class anymore.
Yeah, it's the old. It's
Dude, imagine just
let's
some
go back
guy
to
that
Edgar
died.
Allan Poe. Like,
language, yeah.
like we'd done like
Imagine
Edgar Allan Poe.
some guy that
stories
died
over
500 years ago just fucking up school for you.
Yeah,
Shit he
man, this
did, like,
motherfucker,
500
dude.
years ago.
It's because Edgar Allan Poe was more of like a college thing because it's really, really fucking like Shakespeare is Shakespeare. It is what it is. It's like perfect for high school. But like,
we did Edgar Allan Poe in high school. We did Edgar Allan Poe right before Shakespeare.
I did
that's
Edgar Allan
crazy.
Poe in junior high, actually.
That's crazy.
I actually did a lot of Poe throughout school. Like,
I mean, I did too.
like Telltale Heart in like 8th grade or something, and then we did like The Pit and the Pendulum in like 6th, 7th grade. Like, I did a lot of Edgar Allan Poe in school.
Yeah, I could have done them again, but the first time I remember doing it was 7th grade because I remember reading The Raven. I was like,
Yeah.
Oh my god! I just remember being so fucking bored in these I think it was Romeo and Juliet. I'm not sure, but I was just like, "Fuck, this is awful."
it was the stuff that would lose me was the Greek shit. I fucking hate
Yeah,
it.
Romeo and
fucking
Juliet, man.
Dialogue was just horrible with me, dude. Like,
But
I
then-
just couldn't get.
But then again, you know, Lloyd Kaufman did Romeo and Juliet, in Romeo and Juliet, and it's fucking way.
Look, I like the Romeo and Juliet story. I like the like I've seen it done in many different mediums and stuff, but something about that fucking awful dialogue, dude, is just like it's so old timey and just
Old
like
English.
Maybe as an adult I might be able to handle it a little
I
bit
made
better,
fun of
but
that
as a
today in the
kid-
chat, actually. Fuck,
As a
that's
kid,
funny.
bro, I was like, dude, this is fucking whack. I was like, why can't y'all just make it like modernized?
Well,
Like,
dude, it was really
like
hard for
Romeo
me
and
to
Juliet
like.
in the hood or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're reading fucking Shakespeare in school, but you know, as like a kid growing up in the 90s who was into hip hop culture and shit, like I couldn't get past like hearing that old timer fucking English and shit. And I'm like, I'm talking in like slang and shit. I'm like, this is way cooler, man. Fuck that Shakespeare shit. Like, this stuff is whack,
rough,
bro.
dude.
This is fucking whack. So
I give Shakespeare's Shitstorm from 2020 a 7.5 out of 10.
what was your number 24 again?
Shrouds.
Trouts.
What was number
We're on
25?
22, right?
25 was Good Boy.
Oh, okay. Shit. This backwards.
That was your 22, right?
That was my 22, yes.
Okay. I was making sure I'm not getting thrown off here. Okay. All right. Number 21. This one's not as brain rotty, but I got another one that's kind of stupid. But it was a movie I saw in the movie theaters in I think October. Yeah, I just had a good time with it. I liked it for what it was. Maybe it had that theater experience bump, but it's Justin Tipping's Him. This movie had a really cool concept. Yeah, I like the concept. I like the competitive edge thing. You really never see that explored in horror movies. And I played sports all my life, and as goofy as it sounds, like extremely competitive with my card playing days. Where like it's obviously not athletics, but it's the same like drive
They
and
don't
mental
call you Jimmy
competition
Moto
and
for
desire.
nothing.
Yeah, you don't call me Jimmy Moto for nothing. I spent days upon days just playing that shit on no end. But it's the same type of concept.
See, Moodz is the
like
type
this
of guy that
competitive-
doesn't even probably believe in the heart of the cards, bro, and that's fucked up.
You gotta believe.
Man, I grew up playing
But,
crib and poker, and that's like all I know in card games. Like you guys, like those, but it's different because that's like I don't even know what the fuck that game is. It's got like pictures and shit on cards. I don't even know what the fuck is going on.
It got pictures and shit on cards.
I'm like, dude, like if it doesn't have no
All I
fucking
know
kings
is
and
Kings
queens,
and Queens.
Dude,
baby.
to this day,
Yeah.
people still say heart of the cards when they're trying to like fucking sink a shot or something like that, bro.
yeah.
Dude, I would say that at the casino, like Heart of the Cards, baby.
Yeah, right. I still say it to this day, dude. Like when I'm like hoping for something to happen, I'll be like, come on, heart of the cards.
I was never in like growing up. I was never into like I said, besides playing crib and poker, like I was never into card games, and I was never into like board games. I never play like the Weiss family. They play board games like they're going out of fucking style. I'm like, see ya. Like I literally leave the room and I go do my own thing. Like I'm just like I never play. It's not for me. And I'm a very very competitive
card games
person.
are very very fun if you actually like. I've never met somebody who sat down and played a card game and was like showed how to play it and didn't think it was fun. Never once I've met somebody that didn't.
I mean, I
Whether it's
probably
like
would be
Pokemon
in,
or Yu-Gi-Oh or fucking Magic.
I would probably be totally into it because like I said, with crib and poker and shit, like I could play that all fucking night. Like it doesn't matter.
The thing about
I just
card
never
games
got
is
into other
they're
shit.
super strategic. Like
Yeah.
if you're somebody who likes strategy, like you're gonna have fun in a card game.
Mhm. Yeah, it's like board games too. Like they play all these
But-
settler games and like all these like very strategic games and shit. I'm like,
Yeah, that's a big nerd one. I don't know how to play it or anything, but I know that's
dude,
one
they
of the
got
big
like 40
competitors.
different iterations of these games. They have like every settler's game. I'm like,
And they're
fuck.
expensive.
Yeah, bro.
You like
there's-
buy like you spend like $60 and you get another expansion. You
yeah,
like, you're making
dude,
your game
there's like
big.
shelves of these games, and I'm like, I'm like, man, this is the geekiest shit ever.
Yeah, that's a big one. But yeah, but I like the competitive edge type thing. So you don't really see that in this movies like
Yeah.
that. And I thought it was cool how they put in here. I think Marlon Wayans is great. I think the kid that's in this movie is also good. I think he was also in I know you did last summer, but he was really good in this. This movie does have issues where they act like this, like what's going on is a mystery, and it's really not. And it takes and it just pretends it is for 45 minutes, and then while the movie just kind of farts around. But it does some cool things with cinematography, with editing, and I think the end of this movie is awesome. But it takes the mask off, and it just goes full on dumb, and it was an ending that made me smile. It was, I probably might not like it the same if I watched it at home now, or watched it it was some random movie I watched on Netflix or something, but it was a good time in the theater. I'm going to hold it to that 6.5 out of 10.
It's a movie that I think I was a couple of drafts away from being great.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like if they had wrote it where you really didn't know where it was going, but I totally agree, because me and Tyler were both I'm pretty sure that there was never a mystery going on here. It was just kind of straight
if they
up.
thought there was a mystery, then I'm sorry.
Yeah, unless we just watched too much and we figured it out in 5 minutes. But I'm okay, there was nothing there. But it was fine for what it is. But I just wish it kind of was a little bit more of a mystery where we didn't know, and then it kind of goes into a territory. In the end, you would have been fine though too. But just have it a little bit more of a mystery, because I don't know, you kind of need that element, because it did seem like it was straight up. But Marlon Wayans is absolutely excellent in the film. He's super good.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the performances in this a lot.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool to see a sports film in a horror, a genre film like that. It's definitely unique. Yeah, it's definitely unique, and it's kind of interesting,
especially its execution of it. Because when I think of horror sports films, I think of shit like The Fan, which is just a fanatic movie. It could be anything.
Right.
I think of Battlefield Baseball.
Yeah, man.
There's the softball movie though that Vinegar Syndrome put on. That one's good too. What's it? Blood Games. That was awesome.
Dude, that movie's fucking gnarly, man.
Blood Games.
I love that movie.
Such a good release. Sweet. That's actually one of Vinegar Syndrome. That's a good release, man.
We did a literal
I bought that
episode.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember you guys talking about it. It was the first year I ever went to Wasteland. I bought that. That was in their discount pile, and I picked that up. And this was great.
Crazy.
It was a lot of fun.
People should have been listening, man. All right, yeah. Shit, man, where am I at here? Number 21. We are going to The Parenting at number 21. Yeah, this one kind of I didn't really know what to expect from him, but I was like, shit, dude, this is a pretty crazy cast. It had Brian Cox in it, Eddie Falco, fucking Lisa Kudrow. Dean Norris is fucking funny in the film. Parker Posey, of course, and she's awesome. I mean, she's not in the film a whole lot, but she's in it a little bit. Yeah, so they basically play all the parents in this and shit like that. And it's basically just this gay couple that's they've rented this place out in the woods and stuff like that, and it's obviously got a history and shit. And their parents, it's the first time all their parents are meeting and shit like that. And then, some people get possessed because some shit was said and stuff, and then it just becomes batshit insane. This is definitely one of those films where it was kind of made after the fact of what do you want to say? The sensitivity in the world maybe they just didn't give a fuck anymore, but there's a lot of probably offensive jokes in here and stuff that people sometimes would find offensive, and stuff like gay jokes and stuff. And but I find it really funny. Actually, all the characters really stand out in this film. That was one thing that I really liked about it, man. Seeing Lisa Kudrow in a role like this was actually kind of fun. She's kind of like her character from Friends, but a little bit more vulgar and just kind of I don't know. It just works. All the parents really work in here. But yeah, a lot of jokes really hit in this, man. It's not like a body count film. It's not bloody or gory or anything, but it's definitely a horror comedy. It's got that whole supernatural element happening, but a lot, when you're watching these type of films, the one thing that needs to hit for you is the jokes. And I find that they actually really do hit and shit like that. Even watching it a second time, I didn't think it was going to work as much, but I still found myself busting out on this shit, man. When Buddy's dad gets possessed, he just gets the most vulgar shit going. Oh my God, dude. The first time I laughed, the second time I think I laughed even harder, man. He just gets so fucking mean to him. And it's just brutal, but it's super fun, man. Super fun film. Did you guys like The Parenting?
Yeah, I don't think I didn't see it.
Parker Posey with anything with her in it is just whenever she shows up.
Yeah, like I said, like she was a little bit underused because she's not really part of like the main story. Like she's kind of the one that sets it up and it kind of shows up at the end and stuff. But like everything in between, man, is just I laughed at this, man, and I didn't really know what to expect. Like when I saw that Lisa Kudrow, I was like, this is gonna be fucking terrible. I mean, come on, bro. Like, but
I didn't even recognize her at first. It took me a minute to realize, like, oh, that's Lisa Kudrow.
Yeah, dude. Like I thought all the parents were like, they were kind of the selling points of the film, man. There's a lot of funny jokes in the film though. But like I said, what really sells it for me is the fact that we're getting away from all those sensitive jokes and stuff, and people are able to make these type of jokes again. And I like that about it. But you know, and I felt like it wasn't trying overly hard to be like offensive and stuff. It's just the jokes were appropriate to the situations though too, right? Because of given what it was about a gay couple getting their parents meeting for the first time, and it was just like, oh shit, it was a great setup. But there's some funny gags, man. There's a funny ass gag where this like armoire fucking falls on this dog, and I think I lost it a second time even harder on that part. This little Pomeranian gets fucking crushed by this armoire. Fucking hilarious, man. Which I generally don't laugh at dogs dying in films, but that part is pretty fucking funny, just the way it plays out and shit like that. So, but yeah, The Parenting, 8 out of 10 for myself.
Nope.
JP.
All right. My number 21 is a movie titled The Gorge from Scott Derrickson.
There you go.
This was a little bit of a surprise for me. I remember seeing previews for it and thinking like, I'm not sure if this is horror or not. And then seeing it, I think it popped up on like MB or something, and I still wasn't sure. And then I think Moodz had talked about it and said it was pretty good. So I was like, all right, I'll give it a watch. So pretty much like it was one of my last watches. I think I like stayed over at work, stayed the night at work. And I was just looking for stuff online that I could watch, and I popped it on, and I actually really enjoyed it. It's basically about these two snipers who are on these opposite towers, and there's a big like gorge in between that they're supposed to be like stationed at, and they basically disregard the no contact orders, and they start communicating, and sort of like a love story. You know what I mean? Anya Taylor-Joy, who I'm gonna be honest, I think Anya Taylor-Joy is my favorite actress at working these days. Pretty much like anything that she's in. She's definitely up there for me. Also Sigourney Weaver is in it, and Miles Teller. And once they actually like let you know what's in the gorge, I thought it was pretty cool. Very like sci-fi horror type shit, but I thought it was a pretty neat movie, and I actually dug the romance in it as well. So I gave it a 7.5 out of 10.
Cool.
All right. My number, what are we on? Number 20?
Yeah.
Yeah. Number 20. All right. My number 20 is also a romance movie that we already talked about. And it is Michael Shank's Together. I like this movie. It's got some cool things that it does. I think a lot of the commentary is good. I don't really like the character of Dave Franco, and I think that's something a lot of people complain about in this movie, but I also don't think that matters, because I don't think the movie is either. I don't feel like the movie is like making you is forcing you to like him. I think it's just letting you observe this situation.
They're kind of
I don't really understand that complaint.
Yeah,
it's not like he's like this protagonist that you're trying to get behind and like or anything. He's just a person in this movie. And, like I don't think there's anything wrong with.
Well, I think that's kind of what Dave got at too when he was talking about it. Is like, as like cinema viewers, like we're so trained to see like protagonist, antagonist. And in reality, like most humans have like are shades of gray, like, you know what I mean? It's just like everybody has flaws and, you know, issues.
But yeah, there's something this movie did really well. But this is one of those cases where there's also things I think this movie really did not do well. It was a little tropey, and it has like this reveal in it that it's such an overused trope, and it just drives me insane when I see it. But it's one of those things where it's a movie I end up thinking is pretty good, and that my negative feelings about it are outweighed by the positive things. Where it's a movie I do like, and I would at least say it's pretty solid. Yeah, I check it out again, even when it wasn't one of my big favorites of the year. And I'm gonna stick with my 6.5s.
All right, cool. Yeah, I thought that one was pretty cool as well. So you're up, Moodz.
All right. What am I on? Number 20?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So number 20. Okay. Well, piggybacking off that, I think I recommended the Gorge to JP. Well, this is one that he had re-mentioned towards the end of the year, which I knew about, and I jokingly said I never checked it out because it's got like the most generic name ever. Like if you Google this name,
Damned.
it fucking comes. There's like 45 movies called The Damned. It's such a shame that it's called that. I hate this title. I really do. It's so fucking generic, and it really does off-put, I think, a lot of people from checking it out. Like, I'm not trying to go full-blown Dave Z here and be like, judge a film on its cover and its name to the point where you just won't check it out. But I'll be honest, I forgot about it. I kind of forgot about it. It was something that I just wasn't putting on the absolute watch list kind of thing. It was there. It just got bumped down and down and down. But I'm glad JP re-mentioned this thing towards the end of the year, and he's like, I can't believe no one's talking about The Damned. And I'm like, oh fuck, I guess I should watch that. And knowing that it was like a full core film and stuff, and I'm like, I'm a really big fan of this. What is this, like a Norwegian film, like Irish Norwegian or something like shit like that, something like that. But cool film though, man. Like I'm a big fan of these type of period piece, and especially the setting to this movie. Oh man, the setting is what really got me, man. I think it's a really interesting film, basically about this group of people that are all kind of hugged up in this a small little fishing community, and there's really no contact around them. I think like the nearest villages are like 100 miles away. Like they're way in a very isolated, desolate area by themselves and stuff like that. The specific year this is taking place, and they're not doing very well with the fishing. So they're, everyone's kind of starving. They're having hard times. And this situation arises where they see a ship like out in the harbor, and it's like going down. So they have this like, humanity, this conscious decision to make. And like, do we go out there and save them? And if we do save them, then we risk our own lives because we don't even have enough food to feed ourselves and stuff. And I think that the beginning of this film is like it's such a humanic thing, like where, all of us would be like, fuck, dude, you don't want to watch people die. But at the same time, you don't want to die either. So what they do is they actually don't go out and save them. And, a bunch of these people perish and shit. So they go out there to salvage some stuff, because when a ship sinks, shit floats, see what they can find. And, they basically find some bodies out there, and then shit kind of goes down from there. Pretty interesting film. Like I'm a big fan of, like I said, full core supernatural elements to film, but the setting here is fantastic. I think the acting is really good. The atmosphere is out the fucking door. It's amazing. Very dreary. It's very cold. It's very vibrant at the same time, because you feel the emotion of being so isolated and so crazy and stuff. Good film though, man. I really enjoyed this shit. I would have loved to seen this on the big screen. Actually, I watched this shit just on my laptop, and I'm like, man, this is fucking pretty good. So
yeah, it came out January 3rd of 2025. So it was like the first movie that came out,
which is so crazy, because like we talk about dump month in January. Like this is a good movie that I have heard nobody talk about this year.
I know it was.
I remember it got a little buzz at the beginning of the year, and I didn't hear about it all until like the end of December.
Crazy.
It's actually a movie that I had said, like, if I was going to rewatch one thing, it was probably this one, because so I had seen it and it was good, and it was in my top 10 for a long time. And then a whole year had passed, and I'm like, dude, I can't even remember this.
Literally a year. Like we did the show after it, like it would have been a year later.
Yeah. So I was like, shit, you know what I mean? But sometimes, films that come out so early are just going to fall off my list based on memory. Right. But I'm not sure if it would have actually made my list. It was, very honorable mention-y. But
All
right.
Yeah, so I gave that one 8 out of 10 also.
Nice. All right, my number 20 here is a movie that I don't think anybody else has seen. It had a theatrical run towards the end of the year, and that movie is Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Yeah, never got to see it.
Yeah, I didn't get to see this.
Yeah, the remake of the immortal classic Silent Night, Deadly Night. Yeah, this one is, and I'll kind of be vague because I feel like a lot of people didn't see it. I don't think it had a wide release. It was more limited. But yeah, I think it should show up on Screenbox if I'm not mistaken. It's one of their productions, I believe. Bloody Disgusting and Screenbox and what is it, Cineverse or something? I forget who does the Terrifier stuff. But yeah, this one is like when I was first watching it, I was like, oh, this is Silent Night, Deadly Night via by the way of Maniac. Like that's how it felt at the beginning of the movie, where I'm like, oh, they're doing like a Maniac thing. It's like we're following the killer directly. But they kind of switch it up a bit and it gets very different. I give it credit for doing what it does because it goes completely in a whole nother territory from like the previous film. There's a few moments in it that I didn't really particularly like the visuals that they go with. It almost came off a little cheesy at times. But it's another like sort of love story in a way, which I know is like sometimes like a bad thing with slasher films, but like Maniac was a love story. Let's not forget. Just it was one-sided. And yeah, I think that, but overall, I do think that it's like really creative. And if you're going to remake it, why not do something different and try to, we already had a Silent Night remake that is just basically another slasher. This one does something narratively completely different. And there's actually like some pretty cool, fun sequences. There's like an entire like Nazi party slaughter, which is pretty cool. Some bumpy parts and stuff, but overall I enjoyed it. I think that it's probably like better than 4 and 3 and better than 2, but I like 2 more. Might even be better than Toymaker, but I like Toymaker World. I like it more than the last remake, I think. But yeah, I gave it a 7.5. I think it's pretty fun.
Shit.
Nice. Yeah, I'll definitely check that end of this year for Christmas season. I was thinking if we end up doing another Christmas top 10, what I'll do is I'll just pick 20 Christmas movies I haven't seen, put them in a randomizer, and I'm going to watch 10 and rank them. So that could go.
Watch 20
cannon for that. Oh, I could do that. I could just watch. That's
just
a good idea. I'll just start early. I'll start
like
early and I'll rock
November.
20.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's actually a good idea. All right. Back to the programming. Number 19,
I think you should ask us for ones to suggest that you haven't seen.
Yeah, like recommendations.
Well, I mean, we've also done the
scope
2
list.
lists, so maybe take some of the ones that
Yeah,
made our
any
list and
that
watch
have
those.
been on our list that you haven't seen, take those automatically.
Yeah, that's an auto pick. Yeah, it's only actually a couple, I think, but yeah, that would be an auto one. Those should be auto ads. All right. So number 19, we talked about this movie on Sinbin, and it also made a list. So we're not going to spend too much time on it, but They Call Her Death from Austin Snell. This is basically like a Lucio Fulci inspired horror surrealist western. It's pretty cool. It's got a low budget, makes the most of it. It's a fun movie. I believe I gave it a 6.5 out of that shit, and I'll just stay right with that.
Wow. I wasn't expecting that to be on your list, but all right, number 19. We're gonna take it to shit, man. Where was this? I think this is a Norwegian film. Yeah, I think it was. I don't know. I think there's a bunch of countries. Anyways, that's the Ugly Stepsister. I know this is one that was in a lot of top 10 lists and stuff. Yeah, like this movie actually was in my top 10 for honestly, this year got kind of competitive towards the end of the year. And I'm like, shit, dude, I had so many films that were in the top 10. They got flipped out of there and shit. Like, I don't know, man. It's just kind of weird how this was not going so well. And then it just went really good towards the end. I mean, I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
I'd rather have more hits than misses at the end of the year.
For sure.
So yeah, The Ugly Sister. We've talked extensively about this. This is already on a bunch of lists, obviously retelling the Cinderella and stuff. And it's kind of a gross out film, but it's really well done. I think the effects are good. And like, I think what a lot of people kind of forget though too, like not even forget, maybe you didn't know, but like the whole like parasite thing was actually a real thing. Like people used to do that back in the day.
They still do it.
Yeah. And it's fucking mind blowing to me that actually exists. Like that's disgusting. And it's like not healthy, but it's crazy, man. It's the whole vanity thing. And like, dude, like that's just, pretty people make it. You got to be pretty, bro. So, but The Ugly Stepsister was actually a really big surprise. I mean, when I watched it, I was like, that's a little bit slow and shit. Like, I still think it's a little bit too long, but it does what it's supposed to do. And it's an interesting watch. Like, I mean, dude, when they're breaking her fucking nose, bro. Oh my God.
Then her feet at the end.
But her nose, though, dude, I have this whole thing where like I don't like eyes and noses. Like I don't like my nose being touched or like my eyes. Like I couldn't even imagine having like a chisel busted into my fucking.
It's just the combo of like the goofy French guy, the sound, the pause, and then her screaming, and everybody just smiling. It's just the combo of everything that goes together.
You can just see like whisper, "Oh, she's gonna be so beautiful." Oh God, give me a break.
I got to see this in the theater, man, and it was just like after watching The Woman in the Yard and then going to this, I was like, I was so mad after Woman in the Yard, and then watching this, I immediately was like, just started ranting. I was like, this is fucking why, like, we can't get any good like Hollywood movies because they're all fucking bullshit. And then I watched this, and I was like, this is why like the foreign market like needs to come more to American theaters. And then I see Sinners, which was a major Hollywood film in the same night. That was such a like roller coaster of a night for me.
Those are emotions.
Like, because like I'm so mad at Hollywood, and then I'm like, fucking Hollywood redeem themselves.
What was the first movie you saw that night?
All right.
The Woman in the Yard. Ugly Stepsister, and then Sinners. Like, and I was like, it was so funny because I was like, Ugly Stepsisters is my number one of the year so far, and I was like, that lasted about 2 hours.
Crazy.
It was wild, but yeah, that was even like Carly really dug Ugly Stepsister as well. That was a big surprise because like we didn't know anything about it. Like, you know what I mean? It wasn't like advertised or anything like that. I didn't even know it was a Norwegian film. Like we just saw it as a film that was showing, and we're like, let's check out Ugly Stepsister.
Yeah.
Those are like my favorite theatrical experiences sometimes, when it's just something you don't even know anything about and it ends up being really good.
Yeah, those are always great experiences, man. It reminds me like back in the day when you go to the fucking video store and you rent some shit and you're like, don't know shit about what you're renting. And you're like, man, that turned out to be great.
Yeah, and then you're like me,
feeling.
who fucking rents Children of the Living Dead and Rumpelstiltskin 7 times in a row, expecting it to be better each time. Like, I was a dumb fucking kid, dude.
Children of the Dead, dude, is the worst shit ever.
I would rent those 2 movies and Bleeders. And like, I would think like, because the covers were cool, I would like literally think like, oh, well, maybe it'll be like I thought the movie would change somehow. Not that I like would like it more. Like I thought physically like something would be different about the movie. Like I was a really retarded kid. Like I remember renting like Rumpelstiltskin like 7-8 times.
You feel like if you watch it at a different time, it would just morph into something different.
Something like, better,
no.
yeah. And same thing with Children of the Living Dead. Like I rented Children of the Living Dead like 4 or 5 times one year, and it was bad every time. I don't know why I kept doing it.
Dude, you do realize you're the only person in the world that ever rented that movie 4 times.
Probably, dude. Probably,
because
dude.
Everybody learned after the first time. They're like, fuck that
especially
movie.
Because that movie came out in like late 90s, I think.
Yeah.
And this was like this was like 2001 or something when I was renting this on VHS. Like, it's wild.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, my up. All right. My number 19 is a film that was mentioned a little bit ago. It is the first film that I saw of last year, and that is The Damned. Yeah, just caught it. Another one that just was in the theater. And like at the beginning of last year, I was like, Carly, let's go hard. Let's see everything that comes out. So right away, it had like a couple of screenings. We go see that one. I was like, oh, pretty good. Then nobody talked about it for like the rest of the year. And then it got brought up a few times by me, and I think there was one other person who had seen it that I knew of. But yeah, I remember being like a nice like folk horror, good atmosphere, winter setting, perfect for January. Honestly, I remember leaving the theater that night and it was cold as hell too. But I think that what had happened was I ended up like getting a job change and stuff. I just completely bailed on seeing movies in the theater. Like last year wasn't a very good year for me, but we started off strong, seeing everything. Much like this year, I've seen all the horror films that have been available, which I think is 5 now. So I'm gonna try to really go to and see as much stuff as possible this year. So yeah, but The Damned, I give that one a 7.5 out of 10 as well.
Interesting. I thought you had that one rated like an 8.
All right.
It
was one.
a 7 on my Letterboxd from this. I've only rated
That was one of the last ones I was going to watch, and I just kind of said, all right, not get into it. I'll hold my peace if it's on someone's list.
Yeah.
All right. Number 18. This film was actually my number 1 for probably about a month and a half. And it's a film we talked about a lot, and it's a film I guess might surprise some people that it's on my top 25, and it's Ryan Coogler's Sinners. My sentiment.
It went from number 1 to 18.
You're killing me, Jimmy.
Well, it was at one point. At one point in the year, it was number 1. Like I watched it, and it was number 1 until I saw Bring Her Back, and then it got passed by like Weapons. It's like stuff like that.
Then you rewatched it, and it dropped even further.
Yep. But yeah, this was my sentiments to this movie, I guess, would be similar to what I said to Together, where there's some things about the movie I thought were well done and that I really liked, but there's some things about the movie I really don't like, and I would say are even not good. But it ends up being a movie I think, overall is a pretty solid movie. I think it's like a fun, big budget Hollywood movie that it's pretty easy to watch. I had a lot of fun watching in the theaters. I had pretty positive things to say about it. Well, I had, some critiques on it, but I had some pretty positive things to say about it overall when we reviewed it. But, I watched it at home one night without all the bells and whistles of the theaters, like getting ready for a rewatch season, really. So I was like, yeah, this isn't the playoffs. I'm just going to watch this now. I'm excited to watch this movie again. And man, there's some things that really I noticed on Backlash that don't work for me. But overall, it's still a solid movie. I connect with a lot of people, just not really with me as much. But I think it's a better movie than all the movies I talked about, and I'd be willing to give it another shot again. I think I probably should go a couple of years before I watch this movie again. But remove maybe some of the negativity from it. Things change, but. To me, it's just a solid, crowd-pleasing, big-budget Hollywood movie that it's fun, but it's got some issues for me. And I'm going to stay at my 6.5.
Man, it's crazy, man. Like I back in the day, I was that guy. I was like, oh fuck, big Hollywood budget film, man. That this is gonna be trash, and then I always go in with like that kind of mindset, like, oh, probably not gonna like this that much.
I actually think really positively about this movie.
Yeah, I've abandoned that like so many years ago. Like I just go into everything with the same mind frame of just like open. Like I go in with a blank stare, and I'm like, hey, this is, it is what it is. And like Sinners, like to me, hit so fucking hard the first time I watched it. I was like, oh, that's crazy. And then the second time I watched it, like the scene in the club when they go through like the history of music and shit, man, was like, it's just like heaven to me, man. I'm like, I fucking love that scene.
The one at the beginning of the movie or at the club at the end of the movie?
No, in the middle of the
It's like in the middle of the
They're,
movie.
like, dancing and
Yeah,
the middle
before
of the movie, the
before
dance. I meant to say middle. Yeah, I know.
yeah, before everything kind of goes haywire. So they're in the club all dancing and shit, and like.
And here's the thing about that scene. When I saw that in the theater, the tracking and the music, I thought it was fucking incredible. I was like, this is something out of a Fellini movie. This is 8.5. This is like fucking La Dolce Vita. This is awesome. And it was something I felt was like the most like something so impressive that I'd seen in the theater for a while. And like when I went to watch it again, maybe it's a victim of its own success, but I'm like waiting for the scene, like excited for the scene. Like I can't wait to see this scene again. And yeah, it was still a good shot. Like it still was well, but it just did not live up anywhere close to how it was in my memory. And I even think about some similar shots I've seen in other movies that just like, they clear it like very easily. And I guess that just kind of disappointed me a little bit because that was really the high point of the movie the first time I saw it.
I think it's also just like, to me, like the context of the scene and like
it is the kind that's what I enjoy about it too. It's not just the visual aspects, because that part of it is stunning. Like, absolutely, the way it's
no, the context is amazing because it's showcasing like how music from different generations, different types of music and stuff like that can have the same effect and
one
stuff.
thing I did notice,
but it's also just the essence of the spirit of music that is around them from the past.
But it's also showcasing like black music and stuff, and like and they go through the whole thing.
Specifically black music.
I know, and like
and that's what actually I did notice on second watch I did think was an additional thing about that scene.
They do the blues, they do the funk, they have like the Bootsy Collins character, they got the hip hop, they got everything in there, and I'm just like, oh my god, it was fucking awesome, man.
All in the same shot. When they finally pan out of the club, they like pan into the white people about to come and intrude on their history, which I thought I saw that awesome. The second time around. I was like, that was clever.
It's the oppressors, right?
That's
the vampires are the oppressors. Like it's like I love the movie, man. I think it's fucking fantastic.
It's something that's very smart about them. I really don't see a lot of people talk about is I think they were really getting at systematic oppression through the vampires, where you had these guys that were talking about this family, but at the same time they were stripping them of their culture to join their culture because that's part of them,
because they're bloodsuckers. It's a commentary.
Yeah, right? It also like it kind of reminded me of basically like the blues versus rockabilly, where you have like these white people basically stealing black people's culture and just rebranding it, and that being what the commercially successful music was at the time. I thought that was very clever. There's just some things that I also noticed that it just didn't work for me, and because it makes it hard for me to have like a real attachment to it, or like really look at any of these other movies that didn't really give me any of that, like backfire.
Yeah, and I think they must have based the actual guitar player on Robert Johnson though too, a little bit, like because like we've talked about the legend before, like how people think that he sold his soul to the devil to play like a fucking genius and stuff like that, because he went from playing pretty bad to like being so damn good in like no time, and nobody could figure out how the hell he learned how to do that. It's like
one of the best like folk stories out there, man.
Yeah, and it's like, and they just kind of took the idea of that Robert Johnson, kind of folklore thing, and kind of threw that in there. And like when I was watching the theater, I'm like, this is totally Robert Johnson, man. It's not the same, but it's kind of the same thing. And I don't know, man. The whole thing just really worked for me, and I really love the end of the movie when it's like, what is it, in 1992, they captured that scene so well, the wardrobes and when Alan's wife shows up, what's her, I can't remember her name in real life, but like the way she's dressed in those big earrings and her fucking outfit, I was like, dude, that is so 1992, man. Like that's exactly how everyone was dressing. That's crazy. I thought they captured that really cool, but I don't know, man. I know
one thing I'd like to add. Oh, go ahead. Let's finish that.
I was going to say one of your biggest complaints. I read in the chat that you said that you didn't like the shootout. You felt like it was from a different movie. I mean, at this point, it's the fucking Wild West, bro. It's literally blacks versus the KKK. Like, what are you going to do in that situation, bro?
But this is the part of that scene particularly too that I find particularly disappointing is that I thought it was making this very good point, or subtle commentary that I was kind of getting at with the vampires. Yeah. And by having this scene where I felt like it traded in everything it built up in commentary for a really shallow catharsis of like shooting the bad guys. Because I felt like that it just meant nothing. You shot like just a little like group of redneck KKK white guys, but it does nothing to the KKK. The KKK still exists today. That has not changed, and like it's like celebrating this hollow victory. And I felt by like trading in to have this like moment of like you shot up the bad guys.
What it means for the character too, though.
Well, like, no, yeah, he's protecting his brother in the barn. I understand that
because he literally mentions earlier in the film that this is going to happen. That scene was foreshadowed.
I understand in the movie, all that.
Like, I get what you're saying.
No. I get the hollow victory, but like for those characters, it was a moral win. You're not going to win the fucking war. You won that battle, though. It's about winning that battle in that situation. And they foreshadowed it in the beginning of the film.
I felt with that scene, it was like putting something into the Holly wants put in to give the audience what they want, and it undid a lot of the
I can see why you would think that, but I do not think that's the case with this.
I think it's a really good scene,
because
actually.
I think that it's also like what I was saying with the Jordan Peele Get Out movie, where I thought the coolest ending would have been if the police showed up and like did a Night of Living Dead on the guy, where I was like, that's kind of what I wanted to say.
Yeah, dude,
I think would really put a stamp on it. But 100%. It wasn't until talking to other people that I realized that it's like,
but that would have been cool.
I can see why you would want that, and it would send a deeper message. But at the same time, this is us. Like, this is our personal thing. We want to be the hero. Like, we don't want to end that way. You know what I mean? So from their perspective, meaning black people, I could see why you don't want to end that way. Like, even though if you're making a deeper statement, I could see where Jordan Peele and everybody, because I read into it. It's like, I could totally see why you wouldn't want to end on the downer like that. And you want to celebrate your people. Yeah. You know what I mean? So in the context of from their perspective, I think it makes more sense.
I mean, it's like a moral victory. It's a moral victory though, man, because like I said, Smoke and Stack, they foreshadowed that entire scene in the beginning of the film. Like, you come from me, like, you know, we're going to take you out kind of thing. You know, like what's coming. So like, it's not,
I mean, I get all that. It just, I also felt too, like, it kind of infantized the KKK a little, which I don't think is good. Like, you have the scene, the yin of the movie. This is where I think the dialogue in this movie is iffy at some points too, where you have this guy that's like literally like, oh yeah, they don't exist no more. Like, it's so campy to me.
Yeah, but the KKK has also said that they will never admit that David Dukes even ran the shit, bro. Like, they're just a bunch of fucking racist fucks that live in their own little world, man. Like, dude, they're never gonna admit that shit. They're bad fucking people.
Well, I'm not saying like they're gonna admit
that shit doesn't exist.
I just think it was like, I think just like having this character that just like so over the top, like cartoon villain KKK evil white guy is just like almost infantile.
But I feel like all KKK,
it's like the Jojo Rabbit Hitler thing.
Yeah, I feel like they're all like a cartoon characters because it's so outrageous that people that don't believe in this shit. It's like, how the fuck did people do this shit? Like, it just seems so fantastical.
It's like when South Park made Osama bin Laden like an actual like Looney Tunes character.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane.
One thing about this movie I also defend, whereas I know like some people, their criticisms of this movie have to do more with the writing. And yeah, I do think there are some plot holes in this movie, but I don't think it's not like movies like Weapons or like.
And you have a problem with like the beginning of the scene where like with the native guys were chasing down the vampire. And you were like,
the thing is though, Mike. Well, I know I was saying at that time, and like I'm even would retract.
You don't need context for that though. They're chasing him down. Like you don't need any context. That's what I mean.
I'm even like retract it. I would even retract something like that, where it's like, you know, you can poke holes in all these movies. Like none of these movies have bulletproof scripts by any means. But at the same time, like there's no way this movie is like you said, everybody's kind of cartoony. Where this movie is like playing it completely seriously. Like you're allowed to do some things that maybe take some liberties.
I mean, the most cartoony things, but it also shows that how Smoke and Stack were like they were kind of weird and stuff. Like, the scene where he gets the girl to like watch the vehicle and shit, and of course those guys go bust in the back of his shit, and he goes and shoots the dudes and stuff. It's like, you know, everyday activities you probably wouldn't see that, but you would back in the day, like the Wild West. People got shot like that. Like Chicago, Prohibition, people got shot like that. That's how people dealt with shit, man. Like it didn't come across as being, fantastical or like, oh, that shit wouldn't happen. People fucking, if you were feared in the streets, some dude's not going, oh, fucking smoke fucking shot this guy. And it's like, no one's saying shit, bro. That's how you dealt with stuff back in like the Wild West. Like literally it was just a gun. It was just people were toting guns and shooting each other. It's fucking crazy.
I think the characters in themselves are kind of hammy, but at the and if you're also the thing is, I can't really take a movie that seriously when you have them saying shit like, well, I thought different until you licked my coochie, then fucked me. Or like, your wife's going to give you so much pussy when you see how much money you'll make, you might even get to put your pecker in her mouth. Like, this is such unserious dialogue that
but it's priorities though, bro. It's still priorities. I mean, I honestly cannot
I just think it's
vouch
like,
for people at how they talked in the South and stuff. But if you got priorities of fucking getting some pussy and money and shit like that, like maybe that's how you're talking, man.
It's constant dialogue where it's like vulgar, but it's also tame at the same time. It's weird, but it just makes me not take the movie seriously, which is like doesn't make the movie have to like really make the like. Which is
so crazy because like you see comedy in every fucking movie, but then you can't. Really
no, I do see the comedy. No, like I do see the comedy, but that's why like I'm not like taking the movie completely seriously.
I think it's because it's delivered seriously though too. Like when you hear those Southern accents by like Smoke and Stack,
I don't think
whoever else
really
is talking
seriously.
Honestly, dude,
it sounds pretty heavy.
He's wild, man.
But I think if you're talking, like if you got to put yourself in those shoes in that perspective.
I think that's the intention, though. Like I don't
this
think
point
said,
they're
like,
about making money and getting
seriously.
pussy and stuff like that. Like that's kind of their thing. They're back in the small town and like now they're having fun. It's about having the bar, you know, maybe reclaiming some of these old relationships, maybe getting some cooch, all type of shit. And like they do it serious, but at the same time, it's like you're still human. That's how people fucking talk, bro.
It's fun. People talk.
Yeah, like, that's why I think they're like also goofy. I think they're goofy for it.
Yeah, people are goofy sometimes, bro. People say
that's what I mean. Like that's why like I don't take the movie that seriously. Where like I'm willing to like not like where things that might be writing issues don't bother me because this isn't like this movie is
it's right down to like it's right down to the whole musical aspect of the thing too. Like the vampires, like a couple of their songs are kind of funny. Like the
whole
lyrics,
thing is funny.
The lyrics in the songs, man, you're just like, how can anybody take that shit serious?
Exactly, and it's supposed to be like an uncomfortable chuckle. Like these are the predators, these are the bad guys, but they're also
those moments are meant to be funny though. Those lyrics when they, like I think it's like the second song they sing or whatever. I think it's meant to be kind of like off-putting and what are they saying? But like it's kind of funny.
Like that's what I'm getting at though. Like I don't think this movie's that serious. I think it's like a little goofy. And that's why, like, they should.
I mean, it definitely has a serious moments. I mean, the core narrative of the film, the oppression of in the South and stuff.
It's still a movie that's trying to be fun and just
like that's why I don't think
have a lot.
See, I think it accomplishes being funny. It has really great performances while doing it, and I think it still has the core commentary, which is super effective. I mean, it's something we've seen this before, but it's done in a cool way with vampires and the oppression and stuff. It's just a different angle. And I think it really all works. Michael B. Jordan actually knocked this out the fucking park. I always liked him as an actor, you know, like seeing the Creed movies and stuff. Like I've never seen him as like Black. I don't watch Marvel movies. So
I thought he did a good job. I really did not care about either of the brothers. I thought the movie like really tried to force empathy on them, and I did not go fuck about them.
You suck.
I don't really think it's forcing empathy on them. We know that they're not great people.
I liked Cornbread. I liked Cornbread a lot. I think
but you got to understand though, man. Smoke and Stack are not meant to be the most insane. They're meant to be likable, but the core people that they're not insanely likable because they were gangsters and they fucked over a couple. Like they're gonna die. Like they're not great people.
You didn't like the relationship with the one brother.
If you fuck over the mob and the Irish mob, like you're fucked.
I thought those dramatic beats were so over the top and so faux did. I thought they're so fucking phony.
This fucking.
I kind of
still don't understand. You know the whole. I always say Josh Allen's wife or whatever. Like that whole sex scene, like I don't think it's that explicit. People are like, "Man, that was the most explicit thing."
No, it's not explicit.
That's silly shit. Not even worth acknowledging.
Yeah, that could be a PG-13.
What are people watching? Fucking Nickelodeon movies or something? Like that shit was not explicit.
People just wanted to rib on Josh Allen. People were just being immature and want to rib on Josh Allen. That's
I mean, they should have just waited till this week to rip on Josh Allen.
Yeah, dude, we almost made it through the whole show without fucking bringing it up.
But. Nah, that scene could have been
the reffing fucking sucked in that overtime.
Oh my god! Get out of here with
That
that. Are
interception-
you one of those guys that are blaming the interception that was clearly an interception?
It wasn't clearly an interception.
It was clearly an interception.
No.
And then other people are referencing the other thing, and it's like, dude, that was already a completed catch. He had not completed his catch in the Bills game. That's the whole
You know
point.
what? It doesn't fucking matter. So I called it though when we're watching the game in real time. You probably read the message when Allen fumbled the ball towards the end of the first half and they got that extra 3 points. I turned to Aaron and I said, they're going to lose by 3 because that should have never happened.
Yeah,
That's what happened. They lost by 3.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah. And I was like, that's one of those plays that's such a stinger. You know, it shouldn't have happened. And karma just like, I don't know what kind of karma it was, but I'm like, it should have never fucking, I don't know what Allen was thinking by running that ball, but like, anyways, we're not going to talk about sports. I'm
Yeah. All right. But anyways, like Parker, I'm sick of talking about this movie because I always have to, since I'm on the divisive opinion,
okay, dude, this is what we do on the podcast. We talk about movies.
No,
Stop
no,
saying
no.
you're
It's not
sick
to
of
do with
talking
the
about
podcast.
movies.
It's not about the podcast.
We have
like,
talked about it a lot.
Okay, I'm just fucking with you.
No, it's not even just the podcast. It's like constantly like anywhere. Like anytime I'm around people that like this movie and they ask my opinion, I'm just like, all right, here we go again. I'm just like, I'm burnt out on the movie. But I think between the show and on here, I think I gave my fair assessment of what I like about the movie and what I do not. And I am ready to leave it in 2025 and bring on the next highly divisive movie.
Is it really that divisive though?
All right.
I guess between us, but not really.
Yeah, it's like you.
There are I will say though, like I know like in horror, I really am like in the small minority that has like some stuff to poo-poo about in this movie, but outside of horror, there's a lot more people that have beef with this movie.
It's just a bunch of fucking nerds, dude. Just a bunch of fucking nerds who think
Dude,
they know
it's
film.
all that Discord shit, man. I'm telling you, man. Those guys.
But
it's a
that
special
show,
breed.
like, I will say though, no, it's not because in those
fucking
places,
nerdy film guys.
It's not because in those places, it's still overwhelming.
Who have probably
content.
never
It's
even
just
seen
like,
From Dusk Till Dawn before. They're like, oh man.
You'd be surprised. All those nerd guys have seen like pretty much every level 1 and 2 horror movie, except like the real young.
Anyways, yeah, we're done with Sinners. Probably, yeah, for 2025. All right,
Yeah.
so coming in number 18 for myself is another one of Tyler's favorite movies of the year. I know he's a big fucking fan of this one, and that's Osgood Perkins' The Monkey.
This one's all right.
I love this movie, man. I think the first 2/3 of the movie is really fun. Like, I think the comedy plays well. The gore is fucking hilarious. There's a lot of really good comedic moments and stuff, and it's entertaining. But like, I think like the reveal in the third act kind of loses me a little bit. It doesn't really hurt the movie.
It is a little soft.
It gets very wonky.
It does some fun stuff in the movie,
Yeah.
but yeah, the whole thing is a little wonky. But like, I love some of the kills in this, and I love how like darkly comedic it is. I was laughing my fucking ass
dude,
off in the movie.
I think some of the kills. I think the kill in the swimming pool is one of the funniest things I've seen all year, man. That shit makes the second time I watched it, I busted out, man. But even like towards the end,
Oh yeah, she explodes.
she fucking explodes, dude. It's actually
Dude,
pretty
like,
funny.
The first one, like the first kill right at the beginning in the pawn shop. I was like, my theater was kind of crowded, and I had people around me, and I fucking busted a gut laughing at that, and no one around me made a peep. I was like, we're in for a long night, fellas.
Dude, I think there's a lot of really good moments in this. I just like the way, like, there's some good dialogue and shit, but like, the one part in the film where it loses me, we get this reveal with the brother, and then he's like, he has this like epiphany, and he's like, oh yeah, she was your mom too.
Oh yeah.
They just write this. Like, you have, if you put that into perspective of what the reveal is, you're like, this is the stupidest thing ever. But then I got past it. I'm like, whatever, fuck. It's still pretty fun, but I don't know, man. It's it's a decent adaptation, but it's fun stuff, man. It's fun stuff. So The Monkey, another 8. It never really changed for me. I thought it was a blast when I saw it in the theater, and I rewatched it at home later in the year, and I still thought it was pretty fun. So, but it's not perfect. Doesn't have to be. It's fun. So 8 out of 10.
All right. Number 18 for myself here. We have the Guillermo del Toro version of Frankenstein. Yeah, this is a movie that, like, what's funny is it's about as good as I was expecting. It's almost like exactly like I was expecting. Like the look of it, like everything was so what I expected, like from Del Toro, where
Yeah.
I've kind of said this before, but like he's a filmmaker that I like his work, but I've always wanted to love his work and I just never can. Like I think Kronos was like the closest I've got to that in a while. But it's just like something about him, like I want to like him more than I actually do. This Frankenstein, I like the Frankenstein story. The Universal one is probably my favorite. I like some of the Hammer ones too. But I tend to gravitate more towards like the non-talking Frankenstein. But in the story of Frankenstein, which I mentioned before that I read a few years ago, it really does matter in the grand context of everything. Like it is a huge part of the story. It's like a major component to the success of that book. But like sometimes it's just like a bit weird, you know what I mean? It never comes off quite right. It never like feels right. It would feel like Jason talking in a way, you know, just like what would he say? Like like how would he sound? It's you know, it's kind of always weird. But I thought the visuals were really cool. I love the Victor Frankenstein stuff, and when he starts the creation of the monster, that's like my favorite section of the movie. The second half with the monster I find less successful, but it also is, you know, very similar to the book as well. The stuff with the old man is very important in the book. I think that the ice ship and the frozen ship and stuff is really cool scenery, and even in the book I always remember that being a really cool like part of the book. But yeah, overall I thought it was pretty good, but not my favorite Frankenstein. I give it an 8 out of 10 though.
Yeah, I agree, man. As soon as it gets to the Frankenstein part, I'm just like, damn.
Yeah,
Not my
I prefer
favorite.
The Quiet Frankenstein. I happen to.
You mean the monster part? The Frankenstein
monster
part's the
part.
better part. It's the first part.
You're right.
I happen
you're
to
right.
peep my.
And I always
my
correct
Letterboxd
people on that too. I'm like,
pages.
yo, man, it's the monster. Then here I am fucking being retarded.
I haven't peeped my Letterboxd review of that before we started. For some reason, I clicked on it. It fucking made me laugh. I said it was a good call in those Universal movies, telling the monster to shut his trap.
Right. All right. So this next one here is coming from the
I
Dutch,
think
man.
it's Tyler's turn.
Oh yeah, it is my turn.
I always do that.
Yeah.
I do it at least once every fucking round, right?
All right, number 17, a movie that we talked about on the show, and was very happy to see this movie. This for me, this movie was like the underdog success story of the top 10 show, and I was a lot happy to see it make so many lists. And that's Stuart Ortiz's Strange Harvest. This is a movie I threw on without really even knowing what it was, and I thought it was actually just a documentary, and I didn't even know it was fake. So when they show the first part and it's like really gruesome, I was like, holy shit, like is this real? I had to like look it up and check because I thought this was just like the most insane like fucking crime doc I've ever seen in my life. But this format was really cool. I thought it was awesome. I don't necessarily want like, you know, like this to become like a format, I would say, but I think this is interesting, making a fake documentary like this.
They've done a few.
Into the
Have you seen The Bay?
I've seen The Bay, but like something more like this, where it's like literally like
It's like
as
a
if you were
Dateline.
watching like an
It's practically
insane,
like a Dateline.
yeah, like an insane like Netflix like serial killer documentary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're just learning about all this crazy stuff. I thought that was like a really cool.
Where you
thing to
I
do,
think like
and
the
because
key
it's-
component is you have some dude in a chair with like a light on him sitting there telling you what happened. Like that's
Yeah, it's the Dateline.
that's the
Yeah.
part that they
Yeah.
kind of- that's the part
Yeah,
that
and
kind
they-
of added
Yeah, I
to this
thought
to
the
make it
actors
feel
in this
different.
like did very well, like just appearing like normal guy. They felt believable for what their jobs were supposed to be. Like they played it very seriously.
They casted it good though too. Even the cops in this, they both look like they could have been cops, like the
Yeah,
real
for sure.
investigators on it. Like I'm just like, oh, this is really good. Yeah.
But I like this, and I'd be more welcome to seeing other movies like this as well. And more from Stuart T. He's an interesting filmmaker. So I'm gonna get into my sevens now.
So did you watch Harvest Brood?
Yeah, I like this better than Harvest Brood.
Yeah, but I mean, it's similar idea where
It's similar, and that's why I was actually kind of excited going into Harvest Brew. But I really struggled with just the way some of the production of it. Like I thought, like the detectives and everyone were a lot less convincing in that one.
I love the story in that movie, like the folklore, like the lore.
That one was a little bit more punk rock, though. Like that was a little bit different. That was more of like
but it plays like it has this folklore thing, but then it has this conspiracy angle too, and it's like these cover.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was.
I liked it, man.
It's interesting. It's like it didn't. I guess it didn't completely work for me, but it's more. That one's more of an art piece. I guess I just like this one more like clean cut.
Well, I know it did, man, because that was another one that was in my top 10.
Yeah,
I loved it, man. All right, so. Like I was saying, my number 17 coming from the Netherlands, and that is a movie called Meat Kills. Did you guys see this one?
Mm-mm.
No, this was on the last couple. I ended up leaving.
Oh, neither of you guys saw Meat Kills? Oh,
no,
shit.
This was my last like 3 or something, or my last 2 that I was gonna watch. I ended up just like saying, okay, I'm not watching. These were last 3, The Damn, This, and The Gorge.
Man, this was a cool movie, man. It's basically about like this activist group that are, obviously protesting against like animal cruelty and slaughtering animals and shit like that. Anyways, this one girl, she gets all hugged up in this group and stuff. And anyways, they go to this farm to go stop this slaughter, this pig farmers, slaughter the pigs. Anyways, when they get there, may have been tipped off and they went ahead and slaughtered all these pigs and shit like that. So the leader of this group, she gets super fucking pissed and she's like, hey, we need to get revenge on these people and stuff like that. It's kind of crazy. But then, it just goes kind of batshit from there. Yeah, it's fucking gory and crazy and gnarly. It basically kind of all takes place like at this, this farm kind of slaughterhouse type deal. People are just getting wild and people are wilding and, like I said, people are getting killed off and shit like that. But this one ends on a note where I'm like, it's one of those moments where I could see Tyler watching the movie going and just busting out laughing. Like, that's so fucking ridiculous. Like, it's got one of those type of endings. And I'm like, yeah, I actually thought I was kind of hoping you watch this one, but yeah, it's fucking nasty. It's brutal. Like, it's all practical effects, like a lot of blood and gore and shit. Of course, your slaughterhouse, people are getting killed. So it's kind of like a slaughter. It's like this, activist, like revenge film, but then it turns more into like almost like a slasher film in the sense because people are just getting picked off like everywhere, but it's not really a slasher film. Good stuff though. I really enjoyed this one, man. Surprise, not a ton of fucking huge films that come out of the Netherlands, but this one hit though. Meat Kills, 8 out of 10. Good stuff there. Good foreign shit.
All right, my number 17 is a movie that I really didn't even want to see. It looks stupid to me, but it got a couple good reviews and stuff like that, and I figured, what the hell, I'll give it a shot. And that is Chainsaw Man, the movie.
Hell yeah.
Resi Arc. Yeah, this ended up being a lot of fun. I feel like for not knowing the anime, I felt like it was actually pretty easy to follow. I'm sure there's some context stuff that would make it better.
It's basically just context that enhances the characters, but you can follow it like easy enough. Like, okay, this is like the superhero.
This is one of those themes of the year.
They do a good job. What's that?
Lots of relationship films.
Yeah. They do a good job of letting you understand the world for somebody that doesn't know the context pretty easily and fast. Like, I kind of understood pretty early on, like, okay, there's these like demon things that have like these powers and shit like that, and there's like a group of these people that and each of them sort of have like a unique ability or power.
Yeah, they have a contract with a devil, and like they're basically that's what that is. Yeah. So like one guy like has a devil's hand, and he like in exchange for like a piece of his skin on his arm.
Right. Yeah. So I thought it actually was pretty cool when you started to see like the bomb chick and the shark dude and the obviously Chainsaw Head himself. Uh and the thing that I find a little bit uninteresting in this movie is actually the relationship stuff. It's Tyler sat there and said he didn't buy the Sinners thing super seriously. This shit is the most like eye rolly stuff in the world to me.
I can see why you say that, because I didn't really care about it the first time I watched it either. But then I got 5 hours of context on these characters.
Okay, so at least it's but the like these like some of these anime stuff where it's like this kid and he's like, oh my god, it's a girl, how could I ever talk to her? And it's like I'm just like,
did you watch this in English?
Bro, yeah, actually.
Oh shit, man! I went to the theater and I saw it in Japanese.
I did actually watch it in English.
They had it in English and a Japanese show, but I was like, I'm gonna go watch it in fucking.
I love animes that are dubbed, like the ones that aren't.
I watch all of my
ever dubbed. Work for me as good as the ones that are dubbed. But yeah, like some of the like teenager stuff, the way that they portray like the Japanese teenage boy who's like, oh my god, it's a girl. Like I'm just like, dude, what the fuck? I'm just sitting there like these fuckers are so corny.
It probably comes out a little bit different when you're watching the dub versus the original.
Probably.
I don't know.
It probably does.
But it's
like you
it's
can
all,
even tell
it's
when
not
you watch
the,
the Japanese stuff.
Can you?
The tone's different. Yeah, like the tone's different. Just the way they talk. Like it's not like,
that's what makes it different and comical.
Inflections. Yeah.
But like any like, it seems like a common occurrence with teenage like dudes in anime where they're just like completely unable to handle a girl.
Yeah,
and it's just like, dude, like I don't, like these kids suck, dude. They got no game, bro.
Yeah,
just get to the action sequence.
That's literally that's like literally this kid. Like he's driven by ass, but he has absolutely no game.
But these girls seem to like crush on him a little bit. It's fucking.
Well, that's because not really. That's the thing. Is like the one, like the pink hair one, who's going out like on dates with, like that's like his master. Like she treats like that's like he's her dog basically. If he like disobeys her, he dies.
They're playing the long game on that one.
Yeah, but but for him, he's like, I get to hang out with this hot chick. Yes. And then the other girl's trying to kill him. So
yeah. Which was quite obvious, homie.
Yeah.
So yeah. Overall, though, like the action sequences and the animation and stuff, the visuals were all stellar, like awesome looking, and that's what kind of sold me on the movie. Like it, by the end of it, I was, hey, this is really cool to look at. So I give it an 8 out of 10.
Nice. Did you catch any homages?
The ones you mentioned.
Yeah.
But I didn't catch them. To answer your question, I didn't catch them, but I'm aware of them now.
Oh, okay.
Number 16 has been mentioned tonight already, and that is the second film in my top 25 from Scott Derrickson, and that is The Gorge. Probably never going to happen again. Anna Taylor-Joy, who's fantastic in the film. She puts on Anya Taylor-Joy. She puts on a really good accent in the film. I think this is like, I've heard people complain like, oh, like Mike actually complained about this. He's like, it's what modern horror films do, man. They, they take it too far and then they show you everything and stuff. And I'm like, this movie kind of needed to do that though. Like I think that what they uncover when they get into the gorge and stuff like that is actually really cool. I think that whole kind of like conspiracy of like World War II and like what they were going, like all these testings that we were doing and shit like that. Like it kind of plays into the whole idea of like this shit might, I'm not saying the creatures do and stuff like that, but like these type of experiments, all that type of shit, it was going on at times. But I like the whole aspect of like, they don't even know what country they're in when they're brought there. I think that's a really cool concept to the film and stuff. But it's like a romantic story disguised as a horror film, really. But it works for me though, man, because I think they both have really good chemistry and stuff. But It's a cool idea, man. I like the way the movie starts out though too, because it starts out on this like complete downer note, and it's going to be possibly like the most nihilistic thing ever. And then it gets you thinking through the whole thing. You're like, well, how the fuck are they going to get out of this shit? You know, kind of thing. And, you know, it's, I think honestly, one of my favorite parts in the film is probably the most ridiculous fucking thing of all time is the Jeep on the wench going up the fucking gorge. Seriously. Like that is the ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life, but I loved it. I'm like, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. But, you know, big fan of the, you know, the visuals that was happening down in the gorge and stuff. It was pretty cool stuff. But 8 out of 10 for myself. Good watch. And yeah, Suck My Horny Wiener was in the film too. I mean, Sigourney Weaver.
All right. So I realized mid-review that Moodz actually jumped me. So we're going to go to me, then we're going to go back to JP. Then we're going to go back to
again?
Me again to get a second order. Yeah.
Fucking guy, bro.
I always think I'm after JP.
No, he probably thought because we were talking about Chainsaw Man, it must have been coming from me.
Oh, fuck, totally.
Yeah. All right. So
whatever, it doesn't matter.
My numbers. Yeah. So my number is 16. It's a movie we talked about a little earlier. It's Ben Leonberg's Good Boy. This was the Doggy Ghost movie. And this movie is really cool. It's got a lot of ambition to it. I do wish maybe there was a little more meat or certainty. Because I, as much as I do like an ambiguous movie, I thought maybe this movie was a little bit, I don't know, just a little bit content-light or a little bit too ambiguous. But at the same time, you're also watching it through the context of the dog. So the dog just like has no idea what it's seeing. So maybe that even makes more sense. And this movie is perfectly fine. But anyways, yeah, this movie, it's got some really cool visuals. It does like the dog is so good that the dog's able to communicate all this emotion. And, you know, you always get these movies where it makes you pull the heartstrings for like someone's pet in the movie, and they go ahead and flip the script on that in this movie, which I thought was really cool as well. I almost wish it was a little longer, but at the same time, I think it was smart for a movie like this to get in and out. Obviously, it must be very difficult to be filming primarily with a dog as well. So the runtime makes sense, but this is one I definitely check out if you haven't. At minimum, I think it's going to be a really interesting movie for you, even if you're not necessarily as high on it, because I can definitely see this being a little bit of a divisive film. I'm going to stick with my 7s.
What was that film?
Good Boy.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I missed the beginning.
So
it's back to you at 16, and then it'll be to me at 15.
Okay. Okay, 16 is a movie called Hollow Road. I really hadn't heard much about this one and just saw it. Some people rate it high, so I was like, okay, let me check it out. And I actually like really ended up digging this one. I got really invested in the story and wanted to see where it was going. And the phone calls are just very effective. You're sitting there hearing this dialogue back and forth and gets real intense, and you're like, oh shit, like what's going to happen? And overall, I found it very engaging and really enjoyed the process of the story. I gave that one an 8 out of 10.
Nice. Okay. Number 15. This is a film I thought would actually have done better on the show, and I mean, it would have been really close to make everybody's list. Had it made mine too, I thought, if it was going to make... I thought I might be the holdout on this movie. But it is Final Destination Bloodlines.
Was I the only person that had that shit?
Only 1 or 2 people had, and I thought that was a disappointing showing. Because it seemed like everybody likes this movie, at least.
That's kind of what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tyler, what was your 17 and 18s?
My 18 was Sinners. My 17 was Strange Harvest.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so Final Destination Bloodlines. I really like the way they expanded on the Final Destination format, and it's not even something they necessarily had to do. Like these movies at core, just being the death is a disaster and death's gonna come get you, and they just give you a new way to do it. It's just really a format you can just keep rolling with, and you don't really need to change it much. But I thought it did a good job of keeping it true and doing something really cool to help you understand that, which now opens like an entire world of things for this franchise in terms of context of death's curse, we'll call it. By just like peeling it back a little bit and almost defining like why these things happen and like how one little instance can cause all these things. I thought that was a really cool way to set it up, and then obviously you have the Tony Todd send off, which is like so fucking emotional. And I don't know if it got me in the theater, but it might have put me pretty close if I didn't. And I can see that being like a moment like that I see like, you know, over the next like decades, however many times I see this in my life, and that always kind of being like a tender moment, you know. Mm-hmm. But yeah, Final Destination, Bloodlines, like it might be the best movie this far in a franchise of any franchise.
Oh shit, guys! I'm watching the college football final here, and I just got a trailer for Mercy. That means it's gonna do better, hopefully, and I'm gonna win.
Oh Jesus! Uh-oh. Well, yeah. Anyways, Final Destination Bloodlines, 7 out of 10.
All right. So number 15 back on track here.
Yep.
Somebody's a fucking idiot. It's a film that actually got a kind of funny story with this. It's an Indian film, and it's called Vash Level 2. Now, to put this into context, man, like I've mentioned many, many times over the years that I'm not a big fan of watching sequels before the original films. But I got something to disclose here and admit. I didn't realize this was a sequel because I read the title as Vash Level 2. Like level 2.
Yeah, me too. Like, oh, they're on level 2.
Yeah, like we're on level 2.
I didn't know either.
And it was fucking crazy.
Idea,
and I was like, I was just on the internet, and all of a sudden it was like, someone was talking about Vash Level, and I'm like, oh my God, is this a fucking sequel?
Yeah.
So I looked into it quickly, and I'm like, did I need to see the first one? And like, no, there's like a little bit of context, but it doesn't really matter. You can totally watch this.
Yeah, like, Mike Maron was blowing this movie, and he just never mentioned there was a sequel, so I just watched it, and I was like, yeah, that was pretty good. And then like 2 days later, he said, I like the first one better. So what? The first one?
Well,
I actually knew it was a sequel. I mentioned in the chat that it was to you guys.
Well, now that I look at the poster, it literally says on the forehead, "The curse is back." But I never saw the poster. So I think it was just like a Netflix thing or whatever. But yeah, this one's kind of a fucked up movie, dude. Like it's almost hard to like take serious because the beginning of the film, like all these girls are all of a sudden becoming kind of like possessed or controlled or whatever. And then they just like take nosedives off this school and shit. And you're like, what the fuck? But, you know, like the core part is like this father, he's got this daughter that's been like under this spell or cursed or whatever for like 12 years and shit. It's the funniest shit, man. She's like cursed in a smiling position. So basically this entire movie is basically this like kind of like warlock character. They never really call him a warlock or like a witch or anything. It's just someone that has the ability to basically like curse people and control people and make them do what he wants to do. I have to admit though, the reveal in this film as to why he's doing what he's doing might be the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. I literally laughed so fucking hard in this. I rewound it and I said, did I just miss something? Because what I just read was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, I was talking with a guy at work because I recommended it to him. And he's like, dude, I didn't even know what to think of the ending. I'm like, was it not funny? He's like, he's like, what? Oh my God, this shit was so funny. But like to go through all of that, curse someone's daughter for 12 years over what it was very reminiscent to me of like the reveal of Chop. Like it was so out over the top ridiculous. Like everything that transpired from what the cause was is absolutely ridiculous. It made the whole movie, like I thought the movie was super entertaining. Like I was like, this is actually really cool. And kind of a different way of like doing like a fucking curse kind of possession. Like, I wouldn't say possession, but like controlling. I don't really know what to really call it because it's like foreign to us. It's like a foreign idea. Because the way I looked at this dude was being like a warlock, but they don't call him a warlock. He's not a witch. He's not that. He just has the ability to do this shit. I'm like, oh, that's fucking wild. But pretty cool stuff, man. I mean, if you want to see kids taking headers off of buildings and kids dying and kids doing some fucked up shit and like crazy ass dialogue and like just wildness, man. This
violence against children in this movie is above average.
Yeah, dude, it's like straight wilding, and it surprised me too because I was watching this film going, when are they going to break out into song and dance? But it never does. But it does have the funniest reveal of years. I mean, I howled at this. I think it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's fucking it.
Yeah, okay.
I literally looked up the conversion and it was 10 cents, bro.
I didn't know that. It's fucking. I didn't imagine it was a lot of money, but I think it was like literally nothing. Dude, the Indians watching this must be fucking like laughing their heads off.
Oh my god!
That's probably some big joke there, and these people are absolutely cackling at that.
But like when you think back of everything that's transpired over what it was, you're like, this is pure gold. It's hilarious, man. It's so good. But like in a horror,
like almost way. It puts the state. I was like, so like I'm sorry, I'm laughing at the kids fucking torpedoing off the roof.
Oh my god!
But like I wasn't sure if this movie was like a case where I'm the only one that thinks this movie's funny. But I like when it got to that part, I was like, okay, no, this is supposed to be a black comedy.
Yeah, 100%. And it's funny too, because I had the same same ideas when I was watching. I was like, oh man, I don't know if this is supposed to be funny or like it's just coming off like that. But man, there's just so many moments where kids are just doing fucked up shit. It's like 8.5 out of 10, man. I love this one. So I got to see the first one now. I really do. I really hope. And it's funny too, because like, if you look at the tags on this, it says psychological horror, supernatural horror, and thriller. It doesn't say anything about comedy. That is fucking wild.
All right. My number 15 is a movie that I think made Moods' top 10 list. And that is Cannibal Mukbang.
Nice.
From 2023. Yeah. I watched this.
I'm glad that people check this out because I kept telling people, I'm like, it's better than you think it is.
Yeah. It's like one of those films that I'd said if I'd saw the poster and title, I would have thought it was one of those like Wild Eye releases or something like that. You know what I mean? But it was Well Go USA, I believe you said. And it's basically a love story involving a, I guess, influencer in the mukbang community and some dude. And it gets very cannibal-y. And it's honestly really charming and fun and funny. And I bought the love story. I like the characters. Thought it was a pretty overall enjoyable movie. I gave that one an 8 out of 10 as well.
Yeah, I like where it goes though too. Like it goes into a place where I didn't think it was going to go, and it just ends up being kind of brutal. Yeah. But cool idea though, man. Again, with the relationships this year, I'm turning a new leaf because these are usually the type of films where I'm like, fuck relationships.
Maybe that's the new cool thing in horror, relationship horror.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. I got a film coming from, I believe, New Zealand, Australia. Okay. This is kind of a weird one at 14. It's Lorcan Finnegan's The Surfer. This movie realistically could have been like my 10 or 9, but ultimately I decided this wasn't horror. You know, I got some anime on my list. I got Claude on my list. Let's not get carried away now. But this movie, it's got like a light cult theme in it, but it's similar to a movie like Mother, where it's very abstract and it's very metaphorical. I'm not even sure what this movie means completely. It's probably very open to interpretation, but it's like Nick Cage brings his son to this beach that he grew up in, and like that's in the neighborhood of this beach house he grew up in that he wants to desperately buy back, and he has the money and he's ready to do it. But it like literally turns into an episode of Rocket Power where the locals are like, locals only serve here, man. And they won't let him be a part of it, and it just becomes like this stress movie where it seems like everyone in the movie is just fucking with Nicolas Cage the entire movie. Like, hey, can I charge my phone? Yeah, here's my phone. Can you charge it? And he walks away. He's like, you didn't give me a phone, man. Like shit like that. And everything just keeps getting worse and worse and worse for this guy. Well, he's waiting for his agent to call him back so he can get the cash to go buy his like house that's then going to be sold if he doesn't get the money in time. And it's just like this like ridiculous, like horrific, stressful situation. And it's all like metaphorical. It doesn't really even to the end at all like lead into like there's like a cult at the beach, like where it starts to maybe show you that. But even then the theme's like, but that's kind of where the horror comes from. I forgot the actor's name. I know he died like earlier this year. Julian McMahon. He's like the cult leader, and he's like this guy Scully, who's the leader of the local surfers, and he's just like a huge asshole and just fucks with this guy. It just fucks with Nicolas Cage the whole movie, and it's a really interesting movie. It's from the same director that did the movie. What was it called? Vivarium, which is also a very abstract, open to interpretation, like kind of like horror-ish, like, you know, nightmarish, maybe surrealism in a way, just like this movie. Type of like psychological thriller. So if you're into that movie, you'd probably like this movie as well. I think this movie is better than Vivarium, and it's a movie quality wise I think might even like more than some movies ahead of it. But I do like all those movies. Those are the movies that really competed for my list, so they're going to stay in those slots. But yeah, I liked this movie quite a bit. I'd check it out if any of that sounds appealing to you. And you just like Nicolas Cage, because he just plays a good like Nicolas Cage role. He gets to freak out a little, he gets to act a little. He's just convincing. He's Nicolas Cage. Yeah, 7.5 out of 10 on the server.
Yeah, it actually sounds pretty interesting. Also sounds completely not even close to horror. But
He just said it. He wasn't even sure. So
that plot did. He's like, oh, there's a kind of goal. But it does sound fun.
Yep.
Oh shit.
This guy takes other people's turn, and then when it's his turn, doesn't pay attention.
Fuck yeah, man. That's what I'm here to do. Fuck around. Number 14 is a film that was just actually mentioned, and it is Final Destination Bloodlines. You know, just you know, like, so in part 5 they changed the rules a little bit, which was very refreshing to the franchise, especially coming off the abomination of part 4. And they really anteed it up by changing the rules again. And then in this one, they still have, the similar things, but using the whole bloodline angle, I thought was such a creative thing to do, because it just opens up the door for so much possibilities right now. Like, it really does. I actually can't wait for the next movie. I think it's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, I think it's just really, there's endless possibilities by taking it that angle. You can never look at a penny the same anymore, can you?
No.
You really can't.
That scene is just so well done too. Oh my
it's
God.
Fucking crazy, dude. It's gnarly, man. Again, it's fun.
That might be the best disaster. I mean, the log is just too iconic. It's way too early to say something like that. But other than the log, I think this might be the next best one.
This one's pretty good.
The thing about the log scene, though, if you really think about it, not much actually happens besides the log.
Yeah, it's like, it's all things within the realm of possibility happen because a log falls off a truck. And it's like, dude, I watch people strap stuff to trucks every day. And sometimes I had to say, you need to put another fucking strap on that, bud. Like,
Yeah, it's awesome.
I mean, people get fucked up from those logs, though, man. They really do.
Well, the thing is, too, is like, okay, you're watching this like ridiculous scenario of like in some of these movies, like, okay, that's never gonna happen to me. You know what I mean? But like, you've driven near, around, or behind a log truck before. It'll happen at some point in your life.
Mm-hmm.
And it puts you in such like a kind of common scenario.
It happens to me
for
multiple
disasters
times
like
a year.
that.
Like I have like seven.
Yeah, oh God
pictures of
forbid
me
you live in a
driving
rustic
behind
area.
one of
Like,
those things.
man,
Dude, it's around
I can
where I
imagine like
live.
driving and seeing two of them in front of you. Jesus Christ!
Dude,
Like, I'm
that's
taking the next exit.
But that's every fucking day around here. That's all logging.
Yeah,
Like you're always in between
it's
two
real,
logging
man.
trucks. Oh, it's fucking real as hell, man. It's
They
crazy.
put you like it's smart, or it just puts you there.
I mean,
It's so hard to top that disaster.
Yeah. Yeah, it's scary as shit. But I mean the one, I mean the bridge though, that one freaks me out though too.
That one's good.
The bridge freaks me out because I've drove on that bridge like tons of like millions of times. And
I mean, they're all
Which
fucking
sets
great
this-
except for the
It's high as
fucking
fuck.
NASCAR thing.
yeah, the
What
NASCAR.
sets this one apart to me though, that I thought was awesome, was the music cues in this are so fucking good. The music cue and
I think
editing,
this
like
is definitely the most
disaster, is
artsy
amazing.
one.
This
Like,
one is just
artistically inclined.
yeah, and this one was like a product of its franchise though too, because there's a lot of call outs in here, like the kill inside the what do you call those machines, the fuck is it called when you get the head scans and shit like that, whatever the machine's called.
Oh,
The
the MRI.
MRI machine. Yeah, MRIs. That's exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kill's crazy, man, because it like mimics the Final Destination 5 poster. Fucking cool, man.
Yeah.
That's really cool how they did that. But there's some really awesome kills in here. I think the ending is bad shit. It's pretty crazy. But I really just
I
love
love the one with the girl jogging, because it's such a red herring like crossfade, and then you just watch this happen. It's so goofy.
Right. Yeah. This is a fucking blast, man. And like the one thing about the Final Destination films, man, if you ever get a chance to watch them on the big screen, watch them on the big screen, because it's just like, it's so theatrical. It's just
That was
craziness.
my first one.
Really?
I sprung.
Oh, shit.
Yep, first one in.
I
theater.
sprung
They're
for
perfect in
the
theater.
roller coaster seats for this one too. It was
Have you
really
seen
good. One
any
of
of
the
these in the
disaster.
theater, Tyler?
I've seen all of them in the theater.
So the only one
All
I
of them?
don't think I
not all
saw
of
in the
them,
theater
sorry.
was
No, I'm
part
sorry,
4.
I misspoke. I didn't see 1 or 2 in the theater. I saw 3 through the last of them. I was thinking like, yeah, this was the time I would go see movies every time. No, I was 3 through starting 3. I saw them in the theater.
Yeah, I didn't see any. This is my first one.
So the beauty, well, the crazy thing is like the beauty of the Final Destination movies that they were all, except for part 4, which is the shitty one, was all shot in Vancouver. So they're Canadian made, but they were easy. They were accessible here. They always showed here. So kind of cool. Maybe part 4 didn't even show here. I don't even fucking know. It's the one I didn't see, but
Yeah, I saw that one. That one came out when I was like 18 or 19 years old. Sorry, I had to be 18, yeah, because that was like right when I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And there was a game shop in the mall, and after like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament on Friday night, we all just walked down to the mall in the theater and saw Final Destination together.
yeah, I didn't get a chance to rewatch this. I was going to, it kind of ran out of time, and I picked up the Blu-ray because, I'm a franchise whore. So,
Yes.
but I didn't get a chance to rewatch it. So I'm just kind of going off when I watched it in the theater. But, of course the Tony Todd thing is fucking crazy. And it's just like, it's crazy when you watch that scene though, too, because pretty much everything was just kind of like ad-libbed. He just kind of went off the dome there and shit. And it's like, it's sad because it pretty much is his like last appearance on screen and shit. But
His own epilogue.
it was his Final
His own
Destination, man.
epitaph.
It was his
that
Final
was the thing
Destination.
that was amazing about it too, is like he was such an artist that to say that type of shit knowing your time's coming
Yeah.
is amazing. Like it's just everything about that scene is, it's almost like
It's a
doesn't feel
metaphorical
like
scene
it
of the
would-
year.
it feels too good to be true. Like
Dude,
it feels
for
too good.
For even him to go out there,
Everything he was saying was just metaphorical to his real life. Like it's
Like-
just insane.
Because a lot of people don't want to be seen like that. Like imagine
Right,
like just
yeah,
having the
dude.
courage to even like put yourself out there, do something stressful, like be in the movie when you're clearly sick, when you're skin and bones. Like it's awesome.
But
that
it
he's gonna
wasn't
live on
for the
forever
money. It was
like that.
about reprising
no,
that
it was like-
character and
but
doing
he
what
did
he
that
knew
for
was
us.
proper. And like
Oh.
he was doing it for the fans.
Even on the
Yeah,
studio
yeah.
side though, like for them to for one, have him back again after all this time too.
Mhm.
You know, because he was
Well, he'd been a voice in the films, right? He just hadn't been on screen.
well, he was on screen in the last one,
Yeah.
but he was a voice in part 3, I think. And I'm not sure if he was in part 4 or
I
not.
think he might have had a
I
voice.
can't remember if he was in part 4, but he's definitely in 1 and 2.
But just for the studio to, because he was never like the face of this franchise or anything like that. It was like a cameo scene.
Yeah.
But for the studio to actually want to have him back after it's been so long, and to even, you know, a lot people change, studio execs change and stuff. The people that are there now might not even been there when they were making these movies and stuff
Right.
like that. But to take the time to still put him in the movie, and then to also you know, even as a studio, like having him look like that could be, you know, something that they just might not want to touch as well, you know, him looking so rough. And then for then that beautiful scene to actually happen, like I give mad credit to even the studio for, because a lot of time you don't get that stuff. They don't care, you know what I mean? Like for us as fans, that's why I say it seems almost like too good to be true for it to have like this sort of perfect full circle moment with Tony Todd, and then to have his character actually be more involved than ever before in a way, you know what I mean? Is just beautiful. Like I love that scene, and it's.
I wonder where they shot that scene though too, because I doubt that he made his way all the way up to Vancouver, because I know they did a lot of like shooting up there. I wonder if they shot that specific scene maybe down where he didn't have to travel as much. I don't know.
Yeah,
but yeah, I think every horror fan was like super proud and happy.
Dude, I was in the theater watching this and I was like almost tearing up. I'm like, this is like, and it's crazy when you're watching it with people that don't really understand, you know, the severity or the significance of the scene.
Or even
I felt like I was the only one in the theater.
Like I was like watching this going,
like
holy shit, dude, I'm ready to cry.
One
like,
other person had a reaction. Like,
because I didn't realize it was going to be that emotional. I was like, holy fuck, everything he's saying is like real. It's crazy. And I was like, oh my
people
God.
start crying, and then everybody else in the audience is super fucking confused.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's usually the case with me too. I'm usually watching films with the majority of the people in the theater, like they're not seasoned. They don't really understand, you know, a lot of things that are happening in these films and stuff. Like I said, I've watched going to see Evil Dead movies. Like isn't this the only Evil Dead movie?
Well, yeah, even seeing I Know What You Did Last Summer, that was like the biggest one ever, because I know like 90% of the audience had no idea that it was even a sequel or that there were other movies.
So they weren't disappointed with that ridiculous fucking that reveal. It makes it so much better though if you know, man. You don't, you're just like whatever. It like loses all context though. Like if you're watching I Know What You Did Last Summer for the like that's the first film you've ever seen. How does that even work for you? It must be just whatever. It's like blah.
Yeah.
So, oh my God, what is going on in this hockey game right now? Like literally every time I look over at my phone, someone scored. This is fucking insane.
The hockey game.
So anyways, Final Destination 6, 8.5. I don't know if I rated Vash level 2 because I jumped the gun on that one, but that's also an 8.5. So I broke out of the 8s and the 8.5s. Yeah, that's my number 14.
All right. My number 14 is a film that was mentioned a little bit earlier. I don't think it made a top 10 list. And I think it was a movie that I kind of expected to when it came out. And that is Mike Flanagan's The Monkey, also Stephen King's The Monkey. Yeah, this one was in my top 10 for a little bit. When I watched it, I felt as if I didn't like it as much as other people did. And I think as time went on, I think other people sort of like lowered their opinion on it as well, and maybe thought that it wasn't as good as they initially thought. I still think it's pretty fun though, and that's what this movie really is it's a fun, funny movie. And I think that the plot gets a little silly in the third act and eye-rolly, but the deaths are hilarious and fun. The idea is dark and funny, and it has a really solid, final there too. So yeah, pretty good overall. I gave it an 8.
Go.
Right. Number 13. It's a movie. It's been mentioned once that came rolling up right up towards the end prep. And it's Babak and Vari's Hollow Road. This is an Irish. Basically, this is the year of the car thrillers. This is a car thriller, like it ends, but much differently. But yeah, I like to call these movies 12 Angry Men movies because 95% of this movie is just someone in a car. You got your lead
movies.
Yeah, that also makes sense.
Call it a what?
I've been calling it for years, like since we started this show. I started calling them contained.
Oh, just
movies.
contained. Oh yeah, I see, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
but I
call them 12. I call them 12 Angry Men movies.
I mean, that makes sense too.
Yeah,
same thing.
Yeah. But yeah, so 95% of the movies is two people in a car. It's Rosamund Pike and Matthew Rhys, and they get a call from their daughter who's freaking out because she hit someone that ran in the road, and they're basically coming to her to do some illegal stuff to help her cover it up or figure out some sort of solution. And it's one of those things where like it's just the whole movie is the three of them like getting frustrated with each other, like bringing up stuff that's irrelevant, like getting stressed up by the situation. It just builds tension. And eventually it gets to a point where the movie starts to get a little supernatural and it turns into like a little bit of a folktale, but it's in another character introduced that talks on the phone. So you're still in the car this whole time too. Like of this 80-minute movie, I would say 75 minutes are in the car. And it just ends up being like a really interesting, like a really edge of your seat type thriller with a horror twist on it. I thought it was really good. It was a movie, like I said, that came really late in prep, so that definitely hurts a movie like this, especially because I think this movie, obviously being like this tight dialogue-driven thriller, really hinges on the reveals and you being invested when you already know what happens. It's kind of hard to be that tense with it. So this movie might be the kind of movie that has diminishing returns. So ultimately, that's what eliminated it from my top 10 for me, because this was one of the last 3 movies that didn't make it. That competed for that 10 spot. But this was really good. I would definitely recommend it. Like I said, 80 minutes. It's pretty easy at that investment. That investment level flies right by. 7.5 out of 10.
Cool.
Nice. Good stuff. Number 13. Yeah, we're number 13. All right. So has nobody mentioned this yet? Did anybody have? Oh, I think Tony had this in the top 10. My number 13 is VHS Halloween. Did other people have?
Yeah, he had this in his top 10.
Okay, cool.
That's easy though.
Yeah, man. I'm a really big fan of this. And where the fuck is the Blu-ray, by the way? That wasn't rhetorical, motherfuckers. I was actually asking a question.
They should do a box set.
But like all the movies that always get a release like right away from Shudder. And this one
they should do a box set with some extra slots so you can like plug in the new ones.
Hasn't had a release. I don't know what's up with that shit.
Good point.
Right. Exactly. You gotta have like 6 more slots in there.
Yeah, like it's a detracting one, so you can pull it out longer. The more
it's kind of like an accordion box set. You can just like detract it or pull it out.
Or like set it to this up, make it a little bigger. And
that's a good idea. The accordion box set.
Dude, I should patent this before fucking like Vinegar Syndrome steals it and makes a bunch of money.
Yeah, fuck. We've given out ideas before.
Copyrights it,
right, JP?
Yeah,
and they've stole our shit before.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, VHS Halloween, man, is kind of caught me off.
The last one didn't come out till February on disc. So.
Okay, so there's still hope then.
Oh, okay. You're still in the realm of regular scheduling.
So this one opens up with the first segment, which turns out to be like the wraparound. It's called Diet Phantasma, and it's like absolutely absurd. Again, this whole VHS Halloween has a lot of kids being killed in it. Let's put it that way. Just a lot of younger people being killed. But Die Phantasma is fucking, to me, the second time I watched it, I was busting out on this, man. I'm like, some of the fucking dialogue in this is so funny when people are like blowing up and shit. I like when he's like, bro. He doesn't say bro, but he's like, you got to go clean that up right there. And I'm like, oh my God, dude, it's so funny. But anyways, so that one turns out to be like, it's basically just about these people that are testing out this new diet soda. And yeah, anyways, then it cuts into the first segment, which is Coochie Coo. Is that what it is? And it's like this baby segment of these two older teens or whatever. They're like, you know, trying to recapture their fucking youth from trick-or-treating and stuff, and they're fucking around and stuff. They end up in this house and it's all fucked up with like babies and stuff. It's pretty creepy. And then you get into the Paca Plaza one, which is like the Super 6 info one. And that is like my least favorite one of the bunch. It's good. I feel like it kind of slows down the pace a little bit. I don't know what it is. I don't mind what's going on, but it's all right. It's all right. Basically just kind of recapping what happens at this party and stuff like that. People die and shit, whatever. Then we get into Fun Size. JP, you were saying that this one possibly had like AI use in it and stuff. Is that
That's
the
what
one
people were saying online?
I mean, dude, if it is, I don't know. I'm not really seeing it, but
It's the candy wrappers.
yeah, the candy wrappers, whatever it is, what it is. But they were kind of fun. The names of them and shit like that. Like this one's crazy, man. Like basically it's about these trick-or-treaters. They go up to this house and they're like, this bowl says, take one. Of course not going to fucking take one. They get sucked into this like factory world and shit. And it turns out like they're basically using humans to make candy parts and stuff. Dude, it has that like Van Wilder moment in it where the dude like bites into this thing and it's got like this white jizz coming down his chin and stuff. Because the candy's shaped like a penis. Is pretty awesome. And then we get into like the most sadistic one of the show, of the movie, which is called Kid Print. And it's basically about this dude that's like, a bunch of kids are going missing in this neighborhood and stuff. So this dude's like taking pictures of them at his shop and stuff. And it's like a kid print, you know, it's like you have a, you know, up-to-date picture of this child and stuff. So if they go missing, here's your picture, blah, blah, blah. And it just goes fucking wild, man. It's just like, it's crazy to sadistic again with killing kids and stuff. And it's pretty wild. It's honestly probably one of the most hardcore segments, I think, in the whole VHS franchise, to be honest. It's pretty crazy, actually. And then you got the home haunt one where it's basically about this father of this family. He holds this home haunt every year and stuff like that. And, you know, he's going to do his shit. Anyways, he goes to this store to go pick up some more goodies and stuff, and ends up stealing this like book, and was not the best thing for him. Some shit goes down in this place and people die. Overall, man, VHS Halloween was pretty fucking fun. I think there's a lot of really good Halloween aesthetic here. Of course, it's VHS Halloween, but it's like pretty violent and nasty. Like I said, a lot of kids die in this, a lot of craziness. And then of course it wraps up with the Die Phantasma shit again. And you get the reveal of like what it is and stuff. It's so fucking stupid. It's actually pretty funny to me, but I think this is a fucking blast. So 8.5 out of 10. It's actually it's up there. I'd have to go back and rewatch. I mean, I'm probably thinking that we're going to do all these VHS films on the podcast sometime. Maybe when they slow down, maybe there's 2 or 3 years when they don't, we can fucking just like go ahead and
I think
knock
that would
them
be
up.
a really wild franchise to do, but it would be fun.
I mean, right now there's what? This is the 7th one or the 8th one? 7th?
Something like that.
It's at least the 7th one.
I know they started in 2012, but I don't know if they've done.
Well, there's
one
3,
every
there's
year.
4, 5, 6. I think this is the 7th one, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, the franchise is going strong. It would be fun to do. It'd be fun to do the franchise and then like rank like our top 10 favorite segments and stuff. It'd be kind of fun to do.
Oh yeah, that'd be a cool thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that'd be kind of cool. But VHS Halloween, very, very solid entry. You know, the last few have been kind of hit and miss. I really liked 85. I thought 99 was hit and miss. But you know, 94 was okay. Like
this is the 8th one.
The 8th one. Yeah. So like they don't really have a lot of straight up like full on misses for me. There's some that are like better than others, but this one as a whole, I thought was pretty solid. It's pretty entertaining. So I think the VHS franchise should definitely do a Christmas one.
Wow, it's actually crazy because so the first one came out in 12, then 13 the second one, then 14 the third one, and then a 7-year break, 2021.
Was it really 7 years?
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
What?
Damn.
After the third one, because the third one was like probably the worst one.
It is the worst one for sure.
So this is so they've done 5 in the last 5 years.
21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Yep.
Damn, they must just be doing well now.
Well, they went to Shudder, right?
Yeah.
It started becoming a Shudder title.
Yeah.
So,
and that's exactly why they've
and
done
that's
5
one
in
of
5
their
years.
flagship things, really. That and The Last Drive-In are pretty big.
I mean, out of the last 5, I mean, really, I think it was 99 was probably my least favorite. I can't remember. I'd have to go back.
Let's do a VHS Christmas, man.
That's what I just said. I literally just said that. I said the next place you need to go is do a VHS Christmas episode. That would be fucking amazing.
Yeah. All right. My number 13 is a movie that made Tony's list. And I think its companion piece made my list, which was Hard Eyes. But this is companion. Saw this and Hard Eyes around Valentine's Day. It was a fun little
Such a
double
JP
feature.
movie.
Yeah, it's a fun movie. There's a lot of good comedy in it. You know, I'm digging the AI, concept movies that we've been getting lately. I honestly expected more. But I could see this genre getting a bit annoying. But for now I'm still, find them interesting. And this one was a good bit of fun. It was in my top 10 for quite a while. But yeah, that is companion. I give it an 8 out of 10.
Cool.
Okay. Number 12. I got another movie that came up kind of late in the prep, and that might have been the thing that hurt it, I guess, for me. But it is Alexander Ulm's It Ends. We talked about this a little bit on the show when it first came out. And I guess the thing about this movie, too, thinking about it, there's actually there's certain parts in this movie that hit really hard for me. I like the concept of it, but towards the end when the car runs out of, you have this moment where the car runs out of gas, it's what that builds up to, it makes the rest of the movie worth to this build, and then what it takes off from there I thought was really good. And this is the movie, I guess, that gives you one on the higher scale of movies this year that kind of give you, that are simple, that give you a lot to think about. Again, it's almost like Howell Road in the sense where it's a car thriller, but this one's a little bit more expansive than that, and it's just a different type of movie, where that one's more of a thriller, where this one's more of a car drama, I'd say. But this one's a little light on the horror too, but it's definitely enough where it gets there. But this is an interesting watch. This one's definitely a divisive movie, because it's definitely more of a drama and a philosophy movie, which might not be the biggest hit for a lot of people, and that's understandable. But I really like this movie. JP also really like this movie, obviously. So I'll give this one a shot. 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah, it was my number 2, bro.
Q. All right, number 12 is a film from South Africa. I was kind of shocked when I saw that, actually, and it's a Tubi original called Match. I know Tony brought this up on the show, and he was I think he was kind of surprised it didn't make more lists, but this one's
I thought this was gonna make lists.
It actually was in my top 10, I think, even the night before, and I just kind of rearranged things. Actually, 2 films, and even my next one was in my top 10. But then again, my list changed so drastically. But yeah, my 11 and 12 were definitely there. But JP, you watch Match, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, it's one of those kind of dating app kind of films where, it just ends up going completely fucking wrong. It's about their main character. I think her name is Paula. and she's, looking for, the right one and stuff, hooks up with this guy, goes to meet him at his house, which is probably the biggest fucking mistake you could ever make in your life. Anyways, some shit's probably up when the mother answers the door and she's like, oh, I think I got the wrong house. She's like, no, I live here. He's just out doing some errands. Of course, it's like a big fucking trap. It's a setup and shit like that. And then it just goes batshit from there. This movie kind of reminded me of Housebound, like the New Zealand film, just the whole setting of being in the house and stuff, like just being kind of trapped in that kind of setting, mixed with like the unseen. I was getting those vibes the entire time I was watching this film. It's really fucking sadistic as to what is going on and why these things are happening. It's like totally fucking twisted. We not only get like that kind of reveal, but then we get more reveals towards the end of the film and stuff. I think it gets pretty bloody and gory. There's some nasty shit that's happening here, but it's entertaining as fuck, man. I wasn't sure how it was going to play out the second time I watched it, but I actually liked it even more. I watched it the second time. I was like, this movie is fantastic, man. It's great. Again, it's one of those kind of, films that all takes place kind of in the same place, and I like that, man. It's good stuff. Good characters. For the most part, just some really interesting things that are happening, man. Like I wasn't expecting all the twists and turns and shit. So, but you got to make it fucking, you got to do something with it, right? Having such a basic storyline and shit, but it all comes around and works. Nasty ending to the film. Pretty brutal. So match 8.5 out of 10. Really enjoyed it. What did you think of it, JP?
I liked it. I watched it at work. So it didn't get like my full attention. I probably would have liked it more had I sat down with it in a different setting. And I don't mean like watched at work while working. I mean like I stayed at work and watched it, but I was still doing other stuff. But anyway, my number 12 is The Long Walk. And this is, I think, the film that I might have picked as my most anticipated last year. This is a film that famously had been in talks to be made since like the 90s, I think, during Stephen King's long run. It was always a film talked about, like, how do you adapt it and stuff like that. And eventually they did it. And I thought it was pretty good. I had some issues with the film where it really screamed to me that it needed more time to develop. Not like physically, like they needed to develop the movie more. I mean, like story wise, they needed to develop they need more time to develop the story. It probably would have worked better as a mini series, honestly. I feel like things amp up too quickly feeling for the story. I get that there's a lot of time passage in the film that you're supposed to go with because it's over the course of many hours. But the pacing of the film doesn't quite get that right. And I feel like some of the things that happen don't feel as earned as they should be. However, those are my negatives, but my positives are I felt like the camaraderie really worked. I felt like what you actually see happen to the people is kind of shocking, and there's a lot of sadness to it as well. And overall, I thought it was a really engaging movie. I just think that it could have been a great movie had it had more time to develop all of these characters and relationships and stuff. But overall, I really still enjoyed it. I gave that one an 8 as well.
I think I'd rather watch The Long Cock.
I bet you would.
Long cock.
Yeah. Sounds
All right.
inviting.
Yeah. Getting into number 11. Okay, so I have something really weird with my number 11. I have an 11A also. And
Fuck off.
listen, this is my 11. This was the nightmare scenario. I was really down on this year, like coming all the way into November. It's like I genuinely don't know if I'm going to have 10 movies that I'm just, yes, I'm happy with these. These deserve to be in my top 10. And if that didn't happen, I was going to count this movie and it was going to be my number one because there was no other place I could have been able to put it. And that movie would have been Attack on Titan, The Last Attack. This is a cut of the final two segments of this movie, cut into a 2.5 hour movie with a little bit of additional.
What's it called? Attack on Titan?
It's an
Attack on Titan, The Last Attack. And it's the last 2.5 hours to the series, and it played in theaters this February as a feature-length movie. On February 13th, I got to go to the movies with I went to the movies with my girlfriend. It would have been the Valentine's Day movie, but we saw different movies. I saw Hard Eyes, and she got to go see this movie, and I'm fucking so mad on hindsight that that's something that got to happen because I hadn't seen the show then, so I couldn't watch this. But yeah, this is like one of the greatest pieces. This might be the best piece of me I've ever. Get out of here. This might be the best piece of media I've ever. Yes. She knew what I was talking about. Yeah, now it opened. Yeah, she opened the door and like laughed at me. But yeah, it's absolutely amazing. 11 out of 10. But to my real number 11, you guys got any guesses? I feel like it should be obvious at this point.
Oh, that
it was Joe Begos's Jimmy and Sticks.
Jimmy and Sticks
is my real number 11. That would be my 11A because I counted it was my number one, but I just decided
I will allow this cheat because essentially you picked a non-horror movie just to talk about.
I'm just writing Jimmy and Sticks.
You have a real pick.
Yeah, it is Jimmy and Sticks. Like that's not really on my list, but if we got to that nightmare scenario, it's a movie. It's like a Godzilla movie. It's a movie about Titans stopping the entire world.
Right.
So like, if Godzilla counts, this movie counts. But I didn't want to do that, and that was my nightmare scenario. But I said, dude, if I count it, it's number one. I don't care. So I didn't count it, obviously. But yeah, Jimmy and Sticks is my number 11. It ended up just like I think when I rewatched it again with all these movies, I think I just like adjusted a little. I put it in these tier of movies where I wouldn't say I really came down on the movie, but I guess I adjusted it to like in the 7.5 tier. But ultimately, this movie, it's not that there's anything wrong with this movie. I like everything I said about it in the Sin Bin review. It just, I was more captivated and more emotionally attached to the Presence movie, which is why that ended up on my list and this didn't. But this was, I think, comfortably better than both the car movies for me. I like this movie. It could have easily been, my number 10 on a different day. And this would have been the movie that would have connected. This is me and Moodz missed having a movie by one slot. But this is a great movie. I've traditionally not been a big fan of Joe Vigos, but I think this movie was very good, and you should try it.
See, that's crazy, man. Like, he hasn't missed for me at all. Every movie I've loved. Even The Mind's Eye, where people are like, oh, he's just doing fucking, Cronenberg kind of thing, but I really like that movie.
Yeah.
All right. Moodz.
All right, number 11 was a film that I was insanely shocked that Mr. Dave Z had on his list, and it was in my top 10. And I pulled this one out to put in the Black Phone 2, which ended up at number 9. But this was in my top 10 list all year, and it's They Call Her Death. I did a full length.
I was surprised this wasn't on your list.
I know. I love this movie. And then I watched the Parvulius film, and I was like, oh shit, I really like that. It's fucking great. I don't know, man. It was just torn. There was like a lot of films around that whole cusp of like 8.5. And I'm like, man, it could have went either way. I just ultimately went the other way. But yeah, I did a full length review on this on Sin Bin. But yeah, like Tyler said, man, it's it's a Fulci influence type thing and revenge movie and stuff. It's not a rape revenge film, but it's a Western film, Western horror film that ultimately works. Like for not having a lot of money, it's a low budget film, but they got a lot of shit right in this. They really did, costume wise, set wise, just a lot of really goodness that's happening in this film. This is how you make low budget films. Like, I mean, these period pieces alone are hard to make on low budgets. I think Westerns are even harder because that aesthetic is just like such an ingrained thing in American history, North American history. It's like, you can always tell when it's like, it's kind of cheesed up a little bit. I feel like they did a really good job here. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. And it's got it's got a good narrative. It really does. There's like twists and turns in it and shit. And like, it's cool. Fun film. So They Call Her Death, 8.5 out of 10. I'm number 11.
Nice. My number 11 is probably no surprise. It is a film that Mood said should have been on my list, and it is 28 years later. So yeah,
There
it
it is.
just like I was so stuck on this. I started thinking about the movies, and I was like, Heart Eyes is a movie that's going to end up in my rotation during like Valentine's Day, like going forward. I don't know how often I'll revisit the 28 years later movies, even though I really like them. So that's why I eventually decided on Heart Eyes. Although 28 years later was right there, and it was in my top 10 for quite a while. But yeah, I really like the movie, and after watching Bone Temple, I think I like it even a little bit more. I do have a couple of issues with it, which to me felt, a little studio interferency type stuff where, oh, we like need to pace this better. We have to have a soldier guy show up and add some comedy or whatever.
Mhm.
But yeah, so 28 years later is my number 11, aka my number one of this list.
I mean, my biggest complaint with you not having it on the list, besides what I said before, was like, you had mentioned multiple times, like any movie that can make me tear up is like it's a hard thing to do. I'm like, that's a shoe-in for a top 10 list. I'm like, to make that bold statement,
I don't think it
and
actually
not have it on
made
your
me
list,
tear
I
up,
was
but it
like,
got
dude, this
close.
guy's faking the funk. Like main source second album, like sophomore style right there, man. I'm like, bro.
I will say, I do think with the soldier, it was meant to demonstrate a little bit that this is someone who is trained and should, de facto do well in this environment, and he's the one who gets killed.
Mhm.
But Spike, who's this weak person, like much more weaker, not so much classically trained, but understands, better than he does, and is like has a different attitude and respect towards it, is the one who survives. I think that was made to maybe showcase that a little bit, but. Yeah,
Possibly.
I mean, maybe they wanted another kill in there for sure because there's no one else for them to kill. That's a fair
Well,
point.
that's what I said. It was kind of like just adding to the plot, like kind of filling in.
Yeah,
A little
like
bit. But
there's like that is fair because like if he wasn't there, there isn't anyone else for them to kill. So it's
Yeah.
not a bad idea that they had to find a way to incorporate someone else to get slaughtered.
GP, what was your number 15?
My number 15.
Yeah.
Jesus, bro. I've closed my list.
What, did you already delete your list, or
No, I closed it.
so it was between Hollow Road and the Monkey?
I'll give me 1 sec. Cannibal Mukbang.
Oh yeah.
All right, so that is our extended lists.
Right. Yeah. So that's going to conclude the extended list.
It is time to talk about 2026 horror movies.
All right. So what we're going to do now is like we do every year is get into the 2026
Preview.
preview. So
And this is coming from Bloody Disgusting. Over 50 horror movies we can't wait to see this year. So do you want me to go down the list or you go down?
yeah, we can go back and forth. It is what it is. Why
right.
don't you start? Because you've actually seen this movie.
Yeah, so it's starting a couple weeks ago with January 2nd, We Bury the Dead. Daisy Ridley stars a young woman searching for a husband in a catastrophic military disaster. So this one is basically there's a disaster that happens, like some kind of leak or something. I can't exactly remember. And it wipes out like a whole like New Zealand or something town. And people volunteer to go clean up the dead. Basically everybody's dead. But some of them are like snap back to a zombie state, if you will, but they're seemingly not dangerous, where they're just sort of catatonic, but they're alive and they have to go put those ones down too. And this woman's looking for her husband who was there and she presumes is dead, but she has like, she just wants to see for herself. It gets really weird in the middle of the movie, and this whole nother sequence with this weirdo kind of becomes the plot, and then it goes away from that and there's like this other plot, but it's kind of like another like lovey-dove like relationship thing.
Wow.
But I thought it was decent. It wasn't great though, but there were some cool sequences. So yeah.
So that's coming out January 2nd, right? And then we got Primate, which is just got released January 9th. Of course, it's like a, killer fucking monkey film, chimpanzee movie.
It's rabies.
Yeah. So he basically gets bit by, I don't know, they say like a
Mongoose.
marmot or
It's
something like that.
mongoose, I think.
Mongoose or some shit. Anyways, he goes fucking crazy with the rabies and stuff. And then, he's like kind of like the family pet in a sense. And he does some damage, man. He does some fucking damage here. Actually I was surprised by this movie because it was a dude in a suit. I was not expecting that at all, but I think
that's sick.
I think that Hollywood has learned, like bigger budget films have learned that, like, if you're just going to CG shit, people are going to tune out. They're not going to check it out. Word gets around. Fuck that shit. So they went practical on this for the most part. And it's got some pretty nasty shit, man. There's some good gore in this, some really good gore. It's kind of like,
this director also did Strangers Prey at Night and 47 Meters Down. Like,
Yeah.
I think this director actually has an eye for directing, but he's not really getting like original concept movies. Like,
right.
I mean, Primate is original movie, but it's a basic killer animal movie.
Yeah, we've seen stuff like this before, like Prey at Night. Like, come on, man. 47 Meters Down. We've seen shit like this before. They're well done films, but I will say the one thing about Primate that really separates itself from any other type of typical killer primate type film is the score is ridiculously good. It's like an Italian
It's really
bass
good.
score mixed with like Carpenter influence in there. Like, you can hear Carpenter in there. It's really, really good. But I had fun, man. It's a contained film about these rich kids that are, kind of all met up at this one chick's dad's place and whatever. And the shit goes fucking wild. But I thought there were some pretty good kills. Like the fucking jaw shit, bro. Man. Some good stuff. But I really enjoyed Primate. I mean, if we're getting this many good films this early in the year, is 2026 going to be the banger? I guess we'll see.
You going, Tyler?
Oh, I didn't know we were just going like that.
I mean, we don't have to. It's up to you. I could go.
I'll do that. That's actually probably a better idea. Hold on, let me find this list. I'll just
The momentum is killed.
no. I was just like keying in. This is what I do like every year. As you go with them, I look them up on Letterboxd and I start dropping them into a list.
No, just grab the bloody disgusting list and go from there. That's what we always
that's
use,
what I'm
'cause
doing.
it's pretty
All right,
informative.
disgusting.
It's not everything's going to be there, but it's enough.
Just search 2026 horror preview.
Oh, okay, that's the word I was missing.
How did you miss
I typed in
2026?
2020. No, I put 2026 horror. I put bloody disgusting 2026 horror and didn't come up.
Oh, yeah. Previews the keyword.
Yeah. Come on, buddy. Don't do this to me. There we go.
Dude, are you slapping it down there or what? Like,
No, my
buddy, don't do it, man. Not right now.
My computer was like, "Oh, hold on a second, I'm thinking," and it was stalling. I was like, "Oh, you motherfucker!" Okay, we can't wait to see. Yes, we found it.
All right.
Okay. All right. Oh, I picked a winner. 28 years.
It's funny how
later,
all three of us have seen the first three films that we talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Bone Temple, January 16th. We got Nia DaCosta takes the helm for the second installment of this trilogy. It'll pick up from the previous film following Jack O'Connell's Sir Jimmy Crystal and his merry band of evildoers, with young hero Spike now under his wing. Also expect for all fiends Dr. Kelson and his breathtaking memorial death to play a major role. It certainly does. But yeah, me and JP saw this movie. This movie's a lot of fun. We've been like pretending we're the Jimmy gang all day, and that's not even the first place that's happened. And as more people see things like this movie, they can join the Jimmy gang, our seven fingers. And this movie's a blast. Go see this movie. You can like the first one. It's a different type of movie, but yeah, this movie's a ton of fun. Super well made. We're all finds rules. This one's maybe a little bit more fun than the last one too. But this movie fucking rules. I hope this has much less of a split reaction, and people, word of mouth carries this one because, like we were saying earlier, it didn't do so hot in the box office, and you're like me, JP, you really like these movies and want to see a third one, that's a big bummer.
Yeah, for sure. All right. January 16th, A Useful Ghost. Thailand's official submission for the Best International Feature Film at the 98th Academy Awards introduces an unconventional love story. It follows a grieving widower who discovers his deceased wife has possessed a vacuum cleaner. Love sucks in this supernatural comedy. That went totally into left field.
Right.
All right, it's Thailand.
A possessed vacuum cleaner? Sign me up.
And it was their submission for Best International Feature Film for the Academy Awards. It's
Love sucks in this supernatural comedy. I love it. That's written well. Come on, man. Good stuff, man. All right. Killer Whale. January 16th. Halloween's 2018. Virginia Gardner, Mel Jarnson, and Mitchell Hope star in this aquatic thriller that sees a beach getaway upended by a shark, but upended by not a shark, but a killer whale. There you go. There's a difference, right? So that's all you get. That's all you get.
Yeah, this one I saw was on MB Tyler, by the way.
Yeah, I saw this. I kept trying to get my girlfriend to watch it. Like,
Yeah, they don't give you
that
shit in this, man. There's nothing there, man.
I kept trying to get her to watch
flick,
it all weekend. I was
So
like, let's watch it. Killer Whale, come on.
So basically, they take the whole formula of the killer shark film and just replace it with a whale.
Orca remake.
Yeah. Well, maybe. Well, I mean, Orca's so much better than people give it credit for, though.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's one of the better Jaws ripoffs. Tyler.
Yeah. Well, it's back to me again. Did I miss one? I thought Moodz is next. Okay. No, it is back to me. Oh, we went out of order again. That's what it was. Okay.
Oh yeah, we
whatever.
totally are out of order.
No, we did.
Yeah.
No. From like our round tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, whatever. I'll just be next. And then Moodz will be behind me. All right. Night Patrol, January 16th. An LAPD officer puts aside differences with the local street gangs when he discovers the local force is harboring a dangerous secret in the latest from Low Life and VHS 94 director Ryan Prowse, Justin Long, CM Punk, Jermaine Fowler, RJ Seiler, Freddie Gibbs, YG, Flying Lotus, Dermot Mulroney, John Oswald, and Nicki Macho star. CM Punk, oh Jesus Christ!
Dude, they just put
this
a
actually
bunch of
sounds
hip hop
good.
artists in here, man. That's
Just
great.
reading this sounds cool.
It does sound cool, but it's very, very mid.
Man, I love Low
I'm
Life.
still gonna watch this.
Low Life was fucking
I gotta
awesome.
see I
man.
gotta see CM Punk. I gotta see like how trash this guy's acting.
That sucks, man. Because Low Life
He's
is
actually
fucking
not
awesome.
too bad. He plays a dickhead cop. I mean, he's definitely chewing the scene.
Yeah, that seems like he could pull that off.
Yeah. All right. January 23rd, we got Dooba Dooba.
Ooh, this looks actually kind of cool.
A babysitting gig grows increasingly uncomfortable by the child's baffling behavior in the found footage horror movie from Erland Hollingsworth. Dooba
Nailed it.
Dooba was shot entirely on an in-home security camera and draws on elements of analog horror popularized on YouTube. Yeah, I'm always down for some found footage.
Analog horror popularized on YouTube. What the fuck does that mean? Was it really popularized on YouTube?
Was
I
it?
don't know.
Analog?
Not that I know of.
When the fuck would people?
No, was it? Yeah, analog on YouTube.
Analog is fucking like is tape is video. I don't think YouTube popularized fucking analog.
Yeah, what the fuck?
That's a weird description on that. Anyways, but yeah, I mean, shot on home footage cameras. Fuck, that sounds kind of cool. All right, Mother of Flies. Okay, January 23rd. A young woman facing morality ventures into the woods to escape death in the latest form filmmaking trio Toby Poser, John Adams, and Zelda Adams. So it's Hellbender.
Oh, this is an Adams Family movie.
Oh, Jesus.
They're the ones that did like.
Oh, collectively knows it. Okay, yeah. So, wow. Okay, a young woman faces morality, ventures into the woods, escape the latest. Okay, don't really give you a whole lot there, but
I forget what is it like? The deeper You Dig or something like that they did.
Okay, is that who did that one? Yeah, that movie was interesting. It wasn't like topping any list or anything, but
Yeah, I've seen a couple of their movies, and I'm not like super high on them or anything. They did The Deeper Do You Dig, Hellbender, Where the Devil Roams. I've seen all three of those.
Hellhole.
And Hellhole, which I don't know if I saw that one.
I've actually seen all these movies. So, I mean, they're all decent. None of them are shit bombs. But collectively
cool
known as the
like,
Addams Family, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's 3 directors.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Poser, John Adams, and Zelda Adams. That's interesting, man.
Return to Silent Hill, January 23rd. Director Christoph Gans returns to Silent Hill franchise with an adaptation of the beloved game Silent Hill 2. Jeremy Irvine as James, alongside Hannah Emily Anderson as Mary Crane. You live here now. Yeah, it doesn't tell you shit, so I guess it's like mostly for the fans or entirely for the fans.
Right.
I mean, I'll see it because it's just, Silent Hill video game movie, very topical.
Yeah,
So I'm sure I'll catch it. But
there's already a
and
thing.
I didn't know there was a second Silent Hill.
$8.25 million as well.
But,
I think there's a theme here going on the next film here.
January 30th, Iron Lung. A convict navigates an ocean of blood on a desolate moon via submarine in a desperate search for survival resources. Content creator Markiplier self-releases his self-financed adaptation of the indie horror game created by David Szymanski, named by Bloody Disgusting as one of the best indie horror video games you've missed in 2020.
Isn't that back-to-back video game adaptations?
Yep.
Crazy.
Sounds pretty cool, honestly.
Yeah. All right, Send Help. January 30th, Sam Raimi. Of course, Evil Dead, Drag Me to Hell is back in the director's seat with the darkly comedic psychological thriller written by Damon Shannon, Mark Swift, Friday the 13th, Freddy vs. Jason, Linda Little, Rachel McAdams, and Bradley Preston, Dylan, whatever, find themselves dealing with a violent work of grievances once marooned on an island.
Basically, there's this woman that works for a douchebag like executive, and she's about to get fired. She got like one more chance, and they go on this trip from work, and a plane crashes, and those two are the last two on an island, and he's injured, so she becomes the dickhead boss, essentially. It looks fun.
So so it says comedic psychological thriller. So if it's two of if it's two of them on an island, what's the dilemma here? She
starts treating him like shit because he treated her like shit.
So it's
like sort of a misery thing almost, it seems.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
Oh, yeah. Sam Raimi's enough for I'd check it out.
Oh yeah.
Give it a try. Rachel McAdams too. Like I haven't seen her, a long time. See some Regina George. Why not? All right, I got World Breaker, January 30th. Director Brad Anderson, Session 9, The Machinist. Ooh, I didn't know that those two movies have the same director. That's interesting.
At this point, this is all new for me. Like I didn't look ahead in the article.
Yeah, I never heard of this movie.
No, either have I. I purposely didn't look at it.
Teams with stars Luke Evans, Dracula Untold, don't know who that is, and Mila Jovovich for a original franchise, fan favorite, on a post-apocalyptic sci-fi action thriller that puts a family in the crosshairs of a monster siege.
So she just always plays in these post-apocalyptic type fucking monsters.
Yeah, that makes me think this is just some like post-apocalyptic like Hollywood slop.
That's ridiculous.
But Brad, I'm not the most giant fan of Session 9, but it's a pretty interesting movie. And The Machinist, I'm going to watch it again for 2004. I don't know if I saw it so long ago that I don't remember anything about it. I was probably too young to understand it. But I don't know if it's a horror movie or not. It probably isn't. But
it's dark as fuck, though. It's dark as fuck. I actually recently picked up the Blu-ray, so.
But
all right, Dracula.
Used to watch it again.
Yeah, of course, man. Yeah. Dracula, February 6th, man. Luc Besson's. Of course, Leon the Professional, The Fifth Element.
Bro, you still my turn, man. Still my
He
turn.
did.
I just wanted to read the Dracula one.
Stop
man.
stealing everyone's turn, greedy fuck. February 6th,
Dude,
Dracula.
I suck at this, man. I'm horrible at this.
Luke Besson puts his own spin on the literary classic with Caleb Landry Jones
Awesome
as
actor.
a blood-sucking prince, Christopher Waltz, and Zoe Blue also star. Danny Elfman composed the score. I'm gonna be honest, bro. They've been showing this trailer and it looks fucking boring as shit to me. Not
Yeah,
interested in
everything
this
you
one.
said sounds good on paper, but this movie looks miserable.
It looks so boring, bro. I mean,
I'm honestly-
I'll see it, but I was
I
like,
don't really understand. Like, Lucas, why is he even doing a remake of Dracula with such a crazy
Bro,
cast? Great
we just
I
story.
don't know if this is a hot
fucking-
take or not.
I don't understand.
But I
we
don't-
just
man.
had Nosferatu. Like, we're getting fucking
We just had Frankenstein.
We're getting a mummy movie.
So
actually-
we're,
I don't
we're
know
just
if
in the
this is a
recent.
hot take or not, but Luc Besson is kind of a faker.
What is he
I
done?
don't, I
Dude,
don't-
Leon the Professional is fucking awesome, man. The movie's
like, dude, Leon the Professional is a good movie, but I don't think Leon the Professional is an amazing movie. But
It's
after
fun.
Leon the Professional, yeah, it's a good movie. Like, it's a great movie to have in your filmography. And like, The Fifth Element's fun, but after that, dude, this guy ain't doing shit. What's he doing? La Femme? All right.
But you know what
Like, you
sucks about
guys-
this movie though? Like, I feel like you're
That's good.
wasting Caleb Landry Jones, who like barely does anything, and every time he shows up in a film, he's always like fantastic. Christoph Waltz is like fucking amazing. Like this cast is amazing.
It looks like
Yeah,
ass, though.
that's what I mean. Like, everything sounds great on paper. Like, oh, Danny Elfman.
Yeah, but Danny Elfman to me is like,
Yeah,
I mean,
Laundry.
he's a great scorer,
I mean,
but
it's
like,
credibility. It's credibility to me. It makes me think it could have like this like fun, like whimsical thing to it. But
hopefully his score isn't
I
like
don't know,
fucking Beetlejuice and Bat. Like, I mean, fuck. I mean, he can do a little bit darker stuff, but I mean, he's known as a little bit more
Yeah.
playful on his shit. But, anyways, The Strangers, Chapter 3. I never even fucking saw Chapter 2 this year.
you didn't miss
It was
anything.
alright.
I didn't
I
see
actually
you.
didn't because I just actually couldn't even like we never got it, and I really couldn't even oddly enough I couldn't find it to watch. How is that possible? But
What a
anyway.
disappointment.
So Rennie Harlan's reboot trilogy comes to a close with Madeline Precious returning as Maya for the final girl's ultimate confrontation with the masked killers. Yeah, I mean, we know what the fuck it is. So the second one was like a big disappointment kind of thing. Like,
I mean, they're all like this first one was a big
Yeah.
disappointment. The second one was also a big disappointment, but I enjoyed it more than the first one.
well, the first one was, I felt like it was just more of like, you know, doing what
It
the
was a
original
recap.
Strangers was. It was just
It
kind
was
of like,
previously on.
and then they were just setting up for this whole trilogy kind of thing. So it was like a new, you kind of had to watch the first one and, you know, watch part 2 and 3 kind of thing. But it sucks. They suck, man.
I mean, I thought it was okay. Like, I didn't think it was like the worst, but it's just like a wasted opportunity of doing a trilogy.
Jeremy actually had messaged me, I think or a couple weeks ago, and he was like, "Man, if fucking JP has The Strangers 2 on his list, man."
Dude, I gave it a 6.6 or something.
Thought that you were gonna have it on your list, man. That was fucking hilarious, man. Never know. Could have made top
All right.
25. You don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's not that bad, guys.
No, the year actually turned out not that bad, but whatever.
Yeah. All right, I got Whistle, February 6th. Looks like bloody. Oh, never mind. I thought that meant something else. Just kidding. The Nun director, Corin Hardy, is back with curse object horror movie Whistle, which sees high school teens dealing with a deadly curse they unwittingly unleash when they discover an Aztec death whistle. Daphne Keene, Logan, the Acolyte, Sophie Nelise, Yellow Jacket, Sky Yang, Rebel Moon, Percy Hines, White Wednesday, and Nick Frost.
I
Shaun
wish
of the
they
Dead.
would give you studios and everything else involved here, but this movie, this just looked like shit to me, man.
Yeah,
I saw the
this looks
trailer over the weekend and it didn't look too bad. It looked like popcorn horror. You know, it's probably like a 6.56 somewhere around there. Just based on the trailer anyway. February 13th, Cold Storage. A quiet night shift turns deadly when a parasitic fungus escapes from the lowest sublevel of a buried military base in this horror comedy adaptation of the novel by David Coep.
Oh, he wrote
who
Jurassic
also
Park and Death
directed-
Becomes Her.
Yeah, those two.
That's an interesting duo.
Yeah.
Liam Neeson, Joe Keery, Georgiana Campbell, and Johnny Campbell. They showed the trailer to this one a couple times too. It looks like a lot of fun. Seems similar to like, I don't know, I would say maybe like a Cabin in the Woods type thing. Maybe it's just because like the facility aspect of it, but it looks fun enough. So
I love how they're in like a storage unit, man. That's fucking awesome. You never see films in storage units. That's fucking awesome. That's pretty cool. Honey Bunch, February 13th. Violation filmmakers Madeline Sins-Fewer and Dusty Manicelli. I don't know. Another love story.
Mancinelli.
Twisted
Love
love story
story.
tests a couple's marriage when they check into an experimental facility or medical facility in a bid to reverse amnesia. Oh, wow. Okay. Instead, mistrust ensues as signs emerge that the place isn't what it appears. Okay. So
Sounds
you got a bunch.
interesting.
You got to, yeah. I mean, that's kind of to reverse amnesia. Okay. I like it. So it's like, it says a twisted love story. What the fuck is this? Is like, they're overdoing it, man. You know, I was coming around on this shit. Now every fucking movie is going to be about love. Why?
It's in.
Why? How
I
did that
think it's
become
like one of
popular?
I think it's like one of the 4 types of stories.
Not in horror, it's not.
No, I think isn't there like a famous saying like every movie can be boiled down to like 4 types of stories?
Yeah,
or something
pretty
like
much.
that?
This is not
well,
going to make this
Tyler.
next one, is it?
Psycho Killer, February 20th. A Kansas Highway Patrol officer tracks her husband's murderer, one far more depraved and sadistic than she could have predicted in the satanic slasher, directed by Gavin Polone from Zombieland and Panic Room, written by Andrew Kevin Walker, Sleepy Hollow, Georgina Campbell, back-to-back movies, James Preston Rogers, Grace Dove, Logan Miller, and Malcolm McDowell. All right, baby.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah,
I
like the one from the
I
70s
think-
called Psycho Killer.
I think they is no relation.
It's actually
I think
psychotic.
they,
Maybe it's
um, I think they should. I may have seen a trailer to this one.
Psycho
I can't
Killer.
remember. February 20th. Redux. Irene Kelly travels through parallel universe, killing her daughter's murderer over and over again, putting her humanity at stake in this sci-fi revenge thriller written and directed by brothers Kevin McManus and Matthew McManus, the Block Island Sound. I love like Groundhog Day shit. So like this stuff usually works for me, but we'll see.
This seems interesting. This is catching my interest.
Yeah, I like these things too, like these like blood punch things and stuff. Kind of
Mhm.
cool. All right, this is not a test. February 20th. Writer director Adam McDonald. Out Come the Wolves. Pyewacket. I like Pyewacket. I thought it was pretty cool. Adapts the 2012 young adult novel of the same name by Courtney Summers. I'm already lost. No idea. Which follows a group of high schoolers as the zombie apocalypse erupts mid-class. The YA.
YA.
Is it YA or is it YA? YA?
It's YA, young adult.
Oh.
The Yah.
I'm fucking old. I'm so fucking
What's
old.
this,
I'm
some
like,
new type of slang?
I'm like the YA? Oh my God, bro.
The Yah,
dude.
bro.
I don't know that shit, man. Okay. The young adult horror movie stars Olivia Holt. Okay, it doesn't matter. All right. So another movie based on like a young adult novel. We just had one of those. What was that?
Clown in the cornfield.
Yeah. Which I didn't see actually last year. So do you know anything about that one? Given that
I'm
it's
not sure about that.
2012.
Nah, I haven't heard of it.
Okay.
Well, all right. Boo, we got a Big Daddy one. Screen 7, February 27th.
Hell
Nev
yeah.
Campbell is back as Sidney Prescott with the character taking center stage when Ghostface targets her daughter in the 7th installment. She'll be joined by returning players, including David Arquette. Okay, come on, son. You gonna retcon that? Courtney
No,
Cox,
they never
Scott
retcon,
Foley.
bro.
Nah, they'll just make him a ghost.
No, or they'll have like
Or
either flashback
flashback.
or
Yeah,
videotape
flashback.
footage.
Includes David
Okay, yeah.
Dude, all these fucking names are totally just in flashbacks or like they're in fucking dream sequences or some shit that's going on. Come on. This is so stupid.
That's Scott Foley and Matthew Lillard with Mason Gooding and Jasmine Savoy Brown. Also sits or reprised the roles in the previous 2 installments.
Dude, you
Original
can't kill off
screenwriter
David
Kevin
Arquette
Williamson
right away and then be like, oh,
directs from a script from Guy Busick.
oh, come on, man.
This is Kevin Williamson's
man.
first directing the series, which is pretty cool.
We got
As
we
a
got
fan
quote
of the
too.
series, I like seeing these names. It's a celebration of the series. If you don't get it, you don't get it. These movies aren't for you guys. Shut the fuck up.
Dude, these things are getting so corny, bro. Like,
You're so corny, bro.
They were
I
always
was
so
not
corny.
fucking corny. I'm
You're
a
corny
realist.
as fuck. You're not even a real Jimmy, bro. Get sick of this shit.
Dude, I'm gonna that's it. Next
How's
show,
that?
man. I'm coming back with this Jimmy shit, man, for sure. Because once I watch this shit tomorrow,
Well, she hates it. We just call him Jimmy anyway.
Jimmy better not be the dickhead or the piece of shit or something like you just keep ripping on me all fucking show being the Jimmy.
The Bride, March 6th. Christian Bale is Frankenstein's. Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
come on. Seriously? Shut the fuck up.
Christian Bale is Frankenstein's monster, and Jessie Buckley is the bride of Frankenstein, and director Maggie Gyllenhaal's 1930s radical reimagining inspired by James Whale's classic horror movie, one that will put the bride first in her own story. The film also stars Peter Skarsgård, Jake Gyllenhaal, and Penelope Cruz.
Okay, you got Christian Bale, Jake Gyllenhaal, Penelope Cruz, and what? The Bride. They're
Bride,
remaking
yeah,
The Bride.
Well,
They did this movie in the 80s, though, too.
yeah,
Hot take.
well,
I think this movie looks kind of interesting.
It honestly, it
The
got
movie
a good
with Sting,
team,
bro,
man.
that shit was up. That
Dude,
movie was
everybody is
fire.
talking shit about how much this movie looks like it's trash, but I don't know, man. It looks like this news.
Have you ever seen the Bride from the 80s? Like the one with Sting?
Bro, this
Yeah,
looks
that
like
movie's
this looks
boring
like
as shit.
this looks like a noir movie. It's like they made them like gangsters.
Weird.
It looks wild.
It
Yeah,
looks
it looks
kind of cool.
very strange.
1930s set. That's kind of an interesting era. To
Yeah, it's like prohibition
Frankenstein
shit.
movie.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll check it out for sure. But
Yeah,
it is
I'm honestly
interesting.
looking
It's like
forward to it.
we're in like a renaissance of Universal monster characters right now. It's crazy.
but they're kind of like just redoing them.
Yeah,
But for the most
Kinda
part,
are.
it's like, man, you could do something new. Take the characters, do something new with them.
I mean they kind of are.
Setting it in the 30s, The Bride of Frankenstein came out in the 30s.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Jesus Christ. The Undertone, March 13th. A paranormal podcast. Oh, here we go. Another fucking podcast movie. Nice. This is going to be top 10 material. A paranormal podcast host finds more than she bargained for when she moves into her dying mother's house to become her primary caregiver. This slow burn liminal horror film stars Nina Curie from The Handmaid's Tale and blah, 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 blah. No,
Nah, it doesn't sound that.
I'm
interesting.
fucking so tired of these podcasts. Fucking okay, not happening. Sounds like shit to me. Not gonna lie.
I like slow burn liminal horror. That little phrase intrigues me.
Yeah, it's probably in your top 10 next year. That's why we all fucking thought it sounded like shit.
Who knows? It might be good. You never know. I mean, the podcast
see.
thing is
I
such a
see.
small part anyway. Usually,
I don't know, man. It's just like I've watched so many movies in the last few years about podcasts and shit. Like I don't even fucking tell
but they're
people
never
that
even about podcasts. They're just a podcast host is in this situation.
it's an angle. It's a base. It's a fucking base in the films, and I'm just like, whatever.
All right. Here's another movie that
What's my
could
wife's
definitely be in my
wife's
top.
birthday, March 27th.
That could definitely be in my top 10 this year. And this is going to be a movie that there's going to be people that probably really like this movie, and people that probably think this movie fucking sucks. This is Alpha, March 27th. The world collapses the day 13-year-old Alpha returns home with a tattoo on her arm in the latest from writer-director Julia Ducournau, director of Raw and Titan, Golshifteh Farahani, The Patience, and Tahar Rakim, The Serpent.
Okay, seriously, stop
Talk
pronouncing
about
everybody's
talk
names
about
properly. That's ridiculous, bro. What are you doing? How you doing?
Talk about a goddamn like small plot. Like that, like they said nothing in there.
But I kind of like how they don't, like, the world collapses the day 13-year-old Alpha returns home with a tattoo. I mean, obviously that could be kind of cool.
A million
actually,
things.
it could be kind of cool. Actually.
Just the nature of her work, I think.
It's as soon as you don't need anything other than the last two films she made.
I mean, she's 1 for 2.
Yeah.
With me there, I don't really care for Titan, but I love Raw.
I actually think in hindsight, Titan's better.
Well, that's because you're.
Me too.
You guys are fucking stupid.
The thing is,
Stop ganging up on me, man. Because we all know that Raw is so much fucking
stealing
better.
our turns, and we will, Jimmy.
Raw is so much fucking better.
Keep stealing our turns. Old Nick's gonna have something to say about that.
But
Titan was a good sophomore effort that just failed a little bit. It wasn't horrible.
I have a feeling I think she's gonna get like lean towards the more abstract like she did in Titan than she is in Raw.
Probably.
That's
all right, March 27th,
Same
Hunting
day.
Matthew Nichols. Markane Tarasuic directorial debut takes pseudo-documentary approach and follows a sister searching for her brother Matthew, who vanished in 2001 while filming a Blair Witch Project inspired investigation into a local cult legend. Honestly sounds kind of cool. Like,
dude,
that's some shit that I will
dude, I like these pseudo documentaries and stuff, man.
Yeah,
they're fun.
Agreed.
But vanish while filming a Blair Witch Project inspired investigation, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. People are going, nah, that fucking sounds whack. All right. Another movie coming out March 27th. Is this going to be like the best box brawl ever?
apparently.
All right. Ready or not?
Imagine tripling up on the winning. Wow.
Alpha probably isn't coming to theaters, I imagine.
No, I mean, it's not telling you, right? So, yeah. Ready
It's
or
already
not.
on MB.
So, ready or not, here I come. It's actually ready or not, here I come.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
it actually looks pretty fun.
So is it a sequel to Ready or Not?
Yep.
Yep.
Takes
You're not
place
starting.
right
I saw
after
the trailer.
Samara Weaving directed Matt Bettinelli, O'Flynn, oh fuck, and Tyler. Oh, those guys, I can't pronounce their fucking names, are back for the sequel that picks up moments after the last film. A new game ensues, this time with Catherine Newton, Sarah Michelle Gellar, Sean Housey, Nectar. Well, okay, I'm going to stop. David Cronenberg, Elijah Wood, Kevin Durant. Well, okay. Did I just say Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
Durant.
Dude, this cast is insane. I recognize Elijah Woods in the trailer. I didn't even
Dude,
recognize
crazy.
Catherine
Sarah Michelle
Wood.
Gellar. Wow, David Cronenberg. That's random.
Dude, only people of these newcomers the only one I actually recognized in the trailer was Elijah Wood. I didn't even notice was any
Yeah,
of
I
these
think
other
that was the
people.
only one I recognized.
Olivia
too.
Chang.
And
Daniel
it's like I'm
Brady.
looking at the screen cap now. I'm like, yeah, that's Catherine Newton. Like I would recognize her.
But
in
you
this.
know for a fact that like Sarah Michelle Gellar's probably got a small part as like one of the fucking hosts or some shit.
Not always the trailer. It's basically the same movie. It seems like.
Yeah.
It's like they expanded, but it's the same movie where it's like gonna be like a hunt, like an elite family.
Did you guys like the first one?
Yeah, it was really fun.
I like the first one, honestly. The first
I think the
is
director's cut is better. Just for, I think it's the director's cut or whatever.
All
fun. Yeah,
right.
I think this is their best movie, or the first one. I mean,
March 27th, They Will Kill You. Zazie Beetz from Joker and Wounds. Stars as
Zazie
a
beats
woman
who?
who.
Zazie's beating who?
What's her name, bro?
It gets all serious. It's her name, bro.
Calm down, Jimmy. Answers a housekeeping ad for a New York high-rise, unaware that the inhabitants tend to go missing. Because the high-rise, yeah.
Yep.
It's always a good sign.
Yep.
Again, Patricia Arquette, Heather Graham, Tom Felton. Man, this. Wow.
Well, this time JP jolts me.
Nuh-uh. Did I?
Yeah.
You just
You
went.
what?
That
You
was
did that
me.
or
Moodz
not,
just
didn't
went.
you?
That was me doing the red
No,
or not.
Moodz did it.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Okay. We're terrible
At this point, it doesn't matter. Whoever wants to read, just read.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. All right. next.
This one sounds actually pretty. Like I like shit like this, so whatever.
I mean,
Shit-
those
like
those
what?
three
Oh.
names kind of have me intrigued. Tom
Yeah.
Felton. Oh my god.
So go back to
Dude's
you now, I
desperately
guess.
hanging on. Okay. We got Lee Cronin's The Mummy.
I
April
fucking
17th.
hate that title already. Just call it The Mummy, bro. Who the fuck, man?
Is Lee Cronin's The Mummy?
Like, dude, you did
Evil-
Well,
Evil
I'm
Dead
glad they're not
Rise.
just calling it the Mummy because there's too many of those.
We don't need some fucking guy that just got on the scene having fucking top billing in the title.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest.
Evil
They
Dead
showed- they-
Rise director.
They showed
Yeah.
the preview to it and it looked like not that bad, honestly. But who knows? It's
Hmm.
fucking Blumhouse.
Oh god, this is a pun in it.
Is
I
it
love
Blumhouse? Oh, yeah, I guess all these things are
Here,
Blumhouse, right?
oh Jesus. Here we go.
That's
Evil
not a
Dead
good
Rise
sign for me
director
already.
Lee Cronin gives his unique spin on the Mummy movie with plot details under wraps. Jack
I'm
Rader
down. I'm
and
down
Late-
for a fucking Mummy movie, dude. Like the Mummy is always like one of the. I think it's like one of the cooler Universal monsters and monsters in general that don't get nearly as much love as like Wolfman and.
No, it's good,
Dracula
man.
and
It's good.
Fucking, you know.
Yeah, I'll see if I don't know how I feel.
All right, April 24th. Apex. Charlize Theron will be fighting for her life in next year in Netflix survival thriller described as Free Solo meets Silence of the Lambs. Theron stars as a rock climber being hunted by a killer played by Taron Egerton. Yep. Thriller.
He played Ellen John.
So they ran out of horror movies to talk about on here because it just says straight up survival thriller.
They usually kind of do
People
everything
hunting
close
people.
enough. I
is
remember
always
one
sort
year,
of
Yeah, it sounds like Deliverance to me, man.
like last year, they had fucking Begonia on this list.
All right, Deep Water. We're into May. We're only into May. There's a lot of movies in the first half of the year here, man. International.
Yep.
Was it? Yeah, Deepwater May 1st. International passengers en route to Shanghai from LA instead find themselves in the shark-infested waters in in the new shark thriller from Deep Blue director Rennie Harlan. Oh, it's got Aaron Eckhart. It's got Ben Kingsley, Molly Wright, Angus Sampson. Oh, the dude from Insidious. Okay. It's another shark film.
Right.
Man. It's just another shark film.
Hell yeah, shark. Just in time for vacation season.
I just have no ambition, man.
Okay, Hokum, May 1st. Got Adam Scott on the screen cap. Adam Scott Severance. That's a weird thing to reference Adam Scott from.
It is, well, because it's horror, right? That's why.
Yeah, you could say Krampus.
Severance is fun. Yeah, you could say you could also add
This is
Krampus.
a weird. It struck me something weird. Like, really, that's what Adam Scott.
Yeah. But
Adam
Severance
Scott.
is good though. Yeah,
I didn't even remember who was in that movie. Stars as a reclusive novelist disturbed by witchy tales at an Irish inn. The new nightmare from Oddity writer-director Damien McCarthy also stars Peter Coonan, David Wilmot, Florence Ordesh, Will O'Connell, and Michael Patrick. Sounds like Stephen King, like a Stephen King type movie.
It actually sounds kind of cool.
Adam Scott makes me think it's going to be goofy.
Could be. May 15th, Obsession. Probably one of the ones I'm more looking forward to based on the
me as well. Heard great things about this from the festival
A hopeless
scene.
romantic gets far more than he bargained for while after breaking the mysterious One Wish Willow to win his crush's heart. Directed by Curry Barker, who is basically like a YouTuber, maybe like more of a Facebook TikToker, I don't know, but an influencer who does a lot of funny skits that I've come across. But yeah, seems pretty cool. The teaser is very light and brief, just gives you a little bit, so kind of looks cool.
All right, Disclosure Day, June 12th. Steven Spielberg is back in the science fiction world with Disclosure Day, written by frequent Spielberg collaborator David Cohen, whatever. The film stars SAG winner and Oscar nominee Emily Blunt, of course, from Oppenheimer, Quiet Place, along with Josh O'Connell, Colin Firth is in the film, Eve Hewson, and Coleman Domingo.
Looks like they showed the trailer of this one.
I like that guy too.
Like an alien invasion type movie.
So is like Spielberg just producing this or actually directing?
I think he directed it.
Because it just says back in the science fiction world with Disclosure Days, so it doesn't actually say if he's directing or not. But it does say actually directed by Spielberg. It says over here.
Yeah,
nice.
So.
Wow, he's back into making genre. Wow,
TV.
This is kind of interesting. I'm actually really looking forward to this. Actually, I want to see what he's going to do.
Bro,
when the fuck was the last time Spielberg made anything like straight up like genre? It's been a while. Like directed. It's been a while.
Ready Player One, maybe.
Which one?
Ready Player One, maybe. That's not really genre either.
No, it's not.
I don't know.
I think the last time he directed a genre film was Poltergeist.
No.
Okay, it's old. I know the joke's old, but whatever. It is what it is.
Go ahead, Tyler.
Oh, yeah, it's my
But
thing.
he did direct it.
All right. Scary Movie 6, June 12th. Miramax and Paramount are bringing the beloved horror spoof franchise back, and they're getting the gang back together in celebration. Original creators Marlon Wayans, Sean Wayans, and Keenan Ivory Wayans are back, and so are Regina Hall, Anna Faris, Lachlan Monroe, Dave Sheridan, and John Abrahams.
I'm not going to lie, man. I am fucking so looking forward to this because the first two Scary movies are so fucking fun.
I hope it's rated R. That'd be amazing.
Well, of course it's going to be, man. It's fucking Sean and Marlon Wayans, man. Like, they're not going to do anything not explicit. Like, it's crazy. With Keenan, everyone,
hell
man.
Yeah.
Dude, it's going to be...
I feel like we've had such a break, too, that it's like, I'm actually down to see another one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like the last, like how many is there now? There's like what there was.
Well, this is
part six.
One,
part six.
so
So there was
5.
So they did 4 in
3
between.
more.
Dude, that's so crazy how long it's been since they did one, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm actually kind of looking forward to that. Not gonna lie.
Totally looking forward to that.
Maybe a Scary Movie franchise show in the future.
Oh god, those middle ones.
Jeremy always wanted to do those on here. I think Carly even said if we ever do one, she would like to join because she likes those movies. July 3rd, Shiver. What's 4th of July without sharks? Plot details are scarce for this shark thriller that stars.
It's a shark movie.
Thanks, guys. So this is the 3rd one on the list.
Yeah.
Yeah, the plot details are pretty scarce on that shark movie.
No, they're just holding them back because it's like the most like unique shark film ever made. Don't want to spoil anything.
Yeah.
Oh my god. All right. Evil Dead
You're
Burn.
such a hater, bro.
Evil Dead Burn. I'm actually looking forward to seeing this. Like, I wasn't like the biggest fan of the last one, but I did like it. But it's an Evil Dead movie. I'm always looking forward to it. Director Sebastian Vanek did Infested, aims to deliver. Vanacek. You're probably right. Deliver one nasty Evil Dead movie, a film that hurts. Wow, it hurts.
Heck yeah, I'm down with that.
Okay.
I'm really excited for that one.
My mental health. All right. Flowervale Street, August 14th. Up next from director David Robert Mitchell. This next movie was really good after it follows. It is a mysterious genre movie for J.J. Abrams' Bad Robot that's rumored to feature dinosaurs. Anne Hathaway, Ewan McGregor, Maisie Stella, and Christian Convery. What the fuck? That's a weird name. Convery star. The film described as a thrill ride. Okay, this it started out sounding pretty good, and it just got worse as I kept reading.
No, dude, it sounded like, dude, I'm the polar opposite. It sounded amazing. The movie's called Flowervale Street. The poster says Bad Robot, and then the description says
confused by that.
And then the description has dinosaurs. I'm like, I'm so confused right now. I just can't wait to see this.
You hold on. You motherfuckers thought that was the movie?
What do you mean?
The Bad Robot picture.
The picture, that's just the production company.
No. I said like the title says Flowervale Street, and then the poster says Bad Robot. I'm like, okay, but it looks like a fucking robot on there. But then it features down.
It's literally, you know, when you go watch a movie and there's a fucking Blumhouse logo that pops up. That's the Bad Robot logo.
I know, dude. I was like looking at this. It was like so confusing. And I realized what it was. But and then it's featuring dinosaurs. I'm like, Flowervale Street, Bad Robot, and then dinosaurs. I'm like, okay. But I get it though. All
right. August 21, Insidious, The Bleeding World.
There's another
Elise,
one. Okay.
Elise Rayner, is back in the latest sequel, destined to venture into the further once more to stomp some ghost butt. That's clearly a bloody disgusting write-up. Jacob Chase helms the sixth installment starring Amelia Eve and some people. I love this series, and I keep expecting them to be bad, and they keep being like decent to really good. So
the crazy thing is, man, the crazy thing is they're 5 for 5 with me.
Yeah, they're all good.
I think the fourth or the third? I can't remember. One of them was like, not as great.
Third, probably. That's
I think it was the third.
Tyler thought Jenna Ortega was in.
Yeah.
But like they're all pretty solid. Like I was surprised at the last one. I was like, damn, not bad. So, if you're gonna keep going and keep them good in part 5, I'm interested.
Yeah.
Lynn Shay, man, still doing it, man. Good stuff.
Oh yeah.
Clayface, September 11th. All right, DC is given Batman. DC is okay. So DC is given Batman villain Clayface the body horror treatment that is being compared to David Cronenberg's The Fly. Oh my god, I'm so fucking in right now. James Watkins, who directed The Women in Black,
go for it.
Speak No Evil, directs a script from Mike Flanagan. And you got a bunch of other people there. Okay, so is it animated?
No, I think it's live action.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's just concept art.
Yeah.
But they're using the Clayface fucking live action? Oh my god, dude, I'm so in on this shit, bro.
I mean, having Flanagan on there.
This better be good.
Helps.
I mean, this could be bad though. I mean, we got some big names in here.
It all depends if they actually try to make a movie and not just like a team movie.
Exactly. Wow. I don't know. I'm pretty intrigued by that. So
Clayface is a cool.
I love my DC shit, man. I'm always been on some fuck Marvel shit, man, but I love my DC shit. So sweet. That's pretty cool. Are they remaking this?
Resident Evil, September 18th. Zach Kreger takes on the Resident Evil franchise with a new entry designed to take the film back to the IP's core roots, and one that won't be too beholden to the lore. Kelly Reese, Zach Cherry, John Wilson, Austin Abrams, and Paul Walter Hauser are among the cast.
Isn't that a contradiction? Take it back to the IP horror's roots. One that won't be too beholden to the lore.
Hey, why are they showing a clip from Weapons? It's
To
dude
the
from-
lore, yeah, because it's Zach Kreger.
But
So,
what, like-
and it's Austin Abrams who's the crackhead in that movie. So that's why they just like literally have no poster.
It's a
concept
fucking
art, so they
still
put-
from
they
fucking
put-
Weapons. I literally talked
Yeah,
about this
so they
earlier.
put
It's the
the-
scene where he stabs him in the face with the fucking
crackhead from
needles.
Weapons.
Yeah, we're in like the
'Cause that
later
guy's in the
half of the
movie.
year at that point. So
Right, so there's no
probably
stills.
not a lot of stuff.
Movies that might
Um,
not even come out this year.
But it
Dude,
just
listen.
says new entry. So it's like a sequel. So yeah,
Dude,
I,
I
heard
hope
it-
he's not
I think it's a
directing.
remake, actually.
right.
Like not a
I hope
remake,
he's
but
not
but
directing this shit.
Oh
an
yeah, all these movies
adaptation.
don't have posters yet. Okay.
So like this is something that like if they fuck this like the last one was only like 4 or 5 years ago, the last reboot of Resident Evil. And they said, "Oh, we're going back to the horror." They said the same shit. And that one did not do that at all. Like if they fucking drop the ball for a third goddamn time with this franchise that has a story that's solid enough to write itself. Like I swear to God, if they fuck this one up again, first of all, Resident Evil 1 for the longest time I said was my favorite game of all time. So like I love that game, and they've never really fucking even came close to making like a real adaptation of what that game is. So
The first Resident Evil movie.
okay,
it
so this
sucks.
is what they're
it
doing.
sucks. It's horrible.
I'm reading the Letterboxd group, so this is what they mean. They're not gonna like retell the game series story, but they're gonna like get it away from them being like a big action movie and get it more towards like the horror of like in the spirit of like the games in the early movies.
So what the fuck is the point of doing it if you're not going to base it on anything in the games?
They're probably
Just
gonna
make a
use,
zombie
like,
movie and call it something else.
well, then
Drives
they
me
can't
nuts.
milk the video game.
Well, yeah, that's the obvious answer.
Like, oh, I'm Resident Evil.
It's because the IP, yeah, but it's just fucking
Yeah.
It's just
annoying.
marketing at this point.
Yeah,
Whose
like
turn
video
is it?
game shit's in, they're just capitalizing.
Yeah.
But like Zach Kreger is probably like, all right, if I'm gonna direct this shit, I'm gonna make like some fucking goofy. Dude, he's gonna make it funny.
Whose turn?
It's Zach Kreger. He's gonna make it funny.
No, whose turn, motherfucker? Jimmy?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yours.
I'm sorry, Jimmy.
October 9th, Other Mommy. Up next from director Rob Savage, host, is an adaptation of Josh Malerman's Bird Box horror novel. Well, this is another fucking Bird Box? Or no, they're just saying
Yeah, adaptation.
he wrote horror Bird Box as well. Novel that follows an 8-year-old Betta who lives in a home strained by her parents' troubled marriage, only to see her life further upended by sinister entity she calls Other Mommy. Sounds trash.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it's going to be on Tyler's top 10 list. All right.
No, I think this sounds ass too.
All right. Whalefall, October 16th. Austin Abrams stars as a diver in search of his deceased father's remains who gets swallowed up by an 80-foot, 60-ton sperm
Yeah.
whale.
Austin
Moby
Abrams all over this
It's
list.
Is this
Moby
fucking
Dick.
Pinocchio? What the fuck? Okay. Only has one.
So the movie's going to take place inside the whale. That's fun.
So 60-ton sperm whale
That's kinda
only has
fucking
1
cool.
hour of 1 hour before his oxygen runs out. So yeah, he
It's
gets
like
swallowed.
when Vegeta and Goku went inside Boo.
Yeah, like right. So this one's got fucking Josh Brolin, Elizabeth Shue, nice. Jane Levy, John Ortiz, Emily Rudd. Okay,
Good.
so some pretty notable shit. So yeah,
Dude, this Austin Abrams kid is blowing it up from like the crackhead to
it's
whatever.
like Jiminy
was his
Cricket or
name
whatever, like
here.
who gets swallowed up in the fucking, in the cartoon, in the whale. That's kind of crazy. I think that's what it is. I can't remember. I wasn't into kid shit.
All right, is it back up to me again? Okay, yeah. Remain, October 23rd.
No, it's
The
Moodz.
Grieving Architect. No, we just went. He had
I just went.
White Fall.
Oh,
No,
did he?
you went
Oh.
Other Mommy,
Yeah.
and it was in White Fall, and now I'm like,
Now who's
Remain.
fucking a motherfucker?
I'm getting tired at this point.
I'm the stoned one.
Me too.
Oh, okay. Remain October 23rd. A grieving architect moves to Cape Cod. Ooh, that's enticing. For work after leaving a psychiatric facility where he meets a mysterious woman in the supernatural romance thriller from M. Night Shyamalan. What a twist. Based on the novel he
Dude, seriously,
co-wrote with
another
our
film with Jake
author,
Gyllenhaal?
Nicholas Spartan. Another twist. Nicholas
I actually fuck with
Sparks?
M Night pretty heavy.
Dude, I want to see a supernatural romance thriller from Nicholas Sparks and M. Night Shyamalan in Cape Cod. What the fuck? This is
Hell yeah.
amazing. The guy that wrote The Notebook and A Walk to Remember. And it's got
Right.
Jake Gyllenhaal, Phoebe Denver, and Ashley Walters.
Yep. December 4th, Violent Night 2. Didn't know they were making a sequel, but that's kind of cool. Not really a horror film either, but the first one's really fun. Santa Claus is back and ready to smash skulls in this follow-up to 2022's Yuletide action thriller. Director Tommy Wirkola is also back to direct alongside returning writer Pat Casey, Josh Miller, and a bunch of people starring. Did you see Violent Night?
Kristen Bell. Yeah, it's a Violent Night. It was alright.
Yeah, I
All
thought
right.
it was pretty
Should we
good.
just skip Moodz?
Sure. It doesn't matter at this
Okay.
point.
Yeah. Werewolf, December 25th, the next movie from director Robert
What's up with
Eggers.
it? Hold on. Didn't he release Nosferatu on December 25th too?
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Maybe he just likes, he's like, I want my movie to come out on Christmas.
Yeah, because I remember seeing this.
The
shit
next
real late.
movie from director. Yeah. Just in time. All right. Werewolf, December 25th. The next movie from director Robert Eggers is a 13th century period piece described as a medieval horror movie. In it, a werewolf terrorizes a foggy countryside. The filmmaker co-wrote the screenplay for Werewolf alongside Shom, the Icelandic poet and novelist who previously co-wrote the Viking movie The Northman with Eggers. The filmmaker returns with Nosferatu stars Willem Dafoe, Aaron Taylor Johnson, and Lily Rose Depp.
What the fuck happened in Violent Night 2?
We already talked about it.
We did that one, and then we were like, we should
That was my fucking turn.
Yeah, we stole
no,
your turn.
Werewolf was your fucking turn.
Yeah, I stole it. You
stole
can do the
can
next
have the
one.
next one.
Damn it, man.
I'm honestly-
I'm looking forward to Violent Night 2, and this new Robert Eggers film sounds fucking great.
Yeah. I'm glad he's doing this instead of. I thought he was going to do Christmas Carol.
Oh,
next.
great. These are fucking pointless. The Backrooms TBD.
Yeah, well, they do this every year after they don't know the dates for them.
All right, so Kane Parsons' massively viral YouTube horror universe known as The Backrooms is heading to the big screen courtesy of A24. It stars Creep actor
Jesus.
Mark Duplass, Finn Bennett from True Detective, and Luca Maxwell Afraid. Blah, blah, blah. Considering production took place over the summer of 2025.
Maybe this is what they're talking about where they said analog stuff popularized on YouTube.
Maybe. Odds are likely that this liminal horror film will appear sometime in 2026. Will appear. All right, so
Looks kind of weird.
I don't really know that. I mean, that doesn't really give us anything.
It looks like some late night TV, like fever dream shit.
Yeah. All right. Next one.
Tyler again, or is it?
Oh, it is me next. Oh, I think it is. Oh, no, it's your turn, JP, right? And then
God,
I
you
think
guys
we went completely out of order, but fuck it, I'll go. Body cam to be determined when two police officers show up to investigate domestic dispute. A startling escalation leads to tragic accident. Not wanting to be crucified by the public, the officers attempt to cover it up, only to reveal that their body cams aren't the only things watching them. The latest from Night of the Reaper director Brandon Christensen. Supposed to arrive on Shudder in 2026.
Did you guys watch Night of the Reaper last year?
No.
I did.
I actually really liked it. I kind of forgot about that when I was
This
ranking my
seems like
shit.
it might be some found footage stuff, maybe.
Body cam? Yeah, I'm assuming so.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be.
Night of the Reaper was cool because it was like a slasher film, but like it had like pretty unique kind of story to it. And like there was some, yeah, it wasn't just your kind of straight up like stalk and slash. Had some reveals. I'm pretty sure Tyler hated it, but
Yeah, he did.
yeah, it's pretty good. JP, check it out. Crazy old lady.
Crazy old lady. To be determined. On a stormy evening, Pager receives a desperate call from his ex-girlfriend asking him to look after her senile mother, Alicia. What begins as a simple favor soon turns into a terrifying ordeal when Alicia refuses to let him leave. Trapped in the house, he's forced to play along with her sadistic game to survive the night. Crazy old lady will head to Shudder sometime in 2026.
Well, that's definitely a Shudder one. Dolly, also TBD. Young woman, Macy. That's funny because my dog Macy just came right up to me and I'm petting her right now. That's weird. Fights for survival after being abducted by a deranged monster-like figure who wants to raise Macy as their child in this grimy 70s style horror movie from director Rod.
I think it's grimy, buddy.
Did I say what?
You said grimy.
Yeah, it's grimy.
No, I say grimy.
This motherfucker said grimy. Yeah, you said grimy.
Yeah, it's grimy.
It's grimy, bro.
I'm fucking with you, man. I said it wrong, bro. Fuck. All right. Rod Blackhurst.
What is a grimy, bro?
Grimmy? Like the Grim Reaper? You don't say Grimy Reaper. I don't know.
All right, you're gonna be.
Anyway,
you're
Sean
gonna be
William
Jimmy
Scott,
Green.
who actually has the same birthday as me, and they actually spelled his name wrong on here too. That's kind of funny.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, they got it in N.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be fucking. It's gonna be grimy. It's gonna be amazing.
Forbidden fruits to be determined. Free Eden employee Apple secretly. What the fuck? Free Eden employee. What am I reading here? Free Eden employee.
It's probably the name of like a company.
Secretly runs.
Her name is Apple.
Fem cult.
Ooh.
Garden. This is fucking weird. Witchy fem cult in the basement of a mall store after hours with fellow fruits cherry and fig. But when the new hire pumpkin challenges their performative sisterhood, the women are forced to face their own poisons or succumb to the bloody fate in this Diablo Cody produced horror comedy.
Oh, it's a comedy? Fuck, I was like so there until they said comedy. I was like, damn. Because they would Apple secretly runs a witchy femme cult in the basement of a mall store after hours. I'm like, bro, sign a brother.
Yeah,
up,
but
man.
like the entire fucking plot is a pun.
It's not a pun though. Free Eden.
Their name is
Eden.
Are
So
Garden
Free
of
Eden is the
Eden.
name of the company employee.
But Garden
Apple.
of Eden.
Yeah.
yeah,
So
her
Apple
name's
is her name.
Apple,
Secretly
and then
runs a
there's
witchy
cherry
food.
and fig and pumpkin.
Cherry and fig, they're fucking fellow fruits. The entire thing's a pun.
I don't know. Sign me up, bro. It's called Forbidden Fruits, bro.
Listen, all I had to say
It's
was
literally
Diablo
called
Cody.
Forbidden Fruits. Of course it is. So
like
Free
Diablo
Eden
Cody.
employees. That's the name of the company right there.
The
Is
Diablo
hilarious.
Cody thing doesn't turn you off.
Turns me on, homie.
I was talking about Moodz.
No, I mean
Yeah.
it sounds. I mean the fact that it takes place in like a mall, that's kind of cool. So I'm cool with that.
Malls.
This is gonna be some Jennifer's body shit.
To be determined, the mortuary assistant. Recent mortician graduate.
I like how he's
discovers
just
a
reading them all now.
No, I thought that was my.
Oh yeah,
What's your go,
Oh,
dude? We
He's
sound like
been
we're a bunch of high drunk
fruits.
motherfuckers right now.
dude, begins the night
Finish this
shift at her
one.
new job in this video game. What the fucking video game adaptation again?
yeah,
Really?
it's a new thing.
It's a Shudder film too.
Oh, that's okay. That's the last one actually. A recent mortician graduate discovers a sinister presence when she begins the night shift at her new job.
I
in this
love
video
mortuary
game adaptation.
movies.
What the fuck? Like that's the storyline?
Yeah.
Dude,
Yep.
what game
Everything's
is
a
this?
video
What
game,
fucking
bro.
game is this?
I think I said this like 2 years
Probably
ago.
the
that video
fucking
game
mortuary
movies are the next
assistant,
thing.
bro.
The game is not called. How the fuck does that sell? The mortuary assistant.
It's probably an
who's
indie
who's
game,
renting
bro.
a game or buying a game called the mortuary assistant besides us?
It is the name of
There's
the game.
12 people that are going to buy
That's
that.
literally the name of the game, though.
For real?
Yeah, it came out in 2022.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That's so morbid. It's
It actually
amazing.
sounds kind of cool. It's set in 1998.
Huh. It's a weird random year to set the game in 1998. Why?
I don't know.
Fucking
All
crazy.
right.
All right. So, and then
Orphans.
Orphans just says TBD, and then that's it.
Isabel Furman returns as Esther in the upcoming prequel, also
we
starring Stephen
skipped that whole
Boyer.
part.
Oh,
Yeah.
it hadn't fucking.
Suzanne, I thought you just stopped loading or something.
Yeah,
so I was
like
I'll just
because
read
it's
it, I
like
guess.
obviously a notable thing.
No, it literally
third
fucking.
Orphan movie.
It hadn't loaded for me. I'm like, there we go. I'm good.
Honestly, bro, I really liked Orphan 2 or whatever the fuck it was called.
Dude, for how long are they gonna pretend this girl's a little like
Until she stops looking like it.
So it's a prequel, so that kind
She
of makes
looks
sense.
exactly the same, bro. It's crazy.
I do not think she looks
Well, they
exactly the
CG'd
same
her
like
face,
she
didn't
did.
they? Didn't they do some of their face?
Dude,
Oh,
she looked
God.
hella fucking good for not that much makeup, dude. Like she
Well,
looked very similar.
Because they CG'd it.
Oh goodness.
You're fucking whack.
Why am I fucking whack? Because I'm telling the truth?
I'm talking to the guy below me,
Um,
Tyler.
no, I'm just fucking around. I mean, I actually liked Orphan 2 also, but did they not do something with her face a little bit to make her look a little bit younger? Because it was
I'm sure they
quite
did,
far
but I
removed.
saw pictures of her. Like she used to post pictures of her, like at finding like the Orphan movie in like the $5 bin, like posing next to it, and I'm like, she fucking looks the same.
Yeah, that's weird. She got that fountain of youth thing happening, man. She found it. She found it.
That one poof.
Over Your
All right.
Dead Body. Samara Weaving and Jason Segel. Jason Segel, wow. Where the fuck's that guy been for a while? Starring as a couple who embark on a weekend getaway with their secret plan to murder each other in the remake of Tommy Wirkola's dark comedic thriller, The Trip. Oh my God, they're remaking The Trip already? The movie just came out like fucking 2-3 years ago.
I don't
It was
remember.
on Netflix. It was in my fucking top 10 a couple years ago.
I can't remember it. Oh, because it was Norwegian. That's why.
Yeah, I'll say is it not in English? Because that's why.
Yeah, that's why.
You guys, come on.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite obvious they did that shit for years.
I know, but seriously, this one just fucking came out again. I mean, I know
Yeah, but that's
this happens
usually
all
when
the
they
time.
do
I know
it.
this happens
Yeah,
all
I
the
mean,
time.
they're
But it's
doing
like,
the same
do it.
thing.
It's more common for them to do it when it just came out rather than fucking 10 years later.
can Americans just learn how to fucking read for real?
It was the
Not
more
marketable.
surprising thing. It was on Netflix, so it's probably most likely dubbed because they dub a lot of their shit on there.
No, you can watch these movies in the
I
regular.
know. I'm saying, but most people probably watched it.
Oh,
dubbed.
right. Yeah, I can't do that because the movie's serious. It's actually, well, it's not serious, but it's, but it's dark comedic shit. But
Whose fucking turn is it, dude? I am lost.
We just
I'm
gotta
so
find them up
fucking
now.
confused.
All right.
we're just reading shit off
River.
now.
Okay,
To be
good.
determined. Genre favorites Jane Levy and Jessica Roth will face off against a mass killer in this Shudder release heading to theaters sometime in 2026. Max Matern and Dane DeLegro all star in this feature debut of writer-director Joshua Giuliano.
Yeah, pretty much.
The storyline is they face
more
off against a
Shudder stuff.
mass killer. That's every fucking horror movie ever made.
Mhm.
Wow, that sign me
this
up.
is
That
the
sounds
last
awesome.
one here.
The last one.
Yeah,
Look
to
at
be
that cast, oh,
determined.
baby.
The Young People. Filmmaker Osgood Perkins continues his partnership with Neon with their fourth collaboration. Plot details are scarce, but it's said to follow school friends who begins exhibiting strange behavior. The only other thing I did see a trailer to a movie.
Bro, hold on. Nicole Kidman,
Read this cast, please.
Heather Graham, Johnny Knoxville, Lexi,
Johnny
Lily
Knoxville.
Collins. What the fuck?
It's
Brendan Hines?
Tatiana Maslany.
Dude, this has got a crazy cast in it.
This is a really good cast. This is like, are we gonna just ignore that cast?
No, that's why I,
I
read
mean,
it.
I only really noticed Johnny Knoxville personally, so
Nicole Kidman and fucking
Kidman,
come on, bro.
Heather
That's
Graham.
crazy.
I don't know who those people are. What are they in?
You don't know who Nicole Kidman is, bro?
I know who Nicole Kidman is. Just can't think of who it is right now.
Dude, she used to be married to Thomas Cruise.
Jimmy Cruise?
To Jimmy Cruise, yeah, man.
Cruise.
Jimmy Cruise is definitely in the Jimmy.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, I'm looking forward to it because Osgood Perkins, man. I mean, he is a dude I like. I like his movies, man.
He's up and down for me so far, but I'm always interested.
Yeah, there's enough interest there. I'm going to check it out. So
the only other thing I did in the theater this past weekend, they did show a trailer to a movie that is not on this list. And it is it called Gale? Yeah, Gale. It's a yellow like Wizard of Oz horror thing. It says Gale, the Yellow Brick Road, a dark psychological reimagining of the Wizard of Oz, where Dorothy Gale is an elderly woman haunted by Oz's horrors.
I literally read that same thing a couple days ago, and I was like, "Oh, sign me up."
Yeah, it sounds cool. It looked a little lower budget from the trailer. I'm not sure if it's like a Shudder thing or like a lower.
I wonder if it's the company that's been doing all those like Popeye films and like the
maybe
shits and stuff.
Well, I feel like I would have heard about that.
Yeah,
if it was them.
The one thing I like about those movies, they all have the same feel. They all. So you know what you're getting yourself into if you're going into one of them. So whatever that company is, I can't remember what they do, but
yeah, that is your preview for 2026. I mean, honestly, like I think that preview looked better than last year's preview.
I mean, it looks pretty good. Sure. So what is your guys's most anticipated release of the year? I mean, according to that, I mean,
for me right now, dude, honestly, probably Evil Dead Burn.
That one I'm actually curious on. I like that the sound of that mall one sounded pretty cool.
The
Diablo Cody one.
The Diablo Cody one.
The Diablo Cody. Dude, whatever. It might be shit. It might be okay. Who cares? No, but honestly, I'm always looking forward to an Evil Dead film. So that one kind of grabs my attention a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, man. The Mummy film sounds a little interesting.
I'd probably say the Julia de Corno one sounds
Alpha
pretty interesting as well. And then maybe like Scream 7.
But I have to admit, though, I'm pretty damn curious on the Spielberg film Disclosure Day.
And Obsession.
Yeah, I'm very curious on that one.
It did. Yeah, the Spielberg one really didn't look like they showed the trailer to it. I wasn't like, oh shit, I gotta see that.
Oh, and Scary Movie 6. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
We got my fucking Wayans Brothers back, man. Sign me up. Anything the Wayans Brothers are involved with, it's fucking sign a brother. These guys, they're funny as hell.
They are fun.
Yeah. You know this is going to be fun. Scary Movie and the Spielberg one. And it's going to be super offensive, and it's going to be awesome because they're not going to hold back. And the fact that they got everybody back, though, too, like Regina Hall, Anna Faris, like everyone's back, man. So that's kind of cool. Wow. So I got some interest in this M. Night movie,
Dave
though.
Sheridan.
I got in that one, too.
Yeah, dude. Like in real life,
I love Sean and Marlon Wayans, man. Like I miss the Wayans Brothers show back in the day where John Witherspoon was their dad. Oh my god.
Yeah, I like that show.
That show was amazing. It's so good.
Yeah, I like that show. Don't Be a Menace is one of my all-time favorites, man. My favorite part in Don't Be a Menace, man, is when they're parodying the part in Boys in the Hood when the guy, remember when Cuba Gooding comes in, he's all swinging and shit. They knocking out all the kids, bro. Fucking all the kids get knocked out.
12 kids get knocked out.
Dude, me and my cousin watched that movie at like 6 years old. Just love it.
It's so fucking funny, man, because it's all serious shit. I watched that Saturday kids night. Everywhere.
Did you just watch it recently?
Not for the first time, but I randomly watched this Saturday night.
Did you really? That's so random.
That is random, actually. That's crazy.
Good movie. All right, so that's pretty much it.
Dude, I'm having so much fun on the show. I don't know why. I've just been laughing all fucking
It has
night.
been a funny one.
It's hilarious.
This is a fun show.
Yeah.
But
We
yeah,
haven't had like a real episode in a while because we did back-to-back top 10s and a break.
yeah, we haven't not had a normal episode. Yeah, it's been weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't had a real show in a while.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just nice to bullshit.
But we do have one next week. And what is that?
We'll have to like double check the schedule because I know like things changed when we swapped this one around.
Yeah, because things did have to change because the week after I'm in Vancouver, so like I can't even record on that Sunday.
Oh, I think this
Okay.
still works. We're doing Wishmaster.
Oh yeah,
There's just 4 movies, right?
yeah, Wishmaster, yeah.
Okay.
So returning with a Wishmaster franchise, nice. Haven't done a franchise in a while. It's very neglected.
So I just remember now. Maybe we should announce that kid won that contest.
Oh,
The
thank
one
God
that
you
enters.
remembered that shit.
You
don't know who the
commented, I
kid
said,
is.
I'll remember the next show. I said, you won, obviously, but we'll announce it.
Yeah, I think Moodz is going to send something to Caleb since he won
Yeah.
like, the Australian side, and then me and Tyler will send something to the other kid.
Yeah, sorry to reply to him. It's, I think his name was Brendan Timmons. That was the name, I
Yeah,
believe. that
send
was on there.
Tyler your address, and then Tyler, you can send it to me.
So he needs to send me
You
a
should-
list of some shit because I swear to
What
God
is
that
it-
he does not.
Where does he send this to? Like, is there like a 22 shots email you can send to? Because we had this problem last year where I literally kept trying to ask the kid or give the kid my email in the
Man,
comments.
just message us
and
on
like
Facebook.
it kept deleting my
dog.
comment.
That's the easiest way.
Yeah, just find us on Facebook if that's an issue.
But
Just-
if you
just
can't,
comment.
the
We'll figure it
email
out.
is 22 shots of moods in horror at gmail.com. It's literally the actual name of the show spelled out regularly.
It is.
So yeah, you won. Good job.
Attaboy. Good job. And thanks to everybody else that fucking didn't enter.
Yeah, you guys, you know
That
what?
contributed to this victory.
You guys are the reason we're not, I repeat, not doing a Hidden Gems Volume 3 because of you guys.
Everyone
Not for
was
a
like,
whole
do
nother
another
year.
volume.
We're
and
gonna
no one
wait a
fucking
whole
even-
nother year to do one since you guys are lazy.
Right. Fucking lazy motherfuckers. All right.
At least I made Caleb watch City of Pirates.
Yeah, I love his reactions to the movies.
So there's I knew this movie wasn't going to be on the list, but there's a movie. It's like it got a super limited release. It hasn't even played on like the East Coast at all. But there's a movie that's like out now and it's coming out on disc in March. By like that's the latest that'll come out. It's called Resurrection by Be Gone, and it's a movie about where humans have lost the ability to dream. But there's a monster that has the ability to dream, and humans go into his brain to watch his dream, and it's just like nightmares and like
Sounds
dreamscapes
pretty
for
cool.
fucking 2
Sounds fucking
hours
awesome,
and 40 minutes with like no like real loose plot. And I fucking read this and like this is a fucking Chinese city of pirates. I cannot wait for this movie. I hope it's horror enough that I can be annoying all year about this.
Dude, shut up.
But
It does sound
Check out
really
that.
interesting though.
Yeah, it's called Resurrection by Be Gone if you guys want to check it out. But yeah, a Criterion just announced it as like a
Is that
Criterion.
like Japanese or
like
something?
a Janus. It's Chinese.
Chinese. All right. Well, boys.
All right, guys, we're out of here. That's going to conclude episode 311. And we'll be back next week, 212 or 312 with the Wishmaster franchise, which I'm looking forward to doing because it's been forever since I've seen those. Gonna be fun stuff, man. Check you guys then. Deuces.
Peace.
That's all, folks.